Hello, love. So it's like their first big guest. What a good first guest. I'm curious how this is gonna go. Only because they're not political people, and Alex isn't a political person per se, but he does talk about politics. So it's more like the religious thing. It's more and philosophical thing. It's more his thing. So this is a good first guest for the mate. Uh, we'll see if we can stand Arthur's criticism, his highly intelligent 70 IQ criticism. But I think he's going to surprise us. I think he's smarter than his autistic nature tends to paint him. So we'll see. We'll see. Uh, I expect Batch is going to carry a lot of water in this episode. Um, because I think him and Alex are both very quick witted. Um, they'll get along just fine. What else? I'm sure Alex was just nearby. Wait, I have to rewind. Okay. Wait. Um, I'm sure Alex um was just nearby. I wonder if they just messaged him on and they were just like, "Hey, saw you posted you were in the area or something like that. You want to come by the studio?" We'll see though. Maybe they did a formal invitation. All right, let me know when you're ready. You ready? Okay.
Right, so hello and welcome back to the Batch and Arthur podcast, everybody. Today we have a very, very special guest. It's Alex O'Connor, everybody.
Hey, what's up? Do you ever say that people aren't special?
Today we've got a guest. We should have
Yeah, do that.
I'm sure we would have said that at some point. Today,
You're the first person who's had very, very special.
Two of them.
True.
Yeah,
That's good.
Yeah.
because we've been trying to get you on since season 1, and your name has come up more than any other name ever,
Ever.
probably.
Really,
Yeah.
that's exciting. I've been trying to come on. I've been told the same thing, especially after I was across the way here.
Yeah, exactly.
in the
Sorry if I've
Watford.
just
Knew
I've
it.
just you know
Knew it. I knew he was close by. It's just one of those things on England's such a small place that if you have a couple hours to spare and you're a big person, why not go on a couple smaller podcasts? Love.
broken the
The
spell
fourth wall,
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
that we're in a real spaceship.
Yeah,
orbiting
exactly.
what looks like Jupiter.
Yeah, I guess it has to be actually. Well,
I don't know, because there
I
are
don't know
other
what they are.
planets out there. Mars,
They could be
but they're
moons.
not-
Jupiter
they're
does
a
have a
bit
lot of
close.
moons.
Yeah.
Whatever the case,
Mars
a
and
lot of people,
dust storm.
especially after that, were like, "Yeah, you should do this
Yeah.
show," and it seems like a good fit. You guys seem like good people to talk to and interested.
I mean, he British, so aren't they all? Aren't they all close? Yeah. That's what I mean. Is that they should help each other out because there's only a few really big British, podcasters or whatever podcast guests.
In the same kind of things that I am, so I'm excited to be here.
Very much
Very much.
so. It is interesting to hear that you heard it the other way around as well, because we were curious, how much of us had you heard of before, or is that mainly where? Have you ever
Oh.
come across one of his crazy?
I'm sure. No, I'm
Reels
sure
of-
I have.
or-
On TikTok and Instagram and that kind of stuff. It's a weird world, isn't it? Because these algorithms are, you don't select for them. They just sort of feeds you the stuff. You see so many people's faces that
Yeah.
it doesn't have the intentionality. So I'm sure you guys probably get this a lot, that people will come up and sort of say, "You're that
Yeah.
guy with
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
thing that," because there's no proactivity in sort of getting to your content. I think people.
True. Can you turn it up a little bit? Yes, absolutely. Let's try right there.
Sort of know your face, but can't quite
Exactly.
place it. And
Yeah.
that happens to me increasingly when people interact
Let me
with
know if
stuff
that's
on,
good.
on those platforms.
On those
So
platforms.
there was that,
Yeah.
Um,
It's actually really hard to engage with those people as well. I found a couple times someone will say, "Oh, I've seen your videos before," and I'll just be like, "Oh, thank you," but it's not really something you should say
Yeah.
thank you
yeah, it's
for.
not necessarily a compliment.
And then I don't really know what to say afterwards, sort of just walk off awkwardly. So I'm
Yeah.
still trying to figure out how to deal with those social.
That's funny. That's so much. That's very funny. It's not something you should say thank you for. Didn't really do
situations.
anything.
I know what you mean. It's an odd thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So what kind of content do you actually consume on social media? Do you watch anything on YouTube or TikTok in particular, or are you?
I don't watch a lot of podcasts. I make podcasts and I listen to podcasts for particular guests, but there's no particular show that I regularly watch or anything like that.
Mm.
Which seems I love seeing Batch and Arthur on the same page again. Facts. It's something I've noticed about a lot of the really special people who have special thoughts. Those people tend to just sit in their own thoughts a lot. They don't watch stuff. I think that's someone like me who takes in a lot of information and is more of a collector of novelty than a creator of unique thoughts or ideas, which is cool in its own right. But I don't know.
I watch
I
a lot
like
of
to hear that they don't.
sort of
don't listen to other
talks,
people.
lectures, debates, that kind of stuff. So people doing either video essays or introductory material to various things that I'm trying to study. Most of my time is probably spent listening to the guests that I've got coming on my show. So wherever they've cropped up,
Oh, I see.
I'll spend my time trying to watch that. And sometimes that comes up in short form content. But like everybody else, I also, go into black holes of doom scrolling.
Yeah.
And God knows what, I don't even remember what I watched
Yeah.
in those circumstances. So
Fair
same
enough.
as everybody in that respect.
Well, I always say I don't really consume much content outside of debates and chess, hence the chessboard in the middle.
Ah, I
But
see.
I've been watching your content for a really long time, and I think one of the interesting
you.
things is I think we've
See, that's how you do it.
Ah,
nailed it.
oh, so that is
And
how
that
you
was
do it.
natural. You didn't even realize that was weird.
Oh, so that is, yeah, I'm
He was
just
like,
saying.
yeah, no, it sounded like perfect.
Oh, that's perfect.
Write that down.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we've gone through
They're so awkward. I love it.
being a kind of part of at the time.
Oh, it was thrilling. Everybody loves a good debate. And still today, it's still extremely popular. The sort of Jubilee stuff. It's sort of gone a bit podcasty. Like it's less live audience and people aren't into sort of opening statement, rebuttal stage, that kind of stuff. That's kind of died out a bit, but people still like the debate. And it's entertainment, you know, it's thrilling, it's theater, and everybody likes going to the theater. But it's obviously everybody involved, including the people watching it, know that it's not the best way to ascertain truth. That the truth takes a long time, it can be complicated, it can be ugly, it can sometimes not fit neatly into a nice rhetorical sort of flair, in which case it's not going to be communicable in these kinds of circumstances. So it's fun, but I often compare it to sport. It's like a showcase. I think that it's like a boxing match in that debates will tell you, you know, a boxing match will tell you who the best boxer is, but it won't tell you who the best fighter is. It won't tell you who would actually win if all bets were off and they could use their intelligence to build a weapon, or they could sort of smash a glass and they happen to have the upper hand in this environment. All it's telling you is that in these particular set of like well-defined circumstances, this person has won, which is fun and is interesting. But it's not the same thing as finding out who the better fighter is. And you can find out who a better debater is without finding out who has the correct worldview, I think.
I mean, we've
Very
done
good
we've
point.
done a fair amount on going through Greek philosophers, and it's something Plato was quite big on, wasn't it? This idea that he just didn't really like debates because he was like, it seems more like a popularity contest. Who's got the better rhetoric at the time? Who's more passionate? And you can get someone who's right about something go up against someone who's wrong about something. But if the person who's wrong about something is more passionate and can win the crowd over and can catch you stuttering, they'll almost come out as if. And people really do tend to, especially on the internet, go, he won that debate, therefore he must be right.
Yes, and this is the problem with democracy, right? This is why someone like Plato is suspicious of democracy, because it's a bit like, you know, the analogy is often given, you'd rather have a sort of pilot flying a plane than kind of take a vote of the passengers and let them dictate how the plane is flown, right? Because you want someone who knows what they're doing. So Plato thought that we literally needed to raise these philosopher kings from birth to sort of specifically train for the role of ruling. And it's a sensible sort of thought. Like, although most people you come across today in the West are Democrats of some description or another, everybody knows that democracy is imperfect. And yet, so much of Plato's work, including the Republic, is written in the form of dialogues. So if you read Plato's texts, they're sort of back and forths between characters. And so, although Plato is suspicious of the extent to which being rhetorically gifted can sort of fool people into believing something that's untrue, he still requires the dialectic. He still requires the discursive element of philosophy. This isn't to say that philosophy shouldn't be done by one person with one view going up against another, but the style of it is very slow. Everyone listens to each other. They grant points when points need to be granted. And that's how it's done. So he still wants the back and forth. He still wants the dialogue, to the extent that he literally invents characters to put his ideas into the mouths of, because he thinks that's the best way to communicate philosophy. That's why I think that podcasts are the continuation of the Platonic tradition of philosophy. Because,
Oh shit! I never thought about
if like Socrates famously didn't like writing things down because he thought that you would not need to remember it and you would basically be able to just refer to it. And he was very suspicious of writing. And so also the way that philosophy is supposed to be done is through discourse. And so Plato and people like him kind of try to falsify a fake sort of dramatic conversation. Plato would have been thinking, gosh, if there were a way to actually capture a real life back and forth, people talking at length about ideas and somehow just sort of put that into some kind of book and give it to the world. We'd be describing a podcast. So put your books down and listen to our show.
Yeah.
I think you're right, actually. I do think I'm somewhat of a philosopher.
Well, you kind of are, in that every time we ask a question and we dive into it, we had a really big one on the determinism stuff, which we'll come up to.
Yeah.
But it did feel like you kind of found that kind of pathway yourself. Like, everything back in that era seemed very hostile. And now you see it just as much with modern day debates and those sorts of channels. But you seem to go down much more of a Socratic questioning sort of pathway where you seem far more interested in other points of view. Whereas back in that day, it seemed like the leading sort of method was, can you go head to head? And obviously massively driven by the Hitchens and the like, who were very, very powerful with their rhetoric, going like, you're wrong and this idea is evil and it's really bad. And now you seem, when I see you speak, at least to people with the similar sort of ideas that Hitchens would quite violently attack, you ask just a lot of questions, and it's sort of like you almost like do what Socrates would do, which is like seeing if you can get them to almost identify their own flaws in their arguments, and there seems to be more curiosity from you. And I've heard you kind of speak about this and say you're not becoming more Christian, but your approach has changed. And what are your thoughts on all of that, and just in general?
Well, I think the internet is a nasty place. And so it's no surprise to me that just by refusing to participate any longer in this blind back and forth, people think like, oh, like, yeah, it seems like maybe, he's close, he's getting there, the Lord is knocking at his door, but it doesn't matter who I'm speaking with. It seems like, Christians think I'm about to become a Christian, but also if I'm arguing against a Christian on interpretations of Jesus or something, then suddenly I'm the bad guy and sort of Satan's got my heart and all this kind of stuff. And I think you just kind of need to ignore all of that. And I just think there's a really low bar for intellectual engagement, that if you just say, yeah, no, that's interesting, let's explore that. If that's enough to get people to go, gosh, wow, it's interesting, you're not like other girls, are you? You're actually listening to. It's just like the lowest bar that has ever existed for intellectual engagement. So these debates are exciting and thrilling, and they're also a good way to cut your teeth. Like, if you don't have an audience or something, one of the best ways to get noticed is to be a good debater and to go on these channels and to do these debates, and that's fine. How else are you going to get people to listen to you? But I've got this luxury now where people are subscribed to me, they're already listening to me, and I can say, like, you know what, I'm not interested in doing that, at least not right now. I'd rather sort of slow down and have a long conversation with someone, which, in fairness, if I tried that 5 years ago, maybe no one would have listened to. So I don't regret that.
Really?
But I do then, I think basically I'm really interested in the way that the brain lies to you, and how it sort of constructs a narrative of the world and tells you things about the world which aren't really true.
Yeah.
And I really think that the extent to which you have the intention of reading a bit of material or listening to a person talking, and your intention going into this is to figure out how to respond because you've got a position to defend and you're doing the boxing match, it literally changes the way you engage with the material. You will be looking for holes and looking for ways for it to fail. And if you're looking for ways for a view to fail, you'll find them. You will always find them. But it sort of closes this door to the interesting stuff that people might have to say. And so when you're doing actual philosophy, one of the most important practices to have is to have the most charitable interpretation of the person you're reading. So if you're reading a philosopher and what they're saying seems like maybe it doesn't make too much sense, but it's always a little bit unclear exactly what they meant, right? You've got two options. You can either try to work out as a historical point of interest, what did they think? In which case, fine, now you're just studying the person and that's cool. And you might think, well, what they meant was this and that doesn't work. Okay, fine. But if you're willing to sort of say, well, maybe they meant this, you can interpret the word this way. Maybe that's not what they meant, but I think this is a better idea. Then that's great, because now their idea has sort of transcended them and you're engaging with the best sort of possible version of the thing that they're sort of driving at. And so if you consider yourself as working the same things out with other people, it's not like you've got a view and I've got a view, who's right and who's wrong. It's like we're both trying to work out the answer to a question. So if you say something and I've got the goggles on of like being like, no, actually, how do you know that? Are you sure about that? No, I don't think that's true. I don't think you have good grounds for that. Then fine. Whereas if I say, you know what, like, I see what you're saying, and I think maybe a better way of putting that would be like this. Or are you sure about that? And you see it as you're sort of constructing this thing together. You just get so much further.
Yeah.
And it depends what you're interested in. Are you interested in trying to like learn interesting, cool things? Or do you want to win a debate? Both are fine, depends what your hobby is. But I have found so much more like fulfillment from just knowing interesting things by sort of letting people in. They also then let their guard down a bit, and they're willing to get a bit more esoteric. They're willing to be a bit more sort of like, now this might sound a bit crazy, but like hear me out. And you get to hear all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because they're not expecting you to just jump down their throat for it. Yeah. Do you find it frustrating that the internet isn't quite so kind with that kind of thing, especially when it comes to things that people care about a lot? I watched your video recently with the question that God Logic, Avery, came up with, and you kind of had this kind of, you spoke, do you want to just explain roughly the context and how it kind of made you feel afterwards?
Sure. I was doing a debate, and it was about whether Jesus claims to be God, which is one of my favorite topics. And it was a fine debate. I had a nice time. And at the end, there was a question asked by Avery, by God Logic, who...
From the audience, right, as well? He wasn't
That's right, yeah.
actually involved in the...
Yeah, but he's a YouTuber, but he was just in the audience. It was like it was at a Christian conference actually that I'd gone into, which was great fun. They were very nice to me, but it made for an interesting audience. And so I knew that all of the questions were going to be hostile. And the thing is, what happened was there's a relatively minor point. How minor it is depends on how significant this is to convincing you, but I wouldn't want to go into the details because it gets a bit confusing and complicated. But basically, what I consider to be quite a minor point, I made a video about this if anyone's interested. And Avery gets up at the end and says, "You said this earlier, but if that's the case, then what about this?" And he reads a quote from the Bible, from the book of Hebrews. And I was like, yeah. Well, I don't think that's quite saying this, but I think actually, in response to what I said, yeah, that's a good point. I just sort of granted the point.
Yeah.
And everyone in the room was sort of like, oh, it's fine. Yeah, it was a cool moment. It was like getting an uppercut in or something. It was like, yeah, cool, And of course, when the debate went out, that particular moment just got like clipped up a million times. And again, fine. Yeah, okay. I don't mind if people clipping this and being like, look at this moment where Alex grants a point. That's cool. But they weren't. They were saying like, Alex admits that Jesus did claim to be God. Hold on. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about? Or it's like, Christian in audience destroys atheist's entire position or something. And it was just like, this is so boring. And the thing that really annoyed me about it, because, I'm worried that someone's going to go and clip it up a million times and try and make me look like a fool. So it was just a little bit, it was a bit disheartening. But I'm so used to it on the internet that it's fine. But the thing is, it really was like, if I'd have gotten up and if Avery had said, here is evidence of Jesus claiming to be God.
Loading a lot.
Yeah, fair enough.
You need me to pause it, eliminate.
That would be like, whoa, like, atheist drops his position in debate, right? But it was literally, it's kind of hard to explain. But it was whether the person who wrote the book of Hebrews believed that Jesus was the angel of Yahweh in the book of Exodus, which is an interesting question. But it's like, it's not the be all and end all of this Christology debate. So, yeah, I mean, that kind of thing happens all the time, though. But that particular moment, I think because it was in front of an audience and a Christian audience who all went like, ooh, it made for a good video, So I totally understand it. But it's just like, don't then complain when you sort of are cultivating an internet culture that you think is less than apt for truth.
Yeah. I do. It is a shame, and that's one thing that would.
But Christians are very good at taking people's words out of context, especially Jesus's. Especially Jesus. Sorry, no, that was.
Had to get that one in there.
Yeah, that was.
No, because I think the same. Like sometimes I get really tempted by the idea of. I think if I were to do any kind of like debate stuff, it would maybe be slightly more scientific. So I've only just dipped my. I mean, we have quite a lot of scientific discussions on the podcast.
And I always roast him as well.
He always cooks me. He's got a degree in
planetary science, astronomy.
I always tell everyone it's just astrophysics.
Degree in
Hence the space set.
science.
He bullied me into this. Yeah, I wanted it to be a.
Hence the astrophysics for people in a hurry.
Yeah, exactly. But no, yeah, and I've done a couple of videos now on flat Earth because it's quite easy, low hanging fruit. You're not going to upset too many people. There will be one or two crazy flat earthers in the comments being like, I can't believe this, but it's not enough to sort of, you're not going to get a big TikTok going like this guy, shuts down flat earth and have loads of people going, I can't believe he's speaking out. And it's quite fun, quite easy to speak about. But every now and then, like a TikTok.
Bachelor's degree, but Arthur doesn't. Yeah. It tends to be how that goes. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. It's the midwit chart. Midwit chart. I don't know why Cops is always on. Yeah, okay. So this is what we think of Batch right here. Okay? This is where Batch really is, okay? And then this is where like people like me and Arthur are right here. We're probably on this end because we're right more times than we're wrong. But so yeah. Me and Arthur live right here. Him because of his autism, me because of just making a lot of good choices. And then Batch over here, but we think Batch is over here, okay?
Talk or a post will come up in these videos where I go, I'm not sure I've ever heard that before. And there was a Jubilee video where they had scientists against flat earthers.
What is this graph?
And the flat earthers said something like, even
Into a
NASA
graph.
admits that the earth is flat in this specific document.
Favorite
And the
graphs.
scientists are like, well, we can say we don't believe
How you pull
but,
it up
like,
so
we've got-
fast?
not
It's
got
one of
the
my favorite
document here." They kind
graphs.
of have to concede the point and move on
Yeah.
because they've got, and I was like, I'm very lucky here because I can go search up that document.
Nerd math,
And they were just saying,
exactly.
like, you know, when calculating the takeoff for this rocket, you can assume a still atmosphere and a flat Earth because, you know, you don't need to like if you add a bit of wind or the tiny bit of curvature of the Earth, it's not going to change the calculations enough for you to bother the incredibly complicated calculations. So for this experiment and these calculations, you could assume a flat Earth
Yes.
with a still atmosphere. And the flat earthers are citing that and going, this is NASA admitting that. But in that debate setting, it kind of felt a bit like the flat earther had won
Oh yeah.
because they were going, and that kind of stuff makes me think, I don't understand why people even bother with the debate stuff now because the videos seem so much a much better way to tackle it. So, for example, if God Logic had replied to a video where you had made your case
Right.
and then you had heard that, you probably would have had, you would have been able to think about
And
it
for what it's
more.
worth, I mean, like,
I mean, you
after
dealt with it great in your video.
But after this happened, Avery made a video about the moment. Was like
Mhm.
made like a video on his channel,
Mm.
and I left a lengthy comment because for what it's worth, like now,
Flat Earth is hilarious because there's a lot. If you know a lot about science, people saying that the Earth is flat is like your dream scenario for you just coming facts all over them that nobody else would know, like the curvature of the Earth and all that bullshit. So if you're into science and you have a flat earther in front of you, it's like it's the whole I think I'm a woman, so I'm a woman. And you're like, man, I got so many facts about women I can tell you right now, like and men and the differences between them. Listen,
oh, like I should have. There were
He
lots of things I
loves-
should have said and didn't. And I
loves
was like,
flat
why didn't I say that?
Mm.
And so I left them in a comment. And you know, if somebody wants to now have a discussion about whether the author of Hebrews believes that Jesus is the angel of Yahweh in the book of Exodus, fine, we can do that. There'll be a back and forth to have. In that moment, I was just like, oh yeah, good point, man.
Mm.
It's because the book of Hebrews basically implies that Moses met Jesus.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a sort of a weird moment. And if Jesus isn't God, then like, oh, how is he there back in the Old Testament? That kind of thing.
Mm.
I was like, yeah, good point.
ask him how to get a girlfriend. Fuck, true.
There's actually a lot to say on this. It's really, really interesting.
Yeah.
But like you say, in that moment, you just have to sort of let it go.
Mm.
But the reason why people still do it is because it's a showcase. You know, it's partly sort of like, look at me, look at how good my recall is, look at how I can like respond to everything. It's like it's like showboating, which is why I kind of like the idea of debates, which are the problem is nobody puts in the time to watch these, but like really drawn out. So I'm talking like your opening statement, 20 minutes long, and then you give the other person like a week to respond.
Yeah.
You know, and then they do their opening statement.
Holy shit.
And then it's rebuttals and back and forth, but you give people space in between. Or even like a live event, you know, somebody gets up, does their speech, and then everyone goes for a half-hour break. You know,
Yeah.
and they can really think about it, like, what do I want to-"
Mm.
you know what I mean? Like, it's too slow. But that's how philosophy is done in the academy. Somebody writes a paper, and then they publish the paper, and then 2 years later, somebody publishes a paper in
Comes
response,
back,
and it's
yeah.
done really slowly and like painstakingly. But it means that it's really specific, and like there's very little sort of fluff, and everyone's very precise about exactly what they're talking about, which is what's missing from these debates.
Mm. It'd be nice if arguments were like that as well.
Mm.
Yeah.
Because after an argument, you're always like, oh, I should have said that.
Yeah,
Yo, arguments
exactly.
can be like that. Yo, argument. That's what people don't get is that arguments can be like that.
Should have dug
Oh,
that.
it's the sitting in the shower.
Our arguments are like that. We get angry, and then we put on a fake face because we know we love each other, and then we think about all the things, and then we come to some kind of concession, and then it looks like we were happy the whole time.
Like, oh, I definitely, that would have been.
And
a
then you're
much
practicing it in
feeling.
the mirror.
Come back and you're like, oh, I would so cook them. Like,
Yeah.
if that came up
Yes,
again, but
it's
yeah.
painful. It's so especially when it's on YouTube and you're like, that would have been so good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
I say
good.
sorry
Yeah,
because I'm wrong.
exactly.
Never mind.
no,
But that
no.
doesn't- and so
When you
those
say
kind-
sorry because you feel you're right, but at the same time you think you might be wrong, that's golden. That is golden. Because there's almost no thing that I wouldn't be wrong for you about. Maybe something that morally compromised me might be the only thing. So if I thought it morally and when I say I thought it morally compromised me, I have to be convinced. I have to convince myself of it because I can convince myself that I'm morally compromised 1,000 different ways if I really tried. But I would have to be like, no, this is something I've told myself before. Yeah, it'd have to be something I told myself before I wouldn't do. Those are the only things I wouldn't be wrong for you in the face of being wrong for you. So it's just one of those things that once you know that about yourself, you're like, oh, you're willing to be wrong about pretty much everything because you love this person. You're like, oh, okay. Then at least in the moment, I can be like, yeah, things are fine. If I don't say sorry, we won't be okay for the whole day or something. Yeah. And we've had, like, when we first got together, we had lots of days. I think we even had like a couple of weeks one time where we were just like, we're just not going to interact. But that's the us taking time to think and mull things over and have a long form conversation over days and weeks instead of coming to conclusions and sticking to those conclusions right then, which always gave me hope. I was just like, what? As long as we're continuing to focus our energy on this subject, then we'll be fine over time.
Kinds of things don't put you off the idea of doing debates again, and
They
sort of
do a bit,
sitting
you
in
know.
there.
I am sort of like, I'm not super interested in debates anymore because they're so sensationalized and it's
Yeah.
so like, you know, if somebody were like, I don't know, if I were offered a debate, I mean, I get invited to do debates. I have to say no to them because I'm too busy. Whereas like, it could be the same person wanting to like come on my podcast or something, and I would say yes because although I'd still prepare, it doesn't have this, you know, like when somebody's got a boxing match and they have to cancel everything else and spend every day in the gym because they've got to be ready for everything just in
Mhm.
case something goes. Whereas like if you're just preparing for a podcast or a chat, then you kind of want there to be these areas that you're not expecting.
Yeah.
You want to prepare, but leave it open enough that you're watching some genuine conversation happening. So it puts me off in that respect. And I think
Mm.
the success of podcasts and long form conversations is testament to the fact that people listening are also getting a bit tired of it.
Are you hungry? I can make you foods. I can make you. Curry. I can make you curry. Yeah, it's not a lot of fast things to be honest. I can make you a bagel. Make you a bagel, some kind of bagel.
That is true. It is interesting to see because it's kind of going both ways. Like the podcasts are becoming super popular, but also so are the formats like the Jubilee. Have you seen any of the Jubilee Surrounded? Where there's sort of one person plopped in the middle.
Yeah, and
Sort of what 20 odd people are. Is that how many it is? Just 20 surround you.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and I find them entertaining, but like you said, where it's kind of debating is more about who's a better debater. I do find myself, say I support one person's view, getting a bit annoyed if the other side get one up on them. It is like you're watching a boxing match and your favorite fighter is losing slightly. You're like, nah, I don't like that.
It's the humans are so tribal, aren't they? with
Yeah.
that,
Whereas
mentally.
when you're, like you say, when you're watching a podcast, just a conversation, I much prefer that because there's no pressure of that, like, oh, I need to get one up on you here. We're just both speaking our minds.
Mm.
Yeah, but also the debates are fun, right? Like, as
Mm.
in, if you can have a debate with just like an energy of like, well, I could sort of be like, no, that's the, and you're like, no, and I'm like, no, and I'm like, no, and then
Yeah.
I'm suddenly like, yeah, okay, fair enough, you know. And
Yeah.
you can just like let, and because it's fun, and you're like, it's like
Yeah.
it's like you're sparring. It's like you're just having a laugh. That's actually just like really enjoyable. It's like a hobby. It's like you know, competitive debating or like go-kart racing or something. It doesn't mean anything, but it doesn't have to. It's like
Mm.
if you're interested in philosophy and you like putting sentences together and rhetoric, it's just like a fun pastime to see, oh, who can put the better argument together, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you got to recognize that's what you're doing. I'm really interested in setting up I wanted to like start a channel or a podcast or an event, like, what would you call it? Like an event company or something that specializes in doing devil's advocate debates. So you get two well-known people from either side of a field and you get them to debate each other's.
Oh, wait, what are the other? I want meats. Yeah, so it's bagels, curry. It's bagels or curry. That's it. We have other meats, but it would take a while for me to make those. Like I can make more chicken. Oh, we do have shrimps. We do have shrimps. Those aren't bad. Curry sounds delicious. Okay. I make curry. I'll heat up a bowl of curry for you, so when you get here, it'll be warm.
Position, just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
I just think that would be such a. The problem is, I realized quickly that I think a lot of Christians, for example, wouldn't want to argue for atheism because if they do it too well, they'd be sort of pulling people away from God, which is, you know, a bit of a shame. I got the idea because I was on holiday with my friend John Nelson, with whom I'm going on tour.
Oh.
I actually don't know when this episode is going out, but yeah, he's coming on my tour. He's a biblical scholar friend of mine, and so he's the perfect person. He's been on my show a couple of times, and we talk about the Bible and Jesus and stuff. And we were on holiday one time, and I was like, "Hey, this will be fun. Why don't we like switch positions? So I'll argue that Jesus rose from the dead, and you argue that he didn't. You know, and it would just be fun, right?" So I spent 5 minutes sort of laying out why I think Jesus rose from the dead, and then he just
Curry?
like
Okay.
decimated it. Just like, and it was like the greatest attack on the resurrection of Jesus I'd ever seen in my life. And I had to stop. I was like, I like, whoa. I was like, can I write that? Can I write that down? I was like, so what? Can we cut this? What do you actually think? You know, because it was so good at doing that that it was shocking. And I, since then, have always wanted to be good at that because I think it shows that you understand the other side. One of the best things you can do in a conversation, if you're watching two people have an argument, right? And at risk of sounding like a bit patronizing, if you feel like you have the ability to do so, pause and be like, can we just stop for a second? Before we go any further, you say like what his position is in a way that makes him go, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you do the same. to him. And until you can both like articulate the other person's position in a way that the other person says, yes, that's what I believe, just give it up because you're not going to get anywhere because you're arguing against a straw man, you know?
That's a good point. I'm going to try that next time someone's for arguing. There you go. No, back off, mate. Seriously.
I think it's useful, like in a debate or something, you're having a discussion to just pause and be like, can we just pause for a second? What do you think my position is?
Yeah.
And can I say what I think your position is? And just make sure that we've got that right.
Yeah.
We call that steel manning.
And
Yeah.
it's definitely super important for that. Are you watching kind of a niche one? Do you know who Gutsit Gibbon is?
I don't think so.
Erica. She goes on. Have you seen any of The Line or any of these like call-in shows? Matt Dillahunty.
Oh, yeah.
Matt Dillahunty does them. And do you know Forrest Valkai?
Yes.
So Erica is kind of like a similar channel to Forrest Valkai. She does bioanthropology.
Yeah.
I think she's 5th-year PhD student.
I
And
might well have seen her. I just maybe don't remember.
yeah,
her
I think
name.
you might have done. And because did you see the final experiment stuff with the flat Earth at the end of last year?
Oh God, I
They
was
sort
just
of
about to look
took
this
4
up,
flat
but it was
earthers
flat Earth
and
thing.
4 globe earthers to the South Pole to watch the 24-hour sun, because the flat earthers denied that it was real, obviously, because it doesn't make sense on their model, and saw it and changed their mind. And the guy who orchestrated the entire thing was a globe earther called Will Duffy, but he's a creationist and a young Earth creationist. And so when all the science people like sort of hopped on board with him and were like, oh, this is so funny, you know, and found out that he was a young Earth creationist, they were like, your opinion in the sort of fields of science and geology and that physics and geology are the same as flat earthers is in like astrophysics and stuff. And so he's now sitting down every single month with Erica on her channel doing essentially live lectures on evolution. And he just says it's like the most important thing for him to go, if I'm going to sit here and go, I don't think evolution is real, to fully understand. And it's amazing as he's going through, when she's going, oh, this is what we believe, he's going like, this is so funny. I learned about evolution in my theology class in my Christian school, but this is just so far off what we learn. And hearing him kind of go, I need to understand what I'm rejecting first. It's admirable, but I imagine really hard to do.
And that is what the New Atheist.
He's so autistic coded. He's fixing the flat Earth debunk and can't help himself. It's an area of expertise. Whenever you're around people who you venerate, you gravitate towards your area of expertise. It's a comfort, place of comfort. You don't want to look down.
Yeah.
I do not
makes
believe
sense.
that any of the popular New
He's a good
Atheists
boy.
from that sort of time period, who were sort of forerunners in the debate sphere, had the slightest understanding of the subject material that they were dealing with. And I say that with love. I want to say I don't speak ill of the dead, re Christopher Hitchens, but Christopher Hitchens did say, I think the day after Jerry Falwell died, he said that if you said on CNN that if you give him an enema, he would fit inside a matchbox. He also said,
Oh,
I think
God.
somebody, I think it was who's the guy with the white hair, CNN producer, presenter. I've forgotten his name, but he asks him, you know, Christopher, I don't think you believe in a heaven, but if there is one, do you think Jerry Falwell has gone there? And he said no, and I think it's a pity there isn't a hell for him to go to. And this was the day after he died, so I don't feel so bad about saying what he.
Was it him?
That's the guy. What's it? Anderson Cooper. That's the guy. Yeah.
Mm.
It's a great clip. You know, I mean, it's hilarious. You know, he sort of calls him a little toad and such. But in fairness, you know, Christopher Hitchens is like, this man is a man who blamed the attacks of September the 11th on homosexuality and stuff like this. Now, I don't know how true that is, actually. I haven't looked into it, but he was raging. So maybe not so bad. And, you know, he's been gone quite a while now. Having said that, I just don't think. So I speak with love of Christopher because he was such an influence over me, and also someone like Richard Dawkins because Richard's a friend of mine. You know, I work with him. I've been on tour with him. Like the tour that I'm going on that's coming up soon in February. Tickets in the description.
Yeah, promo.
Probably
Promo
not. It's
to their
probably
10
already
They can be. You're welcome to.
in which
10
case,
people.
come to the next one.
You and your tool.
But I just don't think that they've engaged with the material. Like you say, this is such an important thing to do. It's so important. But there are so many ways to tell. Now that I've tried my best to try to study the stuff that I'm engaging with, the theology and the philosophy, there are just so many clues that these guys hadn't done that. You know, Richard Dawkins' treatment of Thomas Aquinas' 5 ways to show the existence of God
In the God Delusion. Yeah, I thought the exact same thing.
There
I
it
read that
is.
quite recently and I was like, oh, even me as a layman who sort of only really heard about these in debates and stuff,
So this book,
on top of a Bible, which is an
I know,
interesting choice of.
that's
That Bible's mine, yeah.
and the King James version as well
Yeah,
has this sort
yeah.
of, it's just got like made up verses in there. You know, like, it's
Sometimes I add verses in there as well.
you know there's a group called the KJV onlyists who believe that the King James Bible was specifically like ordained as a translation by God, and they will still only use that translation. I think Peter Hitchens might be a KJV onlyist because he always quotes the KJV, but it is also the most beautiful. Dawkins quite daringly has a chapter in his book called "Why There Almost Certainly Is No God." But earlier he has this chapter, "Arguments for God's Existence," and it's Thomas Aquinas' proofs, and he puts it in scare quotes, proofs, you know, and he deals with them in 2 pages,
Yeah.
which like is genuinely insane. It's like absolutely insane. Aquinas is the most celebrated metaphysician in Christian history. It's like either just, you know, keep my wife's name out of your mouth, or like
Oh,
spend the
shit.
time to actually, you know,
Yeah.
engage with him. So, for example, you know, the first 3 of Aquinas' ways are sort of about causal chains. So things are changing or things are caused by other things. And if this book is caused by something else, and that's caused by something else, and that's caused by something else, and that goes back on infinitely, where does it begin? There needs to be some kind of terminator. It's actually a really good argument, and it's very complicated. But Dawkins says in this text, even if we allow the dubious luxury of arbitrarily conjuring up a terminator to an infinite regress and giving it a name simply because we need one, there is absolutely no reason to endow that terminator with any of the properties normally ascribed to God: omnipotence, omniscience, goodness, creativity of design, to say nothing of human attributes such as listening to prayers and so on. So he says, okay, Aquinas, you say that there has to be some first cause, right? But there's absolutely no reason from that alone to say that it should be God. Okay. If you read the Summa Theologica, no one's read the Summa Theologica, it's like 1,000 pages long, but where these 5 arguments come from, the very next words out of Aquinas's pen, if you like, the very next thing he says in the next chapter is, once the existence of a thing has been established, there remains the question of what its nature is, of its nature and its attributes. So the very next thing Aquinas says is, okay, now we've shown the existence of some kind of first cause. There remains the question of what its attributes are. And Dawkins has presented as a rebuttal to Thomas Aquinas what Thomas Aquinas considers an open challenge and takes up in the very next chapter of the text, which shows at least that Dawkins wasn't aware of that material, that he hadn't read, because he would have, even if he disagrees with what Thomas goes on to say, he would have known that Thomas was aware of this. And I think people have this attitude that people are just like, if you can that easily show like how bad an argument is, if in 2 pages you can be like, this is obviously ridiculous, there are 2 options. Either the most celebrated philosopher perhaps in the Christian tradition is actually a bit of an idiot, or you've misunderstood him, or you haven't fully understood what you're talking about. And you always have to ask yourself which of those is more likely. And this happens all the time. People hear an argument from somebody and they're like, that's just stupid. That's just nonsense. It's like, yeah, maybe. Or maybe they're actually kind of clever and you haven't fully understood what they're trying to say, which might be their fault. They might have explained it badly. But I think Dawkins sort of fails on that front, I'm afraid to say.
I find the same going back and watching Hitchens now, having gone down a little bit more of a road away from, oh, that's a hilarious Hitch slap.
It's kind of cringe.
Yeah.
Kind of cringe.
And you'll sort of hear like someone who's the American guy, the major proponent of the Kalam.
William Lane Craig.
Yeah, Bill Craig, him. They go up against each other quite a lot. And he has the same kind of thing. He says it over and over again, and he'll go through the theological argument, the cosmological argument. And nowadays, when that happens in a debate, you'll get people going, oh, well, here are things I find an issue with the cosmological. Hitchens will it's almost as if he's not said anything in terms of this argument, and just be like, why would anyone want this all-powerful thing who watches you and cares, whether you masturbate or in what position you have sex? And it's like, well, that's a good point, but you're so not addressing anything he's actually said. It's very powerful and convincing to many people hearing this kind of like, oh, who would want to live under this dictatorship and stuff, and evidently convinced a lot of people. And it's very entertaining with his hitch slaps when he sort of, says something witty offhand. But when you've experienced kind of a more detailed breakdown of the arguments and stuff, and when you see someone bring these arguments to him and he kind of just doesn't even begin to deal with them, it's the exact same feeling I got reading that. I was just like, this doesn't feel like you're addressing what people are actually saying when it comes to
there are easy ways to tell
beliefs.
I mean, more technically, for example, Thomas Aquinas' first way is the so-called argument from motion, which relies on the idea that some things are in motion, and to be in motion, something needs to put it in motion. And like, by the word motion, a medieval philosopher like Thomas will actually have meant what we mean by the word change. So he doesn't just mean motion as in like locomotion, like things moving around, as we would say today. He means any instance of change. So an acorn becoming a tree, or this book being here and now being over there. He just uses the word motion. And so like, one really easy way to tell if somebody has spent any time trying to understand Thomas Aquinas is, are they engaging with his argument from motion as if he was just talking about what we now call motion, just like locomotion? If they're assuming that, which I think Dawkins does, you just know that they haven't tried to understand the metaphysical position that he's coming from. Christopher Hitchens, admitted to doing this too. He would sometimes say, like, he referenced once, I think it might have been Immortality or maybe in an interview saying like, sometimes making a joke at the expense of fully answering a point, which I'm not above doing. He admitted to doing such a thing. He also,
Nice.
in the final interview he ever did, which was with Richard Dawkins for the New Statesman in Texas, where he was being treated for the esophageal cancer that eventually killed him. Dawkins opens this interview by saying, I think you're probably the most well-read man since Aldous Huxley. And Christopher says, yes, Richard, but I think that may come at the expense of some depth. Like his job was to read widely. He could pull from all kinds of different sources, but like his worldview, I think it was sort of wide-reaching but shallow. And that comes through, when asked about the existence of free will, he says, of course I have free will. I have no choice but to have it. And everybody laughs. And that's it.
Yeah.
Then they just move on. They let
Yeah.
him get away with it. I don't understand how he got away with such things. Similarly, on these first cause arguments, in particular, I remember a debate with Frank Turek, and just runs a first cause argument. How can something come from nothing? And Christopher would say, well, something from nothing. What about all the nothing that's to come? What about the Andromeda Galaxy about to sort of collide with our planet and stars flying apart so that eventually we won't even be able to see them in the sky because of the redshift, So with loose references to the physics of Lawrence Krauss. And it's like, that's just a different question.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, okay, maybe it's a little bit weird that it seems like one day the universe will expand into a heat death or whatever. That does not in any way come close to even approximating an answer to the question of why there exists something rather than nothing. Also, Christopher, have you just forgotten that Christians believe in like a coming apocalypse? That they believe that there will be an intervention of heaven before that happens. Now, you're welcome to disagree that that is a likely outcome. But to say that Christianity doesn't make sense because the universe is going to experience a heat death, when they have been saying since before we even knew the universe was expanding, that the world was going to come to an end at some point, there was going to be some kind of intervention. And to profess this as some kind of answer to the challenge of why something comes from nothing is just confused. And that's what happens when you do these theatrical productions. It's like, how can you grab people's attention? If you took anything Hitchens ever said and just put it into logical form, as in like wrote out in bullet points what the points were, and like showed a transcript of any of his debates, remove them of their rhetorical flair and just put the points like stripped back in bullet points, he would lose every single time. Which is astonishing because he was so renowned for never losing debates. But, he was, I think, wrong. And he obviously didn't have the philosophical chops to engage with any kind of arguments for God's existence and that kind of stuff. He just sort of had nothing interesting to say.
Do you feel like this is a kind of, in a way that with scientists, you can kind of look back at early scientists and go, they laid a bit of a foundational work, and then we went from there and realized they were wrong about a bunch of things. Do you feel like that you almost have the privilege of looking back and going, God, I can see the sort of first steps that they made with this kind of movement and realize they were wrong about it, and like appreciate that they took those first steps? Or do you have less of a...
I don't want to be too mean because I'm indebted to these people. And like I say, I've met these people and worked with these people. Sam Harris is another one. And I just spoke to him on my show again just the other day. And, we're all on good terms, I like to think. I don't mean to be mean. And also, I'm grateful that by engaging with these kinds of debates and being part of this kind of community, it has brought me to where I am now. But I must say, I don't see the steps that these kinds of books made as like a step in the right direction that we've now improved upon. I see them as a step in the wrong direction, which we've now had to course correct.
I see.
Like, I really think that it's just, I mean, there's a lot to like in The God Delusion, I'm sure, and I haven't reread the whole thing in a while, but when it comes to like the arguments for God's existence and their treatment, I just think it should be skipped. I think that if you give this to an undergraduate student of the philosophy of religion and they base their argumentation on this, they will fail their exam. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's actually like not good. So it kind of depends what you mean, because scientists used to get things wrong, but science sort of typically moves in one direction. Like scientists typically sort of get an imperfect approximation of what's going on, in the way that Einstein corrects Isaac Newton, right? Newton isn't like wrong. You can use his science to get you to the moon. It's just like more precision is required. I don't think that's the same kind of thing that's going on here, unfortunately. But there's a wealth of good sources for debates about God's existence all over the place. I just think that the popular level stuff is at least at that time, it's just not where you should go.
Is there anyone you see where you're like, you're popular and also quite good with what you're doing.
In what form? In what context? You mean like on like God's existence?
Yeah, in that sort of sphere. In
I think that a lot of the time there's an inverse correlation between sort of popularity and philosophical depth. So a lot of the time I see people debate on the internet where sometimes I'm described as a philosopher, like on when I go on someone's show or something, they'll put, oh, philosopher, and everyone in the comments is like, he's not a philosopher. And I'm like, yeah. Like,
yeah, you were a
I'm
philosopher on Diary of a
like,
CEO, weren't you?
Was I?
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm yeah, no,
That's
I'm
what you
I'm a
introduced that.
YouTuber, man. Like
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be an academic philosopher. That's not like it's not my, at least not for now, you know, that's not what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So I do think that if you want it depends what you're after, man. Like I feel like I do my best to try to convey information accurately, but recognize that I'm never going to be able to go as far as an academic philosopher will be able to go. But that might be too much to start with, you know. But I think, you know, on the God's existence stuff, it's just such a mess online. It's such a mess, you know. And I try to bring people on my show who I think are worth listening to. So a lot of people like this guy called Graham Oppy, who's a academic and he's an atheist, and a lot of people respect him. But he doesn't. I mean, he's not a YouTuber. You know, he doesn't have the sort of presentational prowess, but he thinks carefully and clearly about God's existence, and he does, you know, a very good job. But you know, it's very difficult to condense this kind of stuff into a format that people understand, which is why I think there aren't actually that many people who are doing it.
Interesting. And kind of, you just touched on it then, but what is the point in everything you're doing right now? What's the meaning of it? Like when you're sitting there going, I'm going to do this debate, I'm going to do this video. Are you sitting there going, I'm entertaining people? Are you sitting there going, my priority is earning a living? Are you sitting there going, I'm actually doing a good bit of good for society, pointing them in direction that I think is right? I mean, what are your primary motivations for everything you do at the moment?
I think I've got two main motivations. The first is that I'm extraordinarily lucky in that I love what I do. And I mean, like, I really just want to work out, like, what's going on. I want to know what the hell consciousness is. I want to know, you know, does free will make sense? I want to know what it even means to talk about God's existence. And as I'm learning about these things, I can bring people on my show. And I think I pay myself the compliment of saying I prepare well. I think when I do an episode of my podcast, I have almost obsessed over being ready for this episode. Does not matter how many views it's going to get. I either do it properly or I don't do it, you know. I want it to be good content. And then, like, I don't know, like sometimes I'll watch it back and I'll just be like, this is good content, you know.
Yeah.
Because I brought on a guest and they're doing an excellent job. But I've also managed to bring out the best in them because I prepared well and I knew what to ask them. And I'm looking back on it and I'm like, this is just good content. Like I am proud of the fact that this is interesting stuff that I think like can be useful and interesting for people to listen to. So I'm extremely motivated by the fact that I am taking these academic types like your Graham Oppys of the world, who have a lot of really interesting stuff to say, but don't have as many subscribers as I do, and also maybe like have too much of an academic style that doesn't translate well on its own. And I sort of am able to bridge that for people a lot of the time, which I just love. I just adore. The second motivation, I suppose, is that I'm actually just trying to work out what I think about the world. And it's great to do that out loud. You know, people have watched me go back.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. I knew this was going to be way too meta for you. I was really hoping that batch. There's good points made, but it's not what I was hoping for, I guess. Yeah, Batch unironically needed to carry this because this is just not for their audience. Like, they're looking for way less talking and way more snarkiness, and Alex is not. Like, he's witty, but he's not snarky, and Batch... big disappointment. He needed to carry the water of keeping this entertaining for people who like that type of entertainment.
Back and forth on questions all the time and try to work things out. And they comment things and they say, you should speak to this person. And I see a comment, I'm like, okay. And then I look into them and then I bring them on the podcast.
This was an Arthur poll. True.
It's just like, I'm actually just trying to work this out just like anybody else and sort of feel like I'm doing it together with everyone.
Yeah, they're
who's
for moral
watching
support.
alongside me, you know?
And do you see it as any
Just
kind of
being
societal
cucked.
good? This obviously pursuit of truth. A lot of philosophers have sort of held that in the highest regard. Is that the same with you? Are you doing it for the personal fulfillment of finding out the truth. You know, let's say, for example, you have two people on your podcast back to back, and one is a very strongly religious person, someone's a very strong atheist, and someone could say, you know, you've got two paths. Person A convinces everyone that's watching, or person B does. Would you, through either of those, go, oh, that's a good outcome, that's a bad outcome, or is it neutral either way?
As long as someone feels like they've been changed in some way that they're grateful for, that's fine. I don't know if truth should be the goal. I think that something like, you know, what, like maybe happiness, but in the sense that the Greeks.
Yeah, I think Batch, he understands everything that's going on here. I think his value system keeps him from engaging this in the same arena, because he just doesn't care. I don't think he would benefit in any way from moral anguish about his inner self. And I don't think the incentive system in his life or entertainment or anybody, like nobody's benefiting from him being more of a Arthur type character. But entertainment wise, for the podcast's sake, he needed to make a fool of himself a lot more. Okay?
Used it. The eudaimonia of Aristotle, you know.
See, he's nodding around doing this when what he should be doing is acting a fool. He should be acting a fool this whole time. He has different internal qualms. I agree. Every time Alex says something clever, like Aristophanes knew his arguments was wrong, he should be like, you should say something like, maybe he knew they were wrong, but maybe he was right. And you know how dumb that sounds? That's needed to come out of his mouth 10 times dumber. And Arthur would get upset. Arthur might. He might be like, you made us look dumb on our podcast. And then that should be like, yeah, but the people love it.
You know, like contentment, excellence, flourishing is probably...
He should also lie. He should say, I think Arthur also believes in flat earth. Like, he should say the dumb things at the smart moments and then lie and say the wrong things to be corrected. He's doing this for Arthur. This should have been a private Arthur Alex combo. Did not need to be filmed. True.
True sort of natural goal that all people have. Truth is I think maybe like a
because they made them
tool
look dumb
sometimes to get there.
because
Like
Arthur
truth
actually wanted to have this conversation. True.
is something you can manipulate when you know true
He always
things
wants to
about
have
the
these
world.
conversations. You can
Sort
tell.
of use that information, that knowledge to sort of take you places. But most of the spiritual traditions of history have had either knowledge sort of take a back seat to something like experience and reflection, or it's like a particular kind of knowledge that gets you where you need to go. So I don't really know.
I suppose it's quite a tough question for you because you've got quite a, I don't quite know how to say this, but quite a bizarre way to me of figuring out what's right or wrong or good and bad, which is your emotivism. Are you still an emotivist?
Yeah, I think so. About ethics.
Yeah. Do you want to give us an explanation of kind of what that is and how you view the world?
Yeah, there are sort of two kinds of statements that people make in the world. There are statements of like fact, like, you know, that table exists. And or even I'd categorize like opinions in this category as well. So just saying that things are the case. You know, I like bananas. There is a table. The sky is blue. And then there's this other sort of category of statements called like moral statements, which seem.
Batch is happy to sit there because when he hopefully doesn't have to have this conversation with Arthur himself, get it out of the system. So this is cucking. Alex is the hung unicorn, and Batch is the disgruntled husband, and Arthur is the undersexualized wife, but intellectually. So he's just like, hey, I'll just get this stud in. You can get it out of your system. I'll watch to make sure everything's, you know, kosher and for moral support. But then afterwards, you're going to chill out on all this weird philosophical bullshit, okay?
Seem to be like value judgments. There's the is stuff on the one side and the ought stuff on the other side. And famously, these are sort of very difficult to connect. You know, how do you get ought statements from is statements? David Hume is famous for saying that you can't do such a thing. So we've got this sort of weird feeling that there are things that ought to be the case, things that are good and things that are bad. And a lot of people debate whether
You can call it cucking. I thought it would be a good friend lull because Batch wanted to take a hit and have to sit through it and let the podcast have a shitty episode for Arthur. But okay, that also works. I mean, that's probably the real real, is that Batch is like, I don't think this, he probably even told Arthur, I don't think this is going to be an entertaining episode for like our audience. But I'm willing to do it if you want to do it, because who cares? Also, as long as Alex O'Connor's audience learns about the Batch and Arthur podcast, maybe they'll be interested. So, you know, it's a big name. It's a big name. They can say now that they've had Alex O'Connor on to get other people on as well. So I'm sure Batch went along with it for lots of reasons that are reasonable.
when we think things are good, is that just a matter of opinion, or is that some like truth of the universe? I think it's kind of neither of those.
Also, this is one of my favorite thoughts that I've ever heard. Emotivism, just FYI, this is a brilliant conversation. I think most people are emotivists and they don't know it.
Things. I think that what's going on is an expression of emotion. I think that when people make ethical claims, they are expressing some kind of like non-propositional, like emotive state. So,
Can you give us an example of something you go
Hopefully
like?
the
I think this-
audience stopped asking for Alex to come on now and Batch gets a revenge funny guest. Yeah, I agree. I still good move. Batch wouldn't care if he didn't, because it wasn't interesting to him. I didn't think he cares that much about making sure the podcast is optimized. He just wants to have a good time. What is emotive what? I can tell you weren't listening. Okay, I'll give you my shorthand of emotivism. So, when someone says, I think killing babies is bad, they're expressing the emotion of, I don't want people to tell me what to do, so I think it's... Oh, no. I want, like, every life to be cherished, because I'm worried that, you know, if I wasn't born or if my kid wasn't born, the world would be a dimmer place. And then a person who says, I think abortion is good, I think killing babies is fine, says, I don't want people to tell me what to do, so I think it, you know, telling women they can't control their... It's just an emotion. They just have a feeling. It's hard to stay focused. It's droll. Yeah. So people are expressing an emotion about how they feel, and then they post-rationalize it. So they'll be like, I think this is bad. But they don't think it's morally bad. They just don't like they're just having a feeling about that thing, and then they post-rationalize it afterwards. And because their emotions are so strong in them, it makes sense to them. Like, all the points that they make afterwards and all the points the opponent gives don't make sense, and all the ones they give make sense because the emotion validates the underlying fact. It's one of those things that if you've ever thought about how morals could be secularized, yeah. Whenever, if you're like, if there is no God, like if there isn't a book that has rules in it and we're not following those rules, how would you make a moral system? Emotivism is the way you would do it. You would democratize emotivism. So like most of the population thinks killing people is bad, and they get that feeling emotionally when they kill people and when others kill people that it's bad. So like that's how you would morally code how things are done, is the most amount of emotivism wins over. Which I think works most of the time. Incest is always a good one because the arguments against incest are actually really bad. The percentage of people born with deformities and like different stuff, like as long as it's like a second or a first cousin or something like that, you tend to be good. Like the risk of everything goes down to like minuscule numbers. But we still think incest is bad. Even like the power things, like you can control for the power things of being like, you guys can't be raised in the same household or whatever. But we still think if it's a cousin who wasn't born in the same household and had no connection to you, we still think it's gross. And that's emotism. We're just like, we just don't like it. Is that because I feel bad or because it feels bad to go against what society says is right versus wrong? Yeah, there's lots of stuff that's like an emotion. The emotion is the underlying fact of your argument. It's not, and once you know that about certain things, it's actually really freeing because you're just like, oh, I just don't like this thing, and you can be like, that's and it's not a value I have. It's not a moral I have. I just don't like this thing. So yeah, it's actually easier to put up with it once you know that about yourself. I just don't think a lot of people know that. They think it's like a fact of the world, instead of realizing it's just a fact about themselves. I don't know. I think emotive stuff is still based on other things, and it's always subjective. Society can never be based on emotivism. Yeah, well, the way you operate in the world is it's easier to be an emotivist. If like a whole society was a emotivist, I don't know. I've heard really good arguments for it would work out, but it sounds like communism, where like it's like the most ideal version of it. Like think about the worst ideal version of it, and it doesn't look so good. Because that's contextual and can be changed based on your own experiences. That's how feelings work. Society rules based on greater good, not internal good. That can't come from individual feelings. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. There's lots of things that are like that don't affect you personally. A lot of left wing causes you see, like it's like downstream bad effects, but it's nothing like right in their face. So you couldn't do like policy stuff. It would be more like, simple stuff like, is murder okay or is abortion okay? Humans train nature and how much nature and social induction plays in the role of how we feel about things. Yeah, I agree that like even just growing up in like a Christian nation has so many of your underlying like what you think is right and wrong. And people don't even realize that it's just like a communal thing. Like you see other people react when you're younger, the face they make, and you're just like, oh, that's a bad thing. And it's so internalized that it becomes a feeling because you couldn't intellectualize it back then. Yeah. I don't think it was made in emotivism to be like a cultural thing. It's just one way people express a secular version of morals. Alex is one of those people who thinks that like if we had a moral code, there's probably some kind of ABC thing they could do with emotivism.
This kind of thing is generally immoral, and then you can kind of go, well, this is what I'm. It can be very.
Okay,
obvious
yeah,
and very wrong.
I think killing insects is immoral.
Okay.
Okay, so
He thinks killing insects
suppose you
is
watch me
immoral.
sort of step on an
Hilarious.
insect for fun, right?
Yeah.
There are kind of two things going on here, right? One thing is it's just a true fact that I've stepped on an insect, right?
Mm-hmm.
That on its own sort of doesn't do anything. That's just a statement of fact, right?
Yeah.
So they would change their morals because of their own experience. Society says killing people is bad because we couldn't have a society where a majority peaceful if we allowed it. I'll go break on 12:30. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'm not explaining the position correctly. The original emotivism essentially is something that I think the majority of people do unintentionally, and I think some people live by it, and some people only come to it when a new idea is proposed to them, and then they kind of like they'll figure it out afterwards. Like it goes through like a sifting process, and then they come to like their real conclusion about it. But like their first instinct is just their emotive instinct, and it's not meant to be like a societal. Not because it's morally wrong, but because it's not good for society. Well, we do lots of things that are not good for society. But I don't think emotivism is supposed to be like a society rule of law thing. Like we all vote on what rules of law. because we would have all voted for lots of bad things. But motivism isn't designed as like a rule of law for. I think if you remove their society upbringing, they'd be moral beings at all. So motive is only because society is based on religion. Yeah.
There's a difference between like the fact that I've stepped on an insect, and there's, if you want to make that like a moral thing, it's like Alex just stepped on an insect, and what's the extra thing that you would add on to just that statement of fact or your apprehension of this fact about the world that would turn it into like a moral judgment? What's the extra thing? You know what I mean? Because
Okay. Yeah. Emotivism is the basis of your morals. So Alex thinks that the basis of people's morals is a underlying feeling. Because where do your morals come from? Where do your morals come from? Do they come from the Bible? Do they come from your upbringing, your societal upbringing? Do they come from a feeling? I'm sure there's other places. Do they come from experience? Do they come from decisions made throughout your life that you've decided this is what you're going to stick by and you're not going to change on them? Are your morals movable? He just thinks that emotivists are the ones that are like, I get most of my morals from like how a thing makes me feel. It's like a gut instinct. When I see someone get killed, I don't like that. And my gut says, no bueno. And then my mind says, why no bueno? And then it gives me a bunch of facts of why no bueno. Humans aren't born moral, though. The foundation of morals comes from societal upbringing that's based on religion. I built my morals against those things. They're inexorable. Yeah, so like someone like you would be like, my morals come from my societal upbringing. And that's like the foundation. So if you're like, if I grow up in a society that said, raping cows was amazing to do, you would have been like, I would have loved raping cows. And I don't believe that about myself because there's lots of weird stuff in Ireland, all right? There's a lot of weird moral things, Catholic things, but also pagan things that never sat right with me. And so I don't think the cultural upbringing is what gave me my morals. I think decisions throughout life gave me my morals. I think lots of things influenced it, including my feelings. But there's lots of things that I think are moral that I don't like, and there's lots of things that I think are moral, or I think that are immoral that I really like. Okay? So I think it's a decision tree throughout your life that creates your core morals. And I like that too, because it says I earned it, and it was in my control. Where people like Alex think it's all just feelings, essentially, is like the underpinning, and feelings are based on things, but you don't make the choice in the moment to decide which of those things is. It's just like your immediate feeling, and then you post rationalize. Where you say, things are made by society, over time. You just adopt these morals over time, or you're influenced by these people over time, and that's how you come to your morals, or the reverse of those morals sometimes. Some people have one or two, or some have more feelings at the last pillar of mortality, I think. Not only that, it's the foundation. That's why people are different breeds are raised in a society that I think it would be morally okay. I might still disagree myself, but I only think about it because religion made a rule about it. Pick something that's not talked about at all. anywhere? Is it moral to pick a leaf off a tree? A living leaf off a tree? I couldn't have something predetermined that you've already been primed for. I can give an answer to that question. Do I think it's moral to pick a leaf off a tree? Based on my experience of killing animals and doing other things like that, I think as long as you planted another tree at some point in your life, there's equilibrium there. So I would think it's probably moral to pick a leaf off a tree. There's been lots of times that I've taken, but I always try to like give back in other ways to kind of get that equilibrium. Now, some people might disagree, you know, tree huggers. But based on my experience, I think it's okay. I think it's immoral, but I still do it. You would think it's immoral and still do it. Yeah, there is a place for the taboo in the world, which is why humans are so cool. I think, anyway.
Yeah.
It could just be true that I've stepped on a bug. It's true
Yeah.
that the sky is blue, but that doesn't mean anything. What does it mean to say that it's wrong that I've done that?
Mm.
What do you think is that like extra thing?
Because now it's dead.
Yeah, but that's just
We're
that's
quite
just the-
consequentialists, I think. So when we discuss this kind of thing, we're, you know, it's a conscious creature. It's arguably suffered as you've crushed it. It's lost its life.
But these are all just facts, right? These are all just facts that somebody could just accept. Like somebody could just go, yeah, those are all facts. But so what? Like, so
Yeah, I think, do you not think you can bridge that is-ought gap with the general idea of, so Matt Dillahunty, also quite a big chess player, and he describes it as, he believes in objective morality in the same sense where, okay, the rules of chess itself aren't an inherent part of the universe, but once we will agree on the rules of chess, that you want your king to be safe and not get checkmated, you can say this is a good or a bad move.
Yeah.
And I think the fundamental for us tends to just be, it's all about eudaimonia on one side and suffering on the other. And
I was raised not to hurt things. And if religion says this bed and science says that the tree is alive and needs that leaf, maybe can even feel it. In society, religion determines powerfuls hurting the weak. Oh, man. Yeah, I see, maybe this is because we see things differently. I see, like, dogs as, like they want to be used. I see people this way, too. Like, they want to be used. They want to be tested. They want to be broken. They want to be, like, they want to be fulfilled. So, like, that's the good I see. So when I see picking a leaf off a tree, I'm assuming I need that leaf for something. And that tree is just like, yeah, use me. Like, we wouldn't be here if we didn't burn wood. I don't know. Like, I would assume that tree, it's a good thing to pick that tree or that leaf off that tree, and that the tree would want that for sure. Because otherwise, it's just going to die. Like, it's just going to live and die. Nothing else is going to happen to it. It's just on and off. But now it's contributed to the world. I don't know what I'm using that leaf for, but fuck, sounds important.
And Sam Harris kind of speaks about this. I can't remember which book it is.
yeah, the moral landscape. Which
Moral
I
Landscape,
think
that's
Matt
the
Dillahunty
one.
was somewhat influenced by, at least at one time.
And
I spoke for 3 hours with Sam Harris about the moral landscape. I think
I watched the episode, and it's the same way when some people kind of go, oh, you know, who says that we should care about human flourishing and human suffering? It's like you can say that, but it's like someone running into a science conference going, oh, who cares if we should care about the scientific method or what's reliable or whether we can get these. And it's like, well, we kind of all just agree that we do care about what's true.
Well, you do,
Yeah.
but not everybody does. So, for example, like, I mean, and strictly speaking, you know, emotivism sits outside of all of this, by the way. Like, it's not even, there's like subjective, objective, and then there's emotivism, which sits outside. But let's shelve that for a moment because this is interesting, right? So, like, you know, the chess thing is useful here because, okay, we've just got different views. Suppose you think it's okay. I think it's okay to, like, you know, torture innocent babies for fun, and you don't think that that's okay.
Clip that, Jabba.
And at least people won't think I'm a Christian for saying so. Well, you know, unless those innocent babies are Canaanites, and
Yeah, I knew that.
you know, it's just too
I
easy.
watched your Cliff Connect
Too easy.
before this as
So,
well. Yeah, I felt that one coming.
The thing is, how are you going to tell me that I'm wrong, right? Like, you could say, if we agree to play chess,
Mm-hmm.
then we've agreed on a certain rule book, whereby, you know, there are sort of general rules. It's actually quite complicated knowing what the right move to make is, but generally, you know, protect your king, don't get checkmated, you know, knights before bishops, castle in 10 moves, all that kind of good stuff, right? But what if I just don't want to play chess?
Yeah.
Like, what if you are sat there? Because you're not just there saying, like, well, like, I'm really interested in not torturing babies for fun. I'm saying you should also be playing this game, right? Because anyone who thinks morality is objective is not going to be content to say, well, you know, I think that torturing babies for fun is immoral, but maybe you don't, but that's fine. You know, that's the definition of moral relativism. To say that it's objective means no. You need to agree with me in order to be correct, at least.
Yeah.
If you want to be, like, have true beliefs, you'll need to agree with me, right? So you need to be playing by the same rules as I am. But I'm just saying I don't want to play chess.
But what else is morality if not that?
Exactly.
If it's not about suffering and
Exactly. It's about emotion. It's about emotion. I think that when people make ethical claims, they are just emoting at each other. If you want to say that, like, somebody is like that there is such thing as truth in ethics, that there really is a truth about whether something is right or wrong, then you are the one with you've got this burden of proof.
Damn. I was hoping you would have a rebuttal for my important leaf hypothesis.
To show me how you know that and what that grounding is, and how you can tell someone who disagrees
up?
with you
Good,
that
good,
they
good.
are wrong, that they are incorrect. And this is quite an uncomfortable thing at first, right? Because you want to be able to tell people they are wrong about things. But like, this is one
we
of the,
need to as a society, don't we?
yeah, and that's why we do. But this is one of the most foundational questions of philosophy. What do we do with the people who don't agree? And the truth of the matter is, in society, we just throw them in jail. We can't convince them. We can't show them the error of their ways by sort of appealing to first principles and showing them that they're false. Like, some people just don't agree. They just don't care.
I'm irritable. I'm sorry. You're okay. How is work? Is what's her face back? I just stopped drinking beer. It makes me angry. Yeah. We can lay off the beer. That's fair. She's there? Okay. Is it her though? Is she the problem? You know what we can do? We can take a break from just people in general, and I'm hungry. Yeah. When you leave at we'll come back to this podcast, okay? When we're refreshed, and when we've laughed at a few things. When you leave at 12:30, I'll heat up food, so I don't feel like driving back. Oh, you're just gonna eat oatmeal? Okay. Well, I'll still put on more entertaining things, because we literally it makes me feel sick. Driving back makes you feel sick? Or oatmeal. I already had oatmeal, and I only brought sugar things. Oh. Maybe you should go get is there like a close fast food place? Maybe you should go get a burger or something. Go get a hamburger. Give me one too. No, it's still driving and too expensive. I do agree it's too expensive. I want to leave early, honestly. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. We can make up the hours tomorrow, I guess. Anyway, funny stuff. Okay, I'm going.
One more, chat. Look at the rotisserie chicken one. Chat, please. I gotta do the rotisserie chicken one. Look, I gotta do one more. I gotta do rotisserie chicken. Look at the rotisserie chicken, dude. I got to. Everybody eats rotisserie chicken. If you
I will not be making up any hours. I'm going in 7:30 to 12 tomorrow. And whatever minute can I have
ever
with
wanted
you?
to feel bad for nature, go eat you a rotisserie chicken and realize that an entire sentient being died for only your consumption. Anybody in here ever ate a whole rotisserie chicken by yourself? A whole living being died just for you. You're a disgusting person. You're horrible.
We've all indulged in those ready-made meals
What a great thought to have, Queso.
at the supermarket. Even
Where is something like this at? I have never in my life seen this. Where do you get this?
we've all indulged in those ready-made meals at the supermarket. Even
Where can you get this? Costco? You're kidding. Do they got them at Sam's? I've been to Sam's. I ain't never been in a Costco. I've been in a Sam's a whole bunch. I ain't never seen this. Dude,
though they're usually not the kindest to our wallets.
what's this video about? Oh, yeah.
Sir, is there a problem?
I'm just making sure no one ever has to eat this.
But there is one supermarket staple that continues
okay.
to satisfy both our hankerings and our bank accounts. The rotisserie chicken. These slow-cooked supermarket saviors have been a favorite for
That's a
frugal
whole bunch of, oh, dude, that's a whole family.
Chicken.
That's a whole, dead, individual gone. They was all living creatures and they dead now.
These
All
slow-cooked
of 'em
supermarket
go.
saviors have been a favorite for frugal customers frantically seeking a scrumptious meal. But how are they so affordable? Is there some dark secret behind these tasty birds?
Are you vegan? Yes, I am.
Well, today we're finding out how rotisserie chickens are so cheap to hear
How
about.
many animals
Okay?
die per week for you? There was one point that there was at least 5 chickens having their life ended only because of me every single week. Because for a long time there, I was eating a rotisserie chicken for lunch at work every day. No joke, I would go into Walmart, I would get me a rotisserie chicken. There was 5 whole chickens that was living and breathing, dying because I wanted something to eat. I'm a disgusting person.
Time to go for a spin. In medieval times, the period, not the restaurant, European citizens ditched the handheld sticks of their primitive forebears in favor of more sophisticated devices. Using hand-cranked levers,
Y'all are so wrong for this.
medieval cooks spun various meats from above a fire or coal-lit hearth until the food was adequately appetizing. Beef,
Man,
pork,
you
and roasted
killing
duck
them
were popular
dogs.
choices among medieval
Look at that
families.
dog.
But there was one protein in particular that always seemed to satisfy the lords and ladies of their time, even though Chick-fil-A was a long time coming. In fact, one legend asserts that King Richard the Lionheart got himself into hot water over a rotisserie chicken. According to the story, he was rumored to have ducked into a local dinery for roasted chicken behind enemy lines. The king's enemies, lured by the luxurious odors of fire-cooked fowl, seized the Lionheart at once and arrested him. Worth it. Unlike the French fry, the term rotisserie has its origins in France. The French word rôtir, or to roast,
That means rotated, by the way, in case you didn't know.
was expanded to rôtisserie,
Wait, never mind, I'm wrong.
meaning a restaurant or shop that sells cooked meat. Eventually, Parisian shops began selling skewered and fire-spun birds to the public. And by the late 1400s, rotisserie chicken had become a cultural mainstay.
Dude,
in
that's
fact,
so...
the most famous emperor in French history was a die-hard rotisserie fan. Prior to his unceremonious exile, Napoleon was said to be incredibly fond of spit-fired poultry. Such an aficionado was Napoleon that when he journeyed to the
That's that dude that said, I'll be home in 3 days, don't wash.
Egyptian capital, he was said to have toted 3 roast chickens along with him. By the 1950s, roasted chicken consumption was gaining traction across the globe. Due to ever-evolving farming techniques, chickens ready for culling were
I'm
no
going
longer
vegetarian. I can't do it. I'm going vegetarian. It's so messed up. Dude, that's a chicken leg on a plate.
relegated to the oldest hens in the hutch. But for one Peruvian farm, roasting young chickens was a necessity. Struggling to make ends meet, a Swiss expat named Roger Schuler decided to try out a new recipe.
No!
Charging just 5 soles for an all-you-can-eat cold-cooked chicken feast,
Oh, no!
Schuler's farm became a hotspot for diners in the capital of Peru. Around the same time, some 6,000 miles away, a former World War II Navy officer by the name of Ernest Morgado was making his own steak on roast chicken, hawking his teriyaki rotisserie steak.
Golly. Chad, is this not kind of crazy? Chad, is this not kind of crazy? I'm about to pass out. Hold up. Yo, is this not kind of crazy to y'all? No, you're making it weird, though. Dude, this is weird.
You're making
Bro,
it weird.
imagine being a live chicken and you come around this corner right here, but you have the thought process to know what's going on, and you look over this, and you see about 50 of your own kind getting rotisserized. This is horrible! Chad, they out here killing animals, and they spinning them in circles over a fire! I'm going vegan!
And at fundraisers all across Hawaii,
Insane!
hawking his
Okay, well, I can't watch. I'm too hungry, but I'll listen. Oh, shit. I didn't even think about that. Okay, I'll find something, I'll find something else. I'm so sorry. I like how you're like, oh, I'm starving. And I'm just like, oh, how would you feel about watching rotisserie chickens? It was a recommended. Okay.
I can actually cry! I can
I'm so
actually
sorry.
cry!
That was very
I
insensitive
will
of me.
never fall back down to that place again! I was legitimately What's all that noise? Yeah, I've been there. Yep, been there. Yo, I'm telling you, bro. Yo, I'm telling you. Like I said, my tombstone's gonna wind up being a Lego brick, bro. Did I skip this? Should have skipped it.
Oh, that's a horrible
I wonder
sound.
why my power went out. Easy! One more! Case Daily Cringe Time? Uh-oh. No. 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 Oh. No. No. Mm-mm. Weird Things Cases Said Part 2. Stooky time again already?
Let's do it.
How did y'all find it? Y'all are some nerds, dude. Oh Oh my goodness, this is it. I think. Dog. Who was here when this happened?
Auf!
6.
Stein die Hand. Auf!
Watch. 6. Watch.
Stein die Hand. Good side.
Watch.
Let us
Watch. Dude! 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 Didn't I hit another one that was even more clean than that? I could have sworn at one point I hit like a overhead one that was even cleaner than that. That is insane, dude! Dude, that is so crazy! I fell off. Oh my goodness, I fell off so bad. Bro, I fell off, dude. And it was a headshot straight to the dome ski. But let's not take away from what just happened. Let's not take away from what just happened right here. That is insanely clean. That was the cleanest. Tell me this is not going to happen again. Tell me. That is, chat, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. It just is.
You prefer. I know you playing games. I know it's how it works. First girl that I love, first girl that I hurt.
Bro. Nah.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Okay, these aren't as funny as the ones we watched yesterday. Angela Rose?
This librarian has been fired for an insane
Have
TikTok
you been
video,
watching this
as
chick?
has this nurse, and everybody
She's
is
popped up
calling for
twice.
this man to lose his medical license. There are too many examples like this coming up in this video, so make sure that you are subscribed. Let's see what this librarian had to say.
People going, you can't say that. You can. You can. I did. People.
So her post says, surely a sniper with a terminal illness can't be a big ask out of 343 million people. What happens when you call for somebody to assassinate the president? Well, people find out where you work, and then not only do you get fired, but you also get arrested. That is right. She is being charged with 1 count of terroristic threats. Was it worth the likes on TikTok? Do you guys remember this nurse and what she had to say about Caroline Levitt?
As a labor and delivery nurse, it gives me great joy to wish Caroline Levitt a 4th-degree tear. I hope that you fucking rip from
No, I don't watch women. You're right.
Okay, so what?
I should have answered my own question afterwards. Okay. She seems just like another cultural commentator with the same reasonable opinions that should not be spoken aloud. They should be known.
Today we got best employee meltdowns of all time. It started out as a regular shift until a customer ended up saying the wrong thing, and now the employee just had a full-blown meltdown in front of everybody. And lucky for us, it was caught on camera. Yep. Make sure to drop a like and subscribe, and let's see how treacherous these waters get.
I physically can't do anymore.
Oh.
Do you understand that?
Employees in the service industry have to deal with some of the worst people our society has to offer, sometimes on a regular basis. And every once in a while, they're pushed so far that they're willing to throw it all away to make a point. These are some of the craziest instances of employees revolting against customer freakouts of all time.
Okay, you know what, guys? We're done. We're done.
Oh,
This
she
angry
quit
customer
mid-shit.
faces an absolutely incredulous manager at the drive-thru after he claims his pizza gave him meningitis. But I think he just put too much garlic butter on it.
Yeah, I agree too. You not contracting meningitis from pizza like that. These are not real case. You just made that up.
Staphylococcus meningitis. He got staphylococcus from all of this garlic butter.
That's not what I said.
You can keep your napkin though. I'll give you your money back. You don't have to record me. I know what I said. I didn't call you and say I got food poisoning.
No, it's just I came in here to. Am I allowed? Can I say?
It's all gone and you've got garlic butter all over it. No wonder you got sick.
Oh, gone. Can I? Am I allowed to talk or?
Wait, you just talked before you turned your camera on though, right? Right, Mister? I got food poisoning.
No, I said about three. I said about 3 words before you started yelling at me.
We not worried about no yelling though. It's like if you felt that bad about getting meningitis from some garlic pizza from what is this, Little Caesars, I'm going to the hospital. I'm not going back to the establishment. I remember I had like some like honey garlic chicken or something and threw up. I was like 12. You thought I was gonna go back to the buffet? No, my mom took me to the, and then we got it situated. Some of it, like, y'all too grown to be worried about feelings when you're trying to get to a center of an issue. I'm not gonna lie on this. So yeah, I can see her being a little upset.
Yeah.
Even your pizza knows you're a liar.
You need to work on your customer service.
You need to work on your
come to my store.
I am not a liar.
You said you got staphylococcus meningitis
I
from
said-
garlic butter. That is a lie.
What is staphylococcus? That sound foreign. Staphylococcal meningitis is a rare, serious infection of the brain and spinal cord lining, and he got that over pizza, over some honey glazed pepperoni shit. You know how the pizza get, y'all. Come on.
I am not a liar.
You said you got staphylococcus meningitis
I
from
said-
garlic butter. That is a lie.
You guys work for this?
Am I supposed to ask his just because you bought a $7.99?
No!
Okay, I'm refunding you. Drop it. Thank you.
No, you called me a moron.
We don't care. It's like, huh? You kind of are. Because why are you up here instead of the hospital if you feel like you got meningitis? Come on.
Hey, so of course if the order got messed up, don't come in here with no attitude.
Okay. Let me go.
Why is he behind the counter?
Money back if you want the bitch. I don't give a post the shit on Facebook, you bitch.
It's going on everything.
I don't give a
Just so you know.
and I don't give a
Hashtag Mount Pleasant Taco Bell.
Follow me. My name is Ashley Renee Ford. Make sure you
Ashley,
tag me
go.
when
Shout
you
out.
post it.
Go.
Tag me when you post
Ashley,
it.
go.
Shout out. Did he just push her?
Tag me when you post it.
I will be talking to the carrier. I will be looking the best I can, but I physically can't do any more. Do you understand that? Yes, I am angry.
Okay.
I have had it. I have had weeks of this. And I am trying to get things right.
Should be sure. You don't need to act that way.
Oh, no, I
You
guess I
don't
do.
look
That's terrible. You know what? I've had it.
You're going online because I just recorded it. Touch my phone.
She grabbed that.
Fucking
She
demon.
grabbed that. She grabbed that little Samsung Galaxy. I don't even know what phone she got. Let me chill, cause I know how y'all get on this internet. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. She leaped. Those the types of women that I'm not gonna come around, cause I'm not gonna lie. I feel like she just might crash out on anybody. It don't matter who you are. It don't matter who you are. That lady right there would be the one to just get on that with everybody. I feel like. I'm not gonna lie.
Go ahead. Record everything. Because I don't care.
That behavior was absolutely
fine. Good.
Why don't
Wonderful.
Why don't you quit if you are so frustrated here? It's
I
not
would
my
love
fault.
to,
No,
but
it's
right
like,
now,
I know where the term going postal means. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Just you at the post office?
Go ahead.
This one happened just a few days ago. A woman was caught on film berating these employees with such nasty insults and self-entitlement that they finally had enough.
It's on the wall between L'Oreal and Milan. It's not there. I need you to come out of there and come here. I cannot come out. You're not speaking for her. Neither are you.
Did I say anything?
You are not a minority. You are not a minority.
I am not a minority.
No, you're a fat and cow like the rest of them.
And you're a bitch.
have your kind for lunch.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Did she just say you're kind? Hold on, because I'm not even messy. I'm not even, I don't play soccer. I'm like kind of in this.
Now, can you show me where that
No, I'm not. I'm not.
How come?
Can't you being a rude Karen in Ulta at the
She's the same size as I am. You're insulting size.
I don't care what you're saying, ma'am. Get the hell out of my face.
Make a problem, please.
Okay, I will.
You have a problem with me being here?
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead. Call police. Fill out a complaint. What's the complaint? What's the complaint? You're the same size as I am. Their size is assault to you on your size. Do you understand that? So now when the police...
She being sizes to me. Why she trying to compare sizes? Cause is she trying to size them up so she could try and beat them up or something? Cause I don't want to get sized up. I feel like she sizes.
You show up and you're complaining about you can't do anything and you can't help a paying employee or a customer or someone. Revlon, where's the name of it?
Please don't go with her. Please don't go. Come on, it's okay. There's no reason to make that big of a scene.
Right.
Revlon is very cute.
I do hair for a living, so I deal with all kinds of domestic violence bullshit.
Revlon is very cute.
Domestic?
Thank you. You see that color right there? What is it?
I don't know. That's not my question to ask.
What color is this?
I don't need that.
Why was she raised like this? It's like, what is she trying to prove? Just trying to be the center of attention to get her point across.
Can't tell me what color that is. You guys are all fired. Your headquarters is in Texas, by the way.
Okay.
You have another one in New York.
Thank you.
Do you understand what being fired means for assault?
Assault? But you just did on her.
Honey, you're twice the size of me.
Yeah,
That's assault.
I'm quite tall.
I can come in here and purchase items if I'd like to.
But you're not. So
really?
what are you doing?
I have all the receipts since I've been here in this jurisdiction. What do you have?
It's
a
okay.
paycheck?
Thank you.
Well, yes.
Thank you for coming.
Well, I have the receipts for being here on business, that of which you know nothing about, obviously, when I came to ask questions about products in this store.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Like, y'all don't just be trying to go home after y'all have had a fulfilled day. Bro, I be tired as hell. I just be tired, bro. Who has the time to go to Ulta and turn them up on a Wednesday evening? It's like, it just be too much, bro. This ain't it. No way. This has to be this. I'm assuming this is in New Orleans because I think they have the Mardi Gras beads on. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Cause like, where else? They gotta be like drunk or something. But that's still so disrespectful, bro.
Get out! What the hell, bro? You gotta chill out, bro. You can't go back there like that. It wasn't me. I don't care. You got my face. What? What did you do? What did I do? Are you kidding? You just assaulted him, bro. Are you kidding? But you cannot go back there like that. My friend was back there. No. Dude. Bro, you chill out, bro. You cannot go back there like that. No, you just assaulted a I don't give a
Damn, they made him that mad. He done punched a cement. What? Hold on, a brick wall.
How come? I know that.
That's crazy. No, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'm assuming they like went in the back or something. I don't know if they were trying to film a prank or whatever. Cause like he started filming relatively abruptly. Like it just happened and then he got kicked out.
What did I do?
Like what are they doing?
Dude, stop saying that. What do you mean? What do you get out of that? Hey, never mind, chill. What do you get out of that? Chill. You have nothing else. You have no personality. That's just what. Chill.
Yeah, that is true.
I said chill.
That is true, bro.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. If you're a teenager and like your idea of fun is like, and I mean blatantly, because like I've done stuff as a kid too, bro. Like, I remember I went to Walmart and, like, jumped in the ball pit. Like, being weird, I get. Partially annoying, I get. Like, to where you might have a few people be like, hey, knock it off. Like, you should know better. It happens. It actually happens. But if you literally just have a group of friends where y'all are just always going out of the way to do the weirdest shit, bro, I'm not gonna lie. I can't do that, bro. Like, no, bro. There's, like, no fulfillment from it. It's, like, it's never funny. I never understood why people do that.
This man had been coming into the store day after day to help himself to the soda and ice machine, and one of these employees who had watched this happen so many times was clearly fed up with all his stealing.
Oh. Hey, yo, get out of here. You go ahead and call the cops. Call the cops. You put your hands on. Call the cops. I didn't even touch it. Yes, you did. I'm touching the cops. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Call the cops. You come here every day. I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to. Come here every day. Call the cops.
You're not allowed to go in there and steal, my guy. It's unfortunate that you're going through what you're going through, but you in somebody else's store. So if you get arrested, GG's, because, like, clearly it's just not legal. That's crazy. Just ice all over the place, dude.
Already on it, my guy. Yeah. Already on it, my guy. He's recording you. He's recording you. You come in here every day and do the same shit. You come in here every day and do the same thing. You come in here and get ice. Yes, I have a guy in here who is very aggressive. 2 females.
Wow.
He is coming out. He has a push bag. Army fatigue.
Where this at?
Go ahead. I got you all right here. Don't come to our KFC getting a attitude. Oh, it's all. I just called. Oh, it's all on.
Oh.
It's going to the owner.
I saw that from a mile away. That's sick. Hold on, I gotta rewind it, y'all. Yo, bro, where did this lady come from? Like, what be going on, bro?
To the owner.
I don't care, bitch. I don't care at all. Not one bit. Go ahead, keep recording. Don't move there.
Oh man.
Yeah, you just can't go past that. Like, how did that get resolved? Like, that's crazy.
Hey, y'all, I'm finna beat this man ass because he got me up. Hold on, Miss Jamie. I'm finna clock the out. No, you're not. You stay, Tristan. I'm not the one for none of that shit. Tristan, go all the way up. Go, Tristan. You don't know shit about me. You talking about Alabama? I'm gonna show you real Alabama shit. Go. Just take a breather. Stay in the store. Do not go out there. You hear me?
I don't know. I don't know if there were some racial issues behind that argument, but hey, he looked like he was getting ready to go off.
This employee filmed himself revolting not against a customer, but his fellow employee, who sounds like she's a little confused about the scope of her powers as a desk attendant. Clearly, the tension between these two has been building for some time.
You can leave the f***ing desk.
No, I can't.
Yes, you can.
I'm not
If someone
supposed. I'm
asks
not
you
even supposed to leave
You can
for
do
towels.
something. You can do something. You
I'm
can
not
do
supposed
something.
to leave.
You're not doing nothing. You're not doing nothing.
Fine,
I gotta
get
do
trained
my.
on
I gotta
front
do my
desk.
job. I gotta do my job. My job is to make sure everything is done.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I'm doing.
And take my request that I can't do.
No. It's not taking your because you're not no manager. I keep telling you that.
Yes, I
You're
am.
not a manager. No, you're not.
I am the manager on duty when
You're
no one
not
else is
no
here.
manager on duty. There's no manager on duty. Only manager that come here is from 7 to 3. So what are you
So
talking about?
after them, I become manager.
No, you're not a manager.
Yes, I
You're
am.
a receptionist who take check in and check out. That's it.
Ooh,
That's all
damn.
you do.
So ask
If you
Andrea
want to
then.
do something,
Ask Jamie.
Listen, if you want to do something, get up and do it. I'm doing my job. I have a job to do too.
Okay, then leave.
I have a job to do
If you
I
have a
to do,
different
too.
job to
I'll
do,
leave
then
when
leave.
it's 10. When it's 11 o'clock. That's when I
Okay.
leave.
Yeah.
Hold on. This is what I'm picking up, you guys, right? And let me know if I'm wrong, because this is the internet. So does she have like a position and then is like overworking past that position's limitations? Like, you know how somebody just has a job and then they overachieve in that job to where they start doing shit that don't got anything to do with their job description. And so I'm assuming in this case, she's like making him or assuming he's gonna do extra work for her, when it's like, no, if you need to do that work, just get up and do it. Why are you telling me to do it as if you're the manager, but she's not the manager? See, like, Cause I knew, like, no, bro. Yeah, I would've, low-key would've been upset too. You not gonna tell me what to do? We are all at the same workspace, bitch. When I need to clock out, I am going home. You think I'm gonna do work for you? Oh, this is actually funny.
That's
You
when I
don't
leave
tell me when
too.
to leave. You don't tell me when to leave.
But you leave whenever
You're
you want
not
to
a
anyway.
manager. You're not a manager.
You leave whenever you want to
You're
anyway.
not a manager. Do you understand? Get that through your head.
No, because I have
Get
been
that
told
through
I
your
am
head.
manager on duty.
Who told you that?
Jamie!
Jamie told you that?
Yes.
Jamie did not tell you that.
Jamie lied.
Jamie,
And everybody else.
No, they did not
When
tell
they
you that.
leave, I am
No,
manager.
They said you're in charge to take care, make sure everything is okay.
In
during the
charge
day.
means manager.
No, you're not no manager. You're in charge to make sure check-ins and check-out it goes right. You're not no manager.
Okay.
You're not no manager.
Okay.
So take care of what you got to take care out here and stop.
It's kind of sad because it's like, do she want to be a manager that bad? If I'm gonna be a manager, I need my pay to increase or something. We need to figure something out. If you're just doing the work,
Nah,
because someone said,
you want
"Ooh,
that power.
You're like a little manager around here."
Stop trying to act like you know everything because you don't know everything.
No, I don't, and
No,
I
you
never
don't.
said that
No,
I
you
do.
don't. You call me on the radio for bullshit to plugging people a
Because
TV.
that's what you're
You go do
supposed
it.
to do.
No, I don't. You go do it. You go do it. Stop being lazy.
I'm not lazy.
Stop
I can't
being
leave the
lazy.
damn desk.
Stop being lazy. Stop being lazy. You can't leave the desk.
No, I can't.
You don't leave the desk when you go sit your ass down there right there? What are you doing? Leaving the desk, right? What are you doing?
No, I'm not, because I'm right
You're
here.
sitting right there. What are you doing?
Eating or doing something that
You're
I am
in the
bodily
lobby.
function.
What is that? What is that over there?
Being in the lobby, that is being at the desk.
No, that's not being at the desk. You sound stupid. You sound stupid right now. If
Are
you're
you
sitting over
recording
there, you're not
Or are you
at the
recording
fucking
voice?
desk. If you're sitting over there, you're not at the desk.
Okay, but what am I doing when I'm there?
You're
I'm
over there
eating.
having a good conversation, talking with your girlfriends and boyfriends and cousins and them. That's what you're doing.
You don't know.
While I'm cleaning. While I'm cleaning and I'm doing
Okay,
my
and
job.
You're not here to get all of the bullshit that I get.
Listen, at the end of the day, do your job. Get up
I have
and
been
do
doing my
something.
job.
Get up and do something.
Well,
I'm not
do
gonna
your
keep
job
going back.
more. That's, I think, what he's trying to say. Just do more of that job you so desperately want to do. Like, if you want to overachieve in your section of workspace and do all these tasks, get up and do them. Exactly like he just said. I wish somebody would be in the same working pay grade as me, assuming that they have a higher up position, and you gonna call me out of my workspace to assume I'm gonna do some shit for you? No. Hopefully you guys understand that, because like this is what I'm getting out of this, and there's no shot. Like, again, I will actually lose it. How are you gonna tell me what to? No, I'm going home.
If you want to be a man, you know what men do?
I'm done with this
You know what men
conversation.
do? You know what men do? You know what men do? Men handle responsibilities.
I'm done with this conversation.
So shut up talking to me.
This next video was heralded by the New York Times as the slap heard around the world. I'm kidding, of course, but this is pretty crazy.
Give me my money so I can get the out of here.
So get out and I'll bring you your money.
No, I want it now.
I'm not giving you anything the way you're at. I can assure you.
I'll call the cops on you then. I swear to God, you stupid fucking.
Slap and run. I miss you too. I'm sorry you're not feeling good. I really am. I wish I could make it better for you. I wish I had a working vehicle. I would bring you food right now. I would bring you meat, food, and meat. If you know what I mean.
Unfortunately, I cannot lie. I don't have anything to say. I was not. Oh my goodness! Just across the entire cheek. I'm not gonna lie. This lady right here, y'all. This lady right here behind the register. Shout out to her. She held her demeanor down so much just now. Bro, there's no way. Oh, that was so no way, bro. Like, I know people are unhinged, but this is a level of no.
God, you stupid fucking.
walks away. Like this the type of it, like, and I don't even like fighting nobody. I'm not really violent. There's nothing I'm gonna get out of going out of my way to harm someone, even though I know I have the ability to. This is one of those situations where it's like the closest trigger point. Like, I feel like I'm someone who can definitely hold my own. The second someone physically puts their hands on you, that to me is already the ammunition you need. But even for her to not just snap, I have to give her credit, you guys. I have to. That is batshit crazy, dude. I'm never letting nobody put their nasty grizzly bear fingers on my shit. No, I'm crashing out. Definitely, yes. Like, bro. Look at her, now she ain't got no food. That's pathetic, bro. Somebody said second time.
I'm about to go to jail. Literally. I'm finna go to jail. Some girl keep on recording me on this phone.
Because you're the worker saying you're about to go to jail. For what? You're gonna assault me? You're gonna assault me? This is why I'm recording. This is why I'm recording. You're saying you're gonna assault me. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
This revolting Dollar Tree manager in Portland threw it all away after a customer in line told her to shut her mouth, which is incredibly rude, and we can understand why that would upset her, but the other customers caught in the crossfire were none too happy.
Oh. You guys want me to. I don't understand. Yeah, but she's telling me to shut my mouth. Okay. I said, yeah, well, you want me to ring you up, that's fine, but you're gonna have to hear my voice. Yeah, otherwise you can go to another register.
You don't need to talk to her like that. That's actually crazy.
Go ahead.
I'm
doing everything I can.
But like,
when somebody tells me to shut my mouth and ring them up, I'm not gonna be okay with that.
but how you're talking to an elder? Like, one thing is us, but don't do that.
Where do I draw the line with people talking to me like that?
Okay, but here's, okay. This is when I play devil's advocate and get weird because it's my channel. You can't tell me nothing. This is my second channel. Make sure to subscribe, you guys. Shout out to the second channel. So listen, when it comes to elderly, it's dropped. Brother, they only have so much time left. Let them have it. That's literally the only thing I could say to defend it. They only have so much. Let them just have it, bro. I'm telling you. When you get past, like, I want to say, like, what, 70 plus? I think that's a good age, 70 plus. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with, are you crazy? I don't even care if they are so in the wrong. It is ridiculous. They are within a bracket of life where, again, I personally am not going to feel, it just has nothing to do with me, bro. You have your own individual life. They have their own individual life. And they're kind of at the stretch. You letting the old lady make you feel bad because she said shut up, you probably did something. I'm not gonna lie. At first, I was kind of confused because the angle, I'm trying to see which customer and which person was the, but okay, so that I think that white lady is the,
but don't talk.
Yeah, she's literally behind the counter. That's crazy. And she is, like, I'm assuming she's just like really upset over that. Like, granted, yeah, I wouldn't want nobody saying shut up to me, duh, but you're that upset and it's an old lady? It's like, I don't know. I just, it wouldn't, like, I personally would not lose sleep over that. It was just.
Don't do that.
Where do I draw the line with people talking to me like that?
You doing too much.
You're just stealing shit in here. That's the second time you've been in here stealing shit. So get out. Go ahead. Okay, you know what, guys? We're done. We're done. Everybody stop. We're done.
Like, what is happening?
She's stressed out. We don't have enough help. So I'm the manager. I have to lock the doors when I walk out.
Okay, let's take our stuff, put it in the cart.
Do you understand where I'm coming from?
It's out of pocket.
Again, I get it. I get her. She has every right to be.
Wait, what did you say? People talking to me? I said, I love you and I miss you. And I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I wish I could fix it. I feel bad that the truck isn't working because I would bring you meat. And then I also said I would bring you other meats. And I left that hanging. That's what I said.
be upset. If somebody told me to shut up, I'd feel like, what do you mean? But knowing who said shut up, that's where, again, it's, to me personally, it's just whatever, bro. Like, this old lady, okay, like, she gonna leave, bro. There's no way. This is what tipped it over the edge. I mean, who knows, but for it to be this from this lady is a lot, I would say, but you don't know what she was stressed out about, so I guess, bro.
Right? You don't want to hear my voice, then don't come to my register.
Give her a break. She's obviously upset. It's not a normal day.
Can I go ahead and pay?
I have to do it, but I've been here since 10. I've had a 5-minute break.
I think I'm gonna leave
These
early.
bar gig musicians should have read the rules before launching into their very unpleasant screamo performance, which draws the rage of the bar's owner and ultimately ruins the night for everyone.
Nobody's gonna holler at my microphone. I'm sorry. You know, no. It blows my speakers out. Laugh. It's funny. Laugh. It's funny.
What do you want to do tonight?
All right. Good night, everybody.
Not drink, that's for sure.
Yo.
There's no reason to do that. No reason to do that.
I'm stuck, Michael. I'm so sorry.
But you damaged my equipment.
Dude, when did you say there were rules?
What do you mean, common sense? You don't scream and you're a microphone.
I can see people that scream at their microphone.
It's time for me to go.
Clearly somebody ain't communicating, right? Like, if there was rules on what to do and what not to do in this small bar, sure. But also, like, yeah, I'm sure they were having fun as karaoke. They, like, yelling and, like, what is going on?
Yes, I get that. That makes sense. No drinking.
Dude,
Yeah, you don't give a shit.
Now everyone confused and just upset. Like,
It's funny. Everybody laugh. It's funny. It's funny. Everybody laugh. It's funny. Show you how much money I made in my tip jar. $13 for 5 hours. $13, and these guys think it's funny.
No, we get happy karaoke? Yes. And I was thinking, I was like, you want to know what? Since it's my birthday dinner, I'm getting General Tso's, right? I work tomorrow night, Friday night. It's a good question. I assumed Zach would have texted me if he got the approval this week. But let me ask just to make sure. You should just call out, say tomorrow you have the flu and it's a bad day, and it's bad today. You'd probably be better by Saturday, though. Just saying. Yeah, that's definitely an option. Big option.
I'm sure everybody just went their ass home. That would have did it. Because it's like,
All I texted him so far was, did my request for Friday off come off? No, today you have flu. Yeah. All I've texted him so far is, did I get the request off tomorrow? And if he says no, I'll be like, oh, well, I have a flu. He's going to know because I asked for the day off, and then suddenly I'm sick on the day off. But I'll phrase it like, you can tell management I have a flu or something like that. It's going to be a little shitty for him, but he'll figure it out.
Right here. Guys, slide. Come on, let's slide. Which one do? And let's slide. You can slide. Which one you want? Which one you want? Which one you want?
Who gonna slide?
Get up out of here. Get up out of here. Get up out of here. I will. You lead the way. Yeah, I'll show you. Because you want me to run your mouth. What do you mean? I'm human before I'm a manager or anything. Bitch, I'm a human being. I'm a human being. I'm a human being before anything, sweetheart. You tell me to body me. Thank you. Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye.
This hair salon employee fights with a completely out of control and
I think I called
really
out
a bit
one time.
unhinged customer who hates her haircut and wants a refund. Truly, we feel bad for her boyfriend. And if he's
Yeah, I
watching
know,
this,
right? I've been there so long now.
It's sitting on your
2
shoulder
years.
right now.
No, it's not.
Just because your neck is short, it's sitting on your shoulder.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
I told you how I wanted it. You
And that's how I cut it. And that's how I cut it.
Such a good worker.
Exactly. It's
Such a
Okay,
diligent
that's fine.
worker.
Shut the door, the air conditioning's on.
I'm not shutting the door.
Shut the door, the air conditioning's on.
I'm not.
The
I'm
police
waiting
are on
for
their way. Shut
Okay.
the door, the air conditioning's on.
Yell at me
Are you
again!
paying my bill?
I don't
Are
care!
you paying my bill?
girl, if you, unless, like, how are you outside of the door? I could see if this video started and she was in the restaurant, like, recording her upset, like, right after she got up from the chair, she noticed that and got upset. This is looking as though she like had some time to process it and came back just upset over the cut. But to be outside the, it's like, I feel like just some people aren't good at confrontation and they don't know how to go about handling real world issues. Like if something is a personal issue of yours, there are ways to go about it normally, right? Like it's one thing to be upset, but to blatantly try and like be over the top or rude or disrespectful towards people in their working service, trying to like give you that service being provided, and you just act like that. I don't know. It just gives nobody a reason to ever want to help you.
Are you paying the bill?
No!
Shut my door! Put your hands on me and you're going to jail today.
I don't care.
Put
Do you
your
think
hands
I'm
on
gonna
me.
put my f***ing hands on
Put
you?
your hands on
Take
me.
that out of my face
Put your
because I'm
hands on
literally
me.
going to f***ing punch you.
Put your hands on me.
No!
Stay in the car.
Put your hands on me.
No! Do you not see the way she's treating me? Do you see this? Do you see
Are
yours?
you serious?
It's f***ing ugly.
Sweetie, you need mental help. You really do.
I'm gonna beat the f*** out of her.
You need mental help.
Move her because I'm gonna
Too. I want to see the police take you out of here.
I don't.
And like at the end of the day, hair does grow back. Like y'all gotta understand, people get upset. I never be making it seem like no one is entitled to feel the way they feel. But it's like you still can't get upset if people feel weird because of how you're reacting off something that you could have just gone about a different way. Like, you know what I mean? You can't get mad at people over that. Like, bro, I just, that's one thing that forever makes me upset, because people will already gloss over it because of how they feel. Like, if they're inconvenienced and they're just upset, no logical things will ever make sense. Ever.
No, I'm not. I'm outside.
Then just stay right here for a quick second, please.
Then don't pay for your haircut.
I'm paying for.
Why? It looks ugly.
Like,
Why
bro,
it looks ugly.
She thinks it looks ugly. He didn't say nothing about it looking ugly. Maybe he don't care. Maybe he personally just don't care. Like, if I had a hair, there's been multiple times where I've asked or requested something specifically being done with my haircut, and it's like, like, dang, that kind of.
I guess it would suck because you wouldn't get the pay though. Meh, never mind. Need the money, so I guess not. Can you request off the February 13th Friday? That's 2 weeks. I have off that day. Yeah. February 13th. Cancel Walmart? Oh, did you cancel Walmart? Today is supposed to be the day. No, they'll have no excuse to cancel, or they'll have no excuse to not. Like they have to give me vacation. You can't you can't say I have so many vacation hours and then not give me my vacation. No, I should have put in my birthday a long time ago. It was my fault. Like I should do it at the beginning of every year. I should just do all the holidays we know that we're gonna want. Like we know we're gonna want my birthday weekend if it falls on a weekend. We know we're gonna want time around Christmas. I should just put them all in. Yeah, and it's a holiday weekend, so if someone else took off, that bitch. Oh, it's President's Day. Maybe they don't. That is true. But I talked to Doug, so I think when Zach was doing the schedule, he didn't want to have to move somebody around to work a night shift other than me and Diana. So he liked when we were able to just switch days, because it didn't fuck up his daytime people. But now that the management's handing the schedule, yo, she does not give a fuck. She will put Doug on night shifts if she has to. She does not care, apparently. Like, if you put in vacation, somebody's working that night shift, and it's not going to be Diana if she's already got her 40 hours. It's going to be somebody else, which normally is him, by the way. Yeah, so I do think I'll get the vacation approved, but we'll see. I'm getting a 4-day weekend. So what is the 16th? Monday? I don't work Monday. Do you want me to take off the 13th, Friday? You said February 16th, right? I don't work that day. Or do you want me to take off Sunday? Friday or Sunday?
I screwed it up or something got bad. I just still paid for it because it's like they still did their job.
I want you to take off that Friday.
They're
Okay,
still
so
going to grow
the
back. I'll
13th.
have another chance for them.
Okay, 13th.
Them to do it correctly. You just need to
you
be
did cancel
that
the Walmart
critical
thing, right?
of what you feel you want. Don't go in there and just be like, oh,
I'm sure you did.
you're
but-
the professional. Just figure it out. No, idiot. You're the one with, you have the request to get your hair cut. So you have to be that specific. If you can't be that specific, don't show your ass up to a haircut, barbershop or salon. Just don't go. Cut your hair at the house. It's like,
Out of my face. Slap me again and give me my card. You didn't slap me?
uh-oh.
It's on camera. I didn't slap you.
Give me my card and your ID. Give me my card and
Put
your
that
ID.
on YouTube, you fat bitch.
Oh.
Bitch. And I'm gonna play your recording from the phone earlier too.
Oh, you smacked me.
Oh, I didn't
Give me my
smack
shit
you.
back.
I didn't smack you. I didn't
Give me
smack
my
you, you
card.
fat bitch.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dead serious.
Oh.
This manager at the drive-thru window revolts after being flabbergasted by the way that these customers ordered their modifications to their food, which of course draws the ire.
No, I cancel it tomorrow. What if we need delivery tonight? True. Okay. It was just my calendar that today was the day that we needed to cancel it. I'm sure you can cancel it tonight at 11:30, and it would be fine. What else we got? You have alarm for it tomorrow? Nice.
What's going on, YouTube family? It's your boy Joey Blackout. Man, I'm so excited to be on here. I ain't gonna lie. It's been a long.
Bro, you're fucking done, dude.
Say you're done. You say you're done, bro.
You're done. Dude, you're fucking done. How you know I was at? Bro, I can do this all fucking day long, bro.
Dang, my guy. Got him. He said my president is Barack Obama.
Back up.
What you doing, bruh?
I just want you to know, you ain't get me. I got you. We're done.
Oh.
I'm hot.
He gave up, or you gotta get him again?
Just stings. My safe word is pineapple juice.
What?
Put your hands behind your back.
So my safe
Palms
word is
up. Put your hands
pineapple
behind your back,
juice.
both hands. It's warm.
My safe word
Stay
is
just like
pineapple
that.
juice.
Cross your ankles. Ooh. Cross your ankles. You gonna take pictures? Stay just like that. You understand me?
You can take pictures.
Bring your ankles up to your butt. Swap man, what's my safe word? Bring your ankles up to your butt. That's how far I go. You think I'm in Pilates? Stay just like that.
This was a real interaction. This human is real. I loved this so much when it came out. Swap man, what's my safe word?
So the other day, the Senate Judiciary Democrats decided that they were going to put out a very misleading post about an 8-year-old girl who passed away in Border Patrol custody with the claim that we need reform to our detention system right now because, oh my God, you can't believe what the immigration enforcement did. They detained this girl, denied her medical care, and she ultimately ended up passing away. Now, of course, a bunch of left-wing accounts immediately globbed onto this story, and by globbed onto this story, I mean didn't do any research at all whatsoever into this story and started making baseless, absurd assumptions like Mike Figueredo of the Humanist Report, who tweeted the following: "They effing killed this little girl, they denied medical care to her and killed her, abolish ICE and lock every guard in that concentration camp up in a cell under the effing prison." Now, while what happened to Anadith Dene Reyes Alvarez in that particular facility was absolutely tragic, warning signs were definitely overlooked, and in fact, the contractor and of course the government agency CBP actually admitted at the time that they were at fault in that particular instance, and obviously the family is likely to receive a settlement. The fact is, this has nothing to do with ICE at all whatsoever, and in reality, this case happened in 2023 under Biden, and these were not people who were detained for deportation. These were people committing asylum fraud that were detained while entering the United States of America, meaning that a bunch of these lefties that are angry about this, that are blaming the evil bad orange man, that are blaming immigration enforcement, are actually the ones responsible for this because they wanted the mass flood of people to defraud our asylum system to surge to the border, and what happened here appears to be an oversight based on the fact that they were overwhelmed, again, based on the policy that the very Democrats, including Kamala Harris, advocated for and were in charge of at the time that this incident occurred. So this is what we're going to talk about today: the actual tragedy of this particular case, what went down right here, and why these lefties all of a sudden are talking about this as a mechanism to abolish ICE. But before we get into
Okay, so this isn't a new story. This is an old story brought up. Oh, no way.
Oh my God, it's a Zoom meeting? I hate Zoom meetings. Oh my God.
You're smiling.
I just want to say that my heart is broken for you guys. You guys have lost a boss. And, you know, of course, I lost my husband as well.
Lock in, Erica.
But look, we're going to do whatever we have to do. Right now, Charlie's in heaven. And, you know, the grind never stops. You know, it's never going to end. He wanted this to be, you know, a conglomerate. And that's exactly what we're going to do.
We have so much to do, which is exciting. Charlie in heaven is like, you guys thought you had a busy schedule then, just you wait. And he's doing some awesome things with Jesus in heaven right now, but there's so much work to be done. I mean, since his assassination, we have 100,000 chapter requests. We have 300,000 new donors. That is a blessing in itself. Again, not normal. Oh God. I think we have 50,000 plus hat orders to fulfill. I mean, I'm saying these numbers because it puts into perspective that we're not just sitting and thinking and looking at the wall being like, what do we do? Like that, there is so much to do. You have over 20,000 AmFest registrations.
There's a lot happening there, and none of it is what I would be expecting to happen there. So basically what the employees said to me was that they got onto this call and everyone's exhausted, everyone's been working, they pull off this massive memorial. And then there's kind of this approach where it's like, well, if you guys need paid time off, like Charlie's in heaven dancing, wanting you to work harder. He's just up there like, you better work, but you can use the paid time off that you have earned, by the way, if you need to grieve more. But imagine you're the employee, you're like, okay, well, this is his wife saying this. So am I weird? Would I be like, I would be pretty weird if I needed to take time off and his wife is saying she's full steam ahead. That's the mentality that they had. Like, how are we supposed, like, are we weird for wanting to grieve? Is that not the vibe? How can we take paid time off when Erica, his wife, is saying full steam ahead? It's very strange. It is even kind of using this idea of Charlie being in heaven, looking down, and the laughter. I don't know. I feel like the rest of you. I feel uncomfortable.
No, nobody has been going in on Erica Kirk like Candace Owens, and her live stream popped up on my For You page yesterday, and I don't follow Candace Owens, so I'm like, what the hell is going on? What's going on? I saw that she had like 110,000 people live. I'm like, damn, people like Candace Owens like that? I didn't know she had that much motion. So I clicked it, okay? And I only watched the first 25 minutes because it was about Erica Kirk. And this shit was hilarious. Now, as young men or younger men, we'd always have this discussion, you know, would you lay your life down for your woman if you had to? And most of us would say yes. But the older I've gotten, my answer is still yes, depending on the circumstance. But I'd be so angry. I'd be so angry if I had to do that. I wouldn't be resting in peace. They'll put it like that. I'd be pissed that I was in that situation. Because it's shit like this, where it's like, in reality, when you die, man, you got like max 2 years. You got max 2 years before she's just, you know, Kobe Bryant, his wife already done moved on. Respect her, okay, she has to live her life. But it's like, damn, and you still got Kobe Bryant's last name? That's crazy. Erica Kirk seemed like she moved on immediately. No grieving whatsoever. This shit is weird. If I die before my wife, before my partner, yeah, like, I don't want you to be like, oh, strong woman, just even if that's how you are behind the scenes, like, just lie a little bit, man. Like, cry, bust 2 tears for me, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? I want you to, you know, come on, man. I'm dead. Is it too much to ask that you grieve? I'm never coming back. Just
this is rough.
Do a little meltdown online, you know. You can't do it. I just can't deal with it right now. I gotta let someone else take over while I grieve for a minute. Just give me some. But yeah, she ain't giving nothing. And Candace Owens realized this a while back, and again, she's just been going in.
Stunning to me that Erica chose not to bring a single member of her actual family with her to Utah. Something that I just sort of missed at the time. Just Turning Point family. Think about that. Charlie Kirk's mother, father, sister, they all raced to Utah to be with him at the hospital, which is to be expected. But Erica, no one in her immediate family joined her in her darkest hour. Not her mom, okay? We were told that she was sick. Dad also lives in Scottsdale. Sister, yes, she does have one. Cousins, friends from high school. After all, she grew up in Arizona, right? That's where she went to school. That's where she went to high school. Instead, she was joined by Stacey Sheridan, who was playing the part of her mother. Stacey, who is the head of fundraising for Turning Point USA. Don't forget, it was Stacey Sheridan who concerned herself with Turning Point raising money, who filmed Charlie in the Casket. It is Stacey Sheridan who traveled with Erica. She's the one who was holding Erica, holding her hand as Charlie's casket was coming off of Air Force Two. That was Stacey Sheridan standing next to her recording. Not her mother, not her dad, not Erica's sister. You just would think.
You guys let me know, because you'll know better than me. Turning Point USA, that's Charlie Kirk's platform. All this money is going to Charlie Kirk's family, right? Or is it like a charity or some sort of foundation? Or is all the money just going to the family? Let me know.
That's somebody that you would call somebody close to you that does not exist in a corporate structure to be by your side. That is my...
What is going on here? I'm not following. Okay, well, first of all, Peas World is a boy versus girl channel. Like he's one of the guys who's just like, it's a men versus female. Like he's a gender war guy. So him doing a crossover, watching Candace Owens about the the Charlie Kirk thing, is hilarious. I guess it's a weird crossover. That being said, this is one of the things that, like, I think Candace Owens is right about, is that oh, I know Peas World. I watch him all the time. Yeah. Yeah, so he's not like, we know that he's only political as far as boys versus girls is political. Yeah, he's based for the most part. I agree. And he has good, like, non-American style ways of explaining things, which I appreciate. Like, he says the things that the majority of the world understands and takes for granted, but he says them aloud to, like, reiterate to a new audience, which I appreciate. Anyway, the Erica Kirk thing, it is weird. It is weird, and I think Candace Owens is right about it. To what extent it's weird, I'm not sure. I think Erica might just be a sociopath. But the good kind, you know, like the kind that integrated into society, that like picked the lane. She could also be autistic, maybe. I'd like as autistic as you are, maybe a little bit less, or a little bit more. Sorry, a little bit less. Where she's beautiful. She's seems to be very chummy with people, but she has like weird off moments. Because I've seen a couple things of her that's just a little off. But anyway, most people write that off until something like this happens, and they're just like, "This is like abnormal." The bad word, yeah. Oh shit. The A word. So I think Candace is right about this, and I think it's she only has things that like her instincts to go off of. So she's the right person to say it.
Totally rational perspective looking backward. But it was Stacey Sheridan, who I've told you since day one. I personally warned Charlie about her. That is my personal opinion, that there is no rung into hell that Stacey Sheridan will not descend upon for $1. It's my experience with her. But this person was somehow crucial to coming and being beside Erica at all moments. Car rides, everything. If you go back and look, it is Stacey. You would think Stacey Sheridan was Erica's mother. You can even check out this clip, which is that her in a car. Stacey, just everywhere. On the phone, Stacey is there capturing every moment. Me, I needed my sister to fly in to be by my side. Husband, cousin. Erica needed the head of gifts and donations. I find that to be very strange. And I've checked with people at the hospital. No family was there. Now let's get back to September 16th, though, because I like to focus on that date. Because with Stacey in earshot, Erica is going to address the company for the first time. That's not a small task, by the way, okay? I'm going to let this play out for 5 minutes straight, and there is no context needed other than this is 5.5 days after her husband was publicly assassinated. And yes, in the background, that is Terrell Farnsworth, the guy who took down the cameras. Yeah, but we are going to see some grief. So I'm going to allow you guys to watch this for 5 minutes.
Had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those. And I want you all to remember those so deeply. I want you to journal about them. I want you to be able to tell your kids about them. I want you to put those in your heart as why you're still here with the Turning Point USA family, because that's what we want. And like I said to our small group after...
Listen. She just started speaking. Everyone deals with grief differently, right? That's totally fine. It's real. It's a fact. If I'm dead 5 days after, you should be... I'm sorry. You should be inconsolable.
I agree. You should be inconsolable.
I'm dead in a grave. You should be inconsolable. That's what I'm expecting, yes. I'm expecting you to not be able to function. This is 5 days. I'm expecting your mom to have to, your dad, your sister to have to deal with all this shit. She can't come. She's just in bed right now, just crying, just a bunch of things.
I expect you in bed, all the dogs in this room, all of them, all 7 of them, in this room, and you are just getting kisses. That's it. You're getting kisses and weird butt smells. That's it. Yeah. You should have had that finance lady take over and be like, hey, you take over until I'm ready. Yeah.
Issues, that's...
You download the Uber Eats
5
app.
days. I don't need
Uber
you
Eats,
running my
dog, bed,
company
everybody just
doing
in this room.
meetings. I don't need that, man. You guys let me know. I'm not being irrational. But it's because I don't want a strong independent woman. I don't want that nonsense. Yeah? When I'm dead, yeah, you should be down bad. Real down bad. Oh, he's
yeah.
What the fuck? You were never involved.
Complete joker. I expect complete joker.
You're just in the board 5 days after. No tears with your face red.
Whatever day that was, and I did the thing on TV. How many days are still rounded Friday? I told the team, I said, Turning Point USA will continue like my husband always wanted, and it'll be bigger than ever. And we're going to honor him by doing that. We're going to stay humble. We're going to work hard because that's what he would want. And we're going to just make it grow. And we're going to keep our eyes fixed on heaven. And, like even Stacey said, he's going to find ways to speak to us. And he's going to speak to you in different ways. Every person's going to be different, but you'll get little moments where you're like, okay, Charlie, I see you. It might be here on campus. It might be in quiet moments of the night, but he's here and he's more alive than ever. And he is, he's going to guide us. And we just have to remain humble. But again, what I told the team was,
So, I'm sorry. So, I've just died 5 days ago. So, talking about me and
He's
him.
almost smiling. I hate, right?
You talk about people losing their jobs, then you start worried. What the?
It
Hello?
seems like she's just happy that she inherited this business, which is...
No way.
Oh my god, you're not in public, Erica. This is so...
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm distraught. I'm distraught. I just, oh my god. What am I gonna do?
Oh, fuck. He did a whole video for this.
300?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Since that nigga died, we've had 500 trillion.
Oh my goodness.
Queen CEO.
Wow.
This is the best thing that could have ever happened to us.
I feel so blessed and honored.
This is sad for Charlie's legacy. Unironically, yuck, she's making more money than ever, so she's happy, yeah. And she's free. She's free of Charlie's, she got his business, but she's free of Charlie, I'm sure. I'm sure he was a human, you know? What was I gonna say? Maybe it's better for him to go out like this way. Never realized his wife kind of horrific. Yeah. Oh yeah, this totally tainted his legacy. Lots of people who were trying to like make him into a martyr essentially, really kind of quieted down about it when this kind of thing came out, when she was just like seeming so happy about him dying. It really put a damper on like the big wave that was happening around Charlie's death. I don't think people realize it yet, but when people will look back, they'll be like, "Oh, that's why they didn't take off." How'd they meet? She seems like she's been from some famous family, and it was arranged in a way. You're right. I should look into that and see how they their origin story. Because I didn't know much about her until this scandal.
Let me ask you guys.
Which is how I thought it would work with a traditional relationship. You wouldn't hear about the wife ever.
Husband, possibly their relationship could have been weird. Who knows? What about religious psychosis, though? What about religious psychosis? Hear me out. There are a few types of religious people, right? But you have religious people who, like, they believe. So they believe in the afterlife. They believe in heaven. They believe in Jesus, Allah, Vishnu, all them things there. They believe in those things. But then you have the people who know those things exist. They have some weird knowledge. Like, all of us are just left out. They know. Like, Jesus spoke to them. God spoke to them. They know for a fact. They don't believe it. They know it for a fact. That heaven is real and all this stuff is real. Okay? Those types of people, maybe they deal with death differently. Because if you know, not believe, you know for a fact your husband's in heaven. Yeah, you might be upset that you won't see him in this life again. But you got like, what, 50 more years? And you know he's in heaven having a good time. You know it. Not believe, you know it. He's in heaven having a good time with Jesus. It's lit up there. How upset are you really going to be? Heaven's better than earth, so he's in a better place. Like, how upset are you really going to be? It's just a thought. Let me know what you think about that.
I will fight like hell to make sure that all of you have a job here. I don't want anyone to think the job's in jeopardy, because your family, if you choose to leave, that's different. I never will, and I promise you, I will make sure that I never allow a point to where you have to leave because we cannot financially afford you. And that is a promise. I want our family to stay together the best it can. Obviously, circumstances, there's unforeseen things that might pop up here and there that we can't foresee in the future. But for right now, the way things are, I would like to remain if they are status quo. And I think that's the best thing to do. And everything else we can worry about later. But I just want to let you know that you guys are all very loved. I'm very proud of you. And Charlie would be, I think Charlie's just, I'm trying not to say that he's obviously celebrating in heaven amongst many things, but he's so proud of all of you. And he's so proud of all of you for keeping this mission alive. And he knows that you can do it. That's why you're hired. And he knows that you will be able to carry the torch. And he knows that you're going to do a great job. And you're going to be able to, even though days are going to be tough, honestly, the nights are the hardest. Mornings are pretty raw too. But once you're just what I've noticed.
That's too bad. It's giving lizard people for sure. What about the children? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have like 2 or 3 kids. I don't think we've seen much of them outside of. I think there was maybe one public appearance.
These past several days is if I didn't have the family, the Turning Point USA family with me, all of you, I would be a disaster. I mean, I would be in fetal position 24/7. But the fact that we have a continued mission to look forward to, and we have our family, it's everything. And some of you, this is your chosen family, and just rely and lean on each other. That's huge. Leaning on each other is huge because all of you were together prior to this and we'll be together after this. And everything, and I told Justin, it's going to be something where everything before September 10th, any email you were working on, any project you were working on, it's not that it's irrelevant now. It's just things have changed, obviously. And the mission has gotten deeper and the mission will grow deeper. But like, I just want all of you to know, we will be wise stewards. We will be,
I have to keep harping it back on this, man. The way she's talking, like it's been 6 months. You know, it's difficult, but I've got my family and we're getting through it, and the days are tough and it's hard. It's been 6 months. I still have my rough days, but you know, if I didn't have my family around me, it's been 5 days, brother. It's been 5 days, like Booker T. What's going on?
Vigilant. You will be humble. And I just want you to know that, again, I'm with you. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. And we're going to make sure that we honor my husband so well that this whole world knows what his vision was and will be. And it's just, I feel so blessed and honored.
Blessed and honored. That is crazy work as adjectives. I don't know. That's crazy work. That is like, I couldn't, blessed and honored to be the CEO and to be telling you guys that you're a family. And I want you to see this because we've spoken about this, the Moonies cult, and these people that are leaving are like, it was just like a cult. Like basically she's saying this, she's calling you a family. She promises them. That's why it's important you have to hold this to the fire. You're not a CEO. You promise these kids that if they are going to work harder, you're in this family, your jobs are safe. Actually, that's what makes her cry. Saying your jobs are, that's when she breaks, right? When she says, it's so important that your jobs are good. Like I feel emotionally attached to you guys working for me. And then you attach that to what we showed you of a young
Jordan Peterson's daughter is more emotional than this, talking about him just being sick. True. She's not even talking about him and what she loved about him. She's just talking about the business and all the followers. Yeah. Yeah, man. It was just like one weird moment. Like the JD Vance thing where she hugged JD Vance, and when she hugged him, she put her hand on his lower back, I think. Like the way she hugged him was just a little weird. It was a little intimate. But like that stuff, I'm like, oh, maybe she's an off person a little bit, and maybe she's grieving, and she's gonna have a couple weird things here and there. But it's all of it together. Like it's the whole performance post-death. All of it screams sociopath or something.
Woman who, like I said, on everything, she never leaked anything, she never spoke to me, nothing, gets fired, and for asking a simple question, like literally, why am I fired? We've been working like 25 hours, just get out. There's security there, that's it, we're moving in a different direction. That is not okay. Okay, you're not allowed to say everybody grieves differently, so I don't have to answer any questions about that. And guys, we're gonna bring in the beginning too, because I want you to watch the beginning of this so you can see the full thing of it, because we don't need to strip anything. Because she starts by laughing, which I find to be interesting. But I do want to let you know that we are having some buffering issues. We still have major blackouts in Nashville, so we're doing our best here. If you have some connectivity issues, just know that that's the reason why. Here's the beginning of that call.
Yep, there.
Whenever one is a fluke, two is sus, and three is a pattern. Yeah, right? That's why Candace picked up on this. She's just like, pattern, man, Candace is like the expert pattern follower. She's the most racist, all right? She loves patterns. She's like Alex Jones, but on crack. Maybe it was a setup. She was in on it, and he didn't know. Or maybe no big conspiracy. She just had him killed. It was just personal for her. Man, I'm telling you, you should have your own podcast. You could be like Candace Owen. Your brain works in amazing ways. Where you're just like, maybe.
There you go.
Oh, look at all the thumbs up. Look how cute that is. I'm sorry, this is a little
And
bit
you
more
also
than probably Charlie would be.
think Macron's wife is a man. And maybe his father.
Reacting. How sweet.
See what I'm saying? I know I'd be a label, and that's what people say about her, but she's still got hundreds of thousands of people who watch her live. Like, she has one of the biggest live audiences, streaming wise. I aspire to be female Asmongold and not showering. True. Man, actually, that's kind of a genius idea. You would have to you would have to be gross. Yeah. I think all women these days, men, if they had to work done at all. Yeah. You're like sus on all of them. Yeah, you'd have to be gross. How you would be gross would have to be very intentional too. I'll think on this.
I never like soup. Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say first and foremost, my heart obviously is broken for you guys as much as it is for.
Wow. So, it's your first time watching the channel. You've seen the title, you've seen the thumbnail. It interested you, so you clicked on the video.
If I even see a shadow of an eyelid or hands being too big, the jawline. Yeah. That's the pattern you're connecting.
Erica Kirk and Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk and all this stuff, and that's what you're expecting to see, and that's what you thought you saw so far. And I have to apologize because maybe I misguided you. You see, this isn't Erica Kirk. No. You see,
this is a demon.
What you're actually looking at here is a shape-shifted
demon. Say it.
Yeah. Sorry, I have to look it out. Yeah, I'm pretty. This is a shape-shifted demon. Okay, from their pits.
I refuse to be scammed. You cannot lie to my eyes. My eyes are open.
There's no way in hell. I'm in the grave. I'm even in the grave. I'm even in the grave. I'm even in the grave. It's been 5 days. And you jump on a Zoom call and you start off laughing? Oh, I'm not even dead and I'm pissed. It's not even me. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, it's a Zoom meeting. I hate Zoom meetings. Oh, my God.
You're smiling.
I just want to say that my heart is broken for you guys. You guys have lost a boss. And, you know, of course, I lost my husband as well.
Lock in, Erica.
But look, we're going to do whatever we have to do. Right now, Charlie's in heaven, and you know, the grind never stops. You know, it's never gonna end. He wanted this to be, you know, a conglomerate, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. You know, we're gonna crack on, keep working. You know, we can't stop. You know, my friend told me about a plane, and you know, when I'm on the plane and the kids are just yipping, and I'm like, damn, when is this shit gonna end? But the plane only has 15 minutes
you
left.
called it.
And then
I
in
love
15 minutes it's all over, you know? So
and he's not wrong. I think he sees people as demons like you and I see people as demons. It's like people who let their sins consume them. Yeah.
Yes, it's only been 5 days, but I feel like I'm almost over this already, and I'm just really happy to have you guys there with me. The one thing that I just think about, I can't imagine you guys losing your jobs, and that's something that I will never let happen. Huh? I will never let it happen. You know, we can't move away from the positives. I did lose my husband, so we just have to look at the bright side.
What?
I mean,
oh my God.
Oh shit.
Yep. So that's the beginning, just so you have that in its full context. Now, like I said, this is something. It's definitely something. It feels to me a bit like the psychological phenomenon known as trauma bonding, right? They had just suffered a very real trauma. That's not a trauma that most people go through in their entire lives. You're
so happy to have
sign up
all
for a
the
company.
cash. Yeah,
Charlie
crazy
Kirk
work.
is leader of that
Really
company.
convinced
You sign up
Rabbit.
majority of these people to work for this organization because they
think-
believe in Charlie Kirk. They believe.
I think because he's a small creator. I think maybe he thinks they might get some traction off this video, so he's putting a little extra effort into trying to be funny.
Believe in what he's
It's a
doing
good
on
idea.
college campuses, and then you watch him get live assassinated. And now management is going to try to establish your loyalty using all sorts of tactics, but essentially what they're creating here is an emotional dependence, right? We are a family. We have lived through this. This is a family. And that very well may not have been Erica's intent, but hearing her sound like she's about to cry when she discusses specifically them keeping their jobs, not Charlie, but Charlie having been assassinated in front of the world, but the prospect of their employment, we do not have to imagine if she meant that sincerely, because she didn't. She did not mean that sincerely. After working them all like horses, wrapping them in this way, she's going to fire a boatload of them without cause or even conversation. That's actually traumatic. See it from the employee's viewpoint. For those of you wondering, they just must feel like they just got punched in the face. You had to watch him die. Then you get brought in on this emotional, we're a family, I never would do this. And it's like, get out. Don't let the door hit you on the way back. Yeah, we raised a $250 million. You're not even going to get a bonus.
Oh, fuck.
And we're going to keep letting this play out because you are going to hear her actually be the first person to say an expression that has been used a lot. She's going to remind people that everybody grieves differently. 5.5 days after Charlie was announced dead at the hospital. Take a listen.
And we will do our best to continue to make Turning Point USA the behemoth that he wanted it to be, this massive thing. And it is, and that's why we have to stay humble. But, you know, I just want you guys to stay in prayer. And if you guys do need anything, please reach out to whoever you know to reach out to. And pray with one another, be there with one another, be soft with one another. Everyone grieves differently. So if someone's acting weird, don't read into that. Weddings and funerals bring out the weirdest side in people. Just anyone who's been married knows that. So don't read into that. Just love on each other. And if there's anything,
or our family, you guys lost not only a boss, but someone that you looked up to, someone that you believed in his mission, that you also that you loved. You loved listening to his show. You loved hearing his wisdom on things. I'm sure some of you have also had very personal moments of where you sat down and
the only way for her to come back from this is to get like a Charlie Kirk tattoo on her forehead. Like, that's the only way to come back from whatever the hell we got going on. Just put CK right here. You know what I'm saying? For life. That's the only way where I'm like, okay, all right, she's handling the business, because What I'm witnessing here is disgusting.
For anyone who tries to divide your team or you, or that's just the enemy, and just rebuke it and know that there's a bigger mission at hand. And again, you guys are all very loved, and I feel very honored, and I'm grateful for all of you. So I just wanted to take some time to hop on and share with you my condolences. I wish I could hug all of you. But again, the fact that there's a lot of them in the office on today, the fact that a lot of you guys are here in office, that's what he would. Like the mission, he doesn't want you to just be sitting on the couch alone in your room. He wants you to, obviously, I mean, we will all mourn, but he would want you to build. And so that's what we'll do. We'll have a sword in one hand,
you to
we'll
build.
have a hammer in the other person to build. Okay? I love you all. Deep breaths. Usha, I just wanted to share this with you all. I asked her when we were on the tarmac, I said, I don't know how to get through this. And she said, you know, when you're on an airplane, and some of you have kids will really relate to this, others that don't, you've been on a plane with kids, so you can also relate to this. But she said, when you're on an airplane and you're 15 minutes before landing, and the kids are going crazy, and you have 15 minutes left on the plane, and they're throwing their toys and they're screaming, and you're thinking to yourself, am I going to make it through these next 15 minutes? And then the plane lands. And Usha said, you're going to make it through those next 15 minutes. And the next 15 minutes. And so I just want to share that.
I hope somebody checks on her kids, man.
Brother, it's been 5 days.
And so I just want to share that with you because it was a very private moment. But it gave me some peace to know that we can just do this 15 minutes at a time. So if that means at work when you're feeling a little bit sad, take those 15 minutes and you'll be okay. We're all going to be okay. I love you guys. Have a great meeting. Is there anything else that you need? Okay, it's good. You guys are loved. Love this little film with all the birds. It's so cute. So sweet. God bless you all.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, look, this is where we're gonna end the video, and this is diabolical. I can't understand it. I'll be real with you. Everyone does grieve differently, but I'm sorry, no. At the same time, no, I'm sorry. You guys know me, okay? Victim blaming, yeah, I do. You know, invalidate people's experiences at times. I'm down for all the bullshit, okay? Because shit like this, no, I don't have to stand by it. I don't have to. Oh, you know, everyone's different. No, actually, no. I'm sorry. Not 5 days. Not 5 days. 5 years. Okay, cool. You know, 5 months. 5 days? No, actually, no. No. But you guys let me know what you think. I want the ladies to let me know what they think in the comments. Your husband, I don't even want to put out. I don't even put out there. Give me your thoughts and opinions.
Erica! Oh my goodness gracious. Somebody get the crisis team. Get the crisis team.
She gave me brain, I'ma pay her tuition. I'm at the top, so I guess I'm the villain. Niggas can't fuck like they didn't invent it. Got all this dope on the last to my sister. Plot on a nigga like your name and missile. Niggas is crazy.
She hasn't once said how much she loves him though. This is a cold speak though. She's going full boss babe now. She'll have a new partner right after 1 year since his death. Yeah, and she'll be sleeping with him for the 9 months leading up to it for sure. In secret in hotels. Yeah. Big sus. The cult thing's probably real. I wouldn't be surprised if like a church, Charlie Kirk church, popped up or something like that, and she was leading the charge for it.
Do you know why the definition of white was constructed?
Go ahead and tell me.
No, I want you to tell me.
No, because you're okay. First of all, I feel like you can be a little nicer because you're kind of coming at everyone.
I'm being direct, honey.
You're just, but your energy is just a little bit rude when we're coming into here to have a discussion.
I'm being direct.
They start fighting. I'm just playing. Don't fight, but they are going at each other.
What you're describing as systemic, right? Yeah.
To me, what you described was prejudice. I just was like, oh, she just don't know that she's talking about prejudice.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine. I just want to be clear.
But here's the thing, and I'm gonna let her speak, and I don't know if she's gonna rebuttal this. She probably is.
White people also experience racism.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I think like racial discrimination can happen to anybody. I think the problem is that usually when white people talk about experiencing racism, it's like a whataboutism when people are talking about racism towards any other group of people. Right, so like obviously a white person can experience prejudice. The issue is like, I'm gonna experience probably some direct stuff, which I have from like my husband's family to some extent, being white. And whatnot, but I'm not gonna experience any of this like systemic stuff. Like I said, like I can literally just go like ooh to a cop, even in America.
So this debate is about if white people can experience racism. And this is from the Dr. Daff Show. Make sure you subscribe. Her channel is named Dr. Daff Show. But nonetheless, this debate is about can white people experience racism. There's a lot of debates in this video. And if you notice, the white women put their thumbs up saying white women can experience racism. And the majority of the black women said no. White people cannot experience racism. So let's see their reasoning behind this. Obviously, I believe anyone can experience racism. I don't think racism is race specific. I think that's actually the antithesis of the definition racism, meaning discrimination based off of race. But let's get into this video.
Like, where your guys' cops are crazy here. I'm Canadian. And so it's like, yes, it's just when we're functionally talking about the problem of racism, we all know what we're talking about here, right? If we want to triage these things, any negative comment towards white people is like pretty low on the tier list of societal changes that we need to impart. I think that there's a lot more like systemic issues. So I'd answer like yes, but if you ask me, is it the most important thing in racism that we need to tackle? I would say definitely not.
I grew up going to school, and I was one of the only white people in school. So in that case, it was like, and it was a lot of Spanish speaking, and I didn't speak Spanish. So. And I learned to speak Spanish, and then I realized that I was like, oh, these people don't like me because I don't speak their language. So in situations like that, I feel like there can be racism, like reverse racism, because of that. It's just like you don't fit in. It doesn't make anything wrong. It's just like, you know, you're different than everybody else.
I think there is a distinct difference between racism and prejudice. And so for me,
Before she gets too deep, I know where this conversation is going, and I just want to say there is not a literal definition difference between racism and prejudice, because racism is a form of prejudice. It's prejudice based off of your race, meaning you are treating someone differently based off of their race. I understand that in America, there may be some type of nuance to this debate, but that does not mean that in America or anywhere that white people cannot experience racism, because this question is white people also experience racism, and racism is majority and minority specific, meaning if a white person grows up in a community where they are the minority, because that can happen in America. America's a huge place. They can actually experience systemic racism there, not only just one-on-one racism. So I think when you try to negate or remove them from experiencing it, you're kind of isolating not just them, but you're isolating yourself. But I'm going to let her explain. Let me know what you guys think.
Don't believe that white people really experience racism, but I think they may experience some prejudice, because racism is based around systems. Systems put in place, by people of power in order to oppress a sect of people. I don't think there's really any systems put in place by government or anything like that, or people of power, to suppress like white people. However, I feel like white people in a space of like where there's around all black people or something like that, they may experience some prejudice, like that white girl, get her out of here, or something like that. Mm-hmm. Like that's really whack and that's prejudice. But racism, I don't think it's the same.
I'm having a serious issue
issue with that languaging, right, that's been coming up in the last decade. Everyone, reverse racism, reverse racism. I'm like, first of all, look up what the fuck racism is. Oh, I can't cuss on here, sorry.
No
y'all.
one's going into the Abbey and burning it just because some white people are in there. You know what I'm saying? But they'll go into a place where, you
because
know, some black
racism
people aren't burning
is
it.
directly related to power. That prejudice, yes, absolutely. Discrimination, yes. Racism, no.
I don't think we disagree on like the facts of the matter. Like I agree, white people, especially in America, don't experience like systemic racism. I think it's just a disagreement on terms, like you said. Like you had an issue
because
with
we can't. I can't with that because disagreement on terms, for my family, my people, and those that I love, could be life or death. Like we can't intellectualize racism. There's literal life on the line when it comes to racism.
You mean calling like an instance of prejudice racism puts somebody's life on the line? Can you explain? Can you expand on that?
Can I expand on that? Saying right now with what is happening in this country, because a lot of white people, from what I've been told, what I see, what I read, other friends, people that aren't friends, that I speak to about this with this whole reverse racism thing. When we look at what's going on systematically with affirmative action, all the things, when it comes to silencing ancestors' voices, our history, all of it, that's what's on the line. It literally is around with that they're being racist, so we need to cut out all these books.
Right.
They're being racist,
like,
so we need to do that. It's still
no one's
rooted
telling
in the
y'all
system.
y'all can't drink out of a water fountain because y'all smell like wet dog. No offense, but that's
So here's what they're saying, because I'm going to try to be the middle ground between their logic and I guess the normal logic of saying white people can't experience racism. What they're saying, or what they're trying to say, they're not actually saying it. What they're trying to say is white people cannot experience systemic oppression.
So American non-minority racists from birth. Got it. Unironically.
Based off of their race. That's what they're saying. But here's the thing. White people and any group of people in America can face systemic oppression. But the only difference is white people cannot face it based off of their race. They can face it based off of what state they live in. They can face it based off of their educational levels. They can face it based off of how much money they have. They can face it based off of how big their families are. They can face it based off of almost anything but race. And I think that's the disconnect. White people obviously can experience racism, but when you conflate that, oh, since they don't experience systemic oppression because of race, that means they can't experience racism. If you really think that, you're going to live life believing that the majority of white people have never faced oppression, have never faced prejudice, which is not true. On a molecular level, white people can experience one-on-one racism. But even on a systemic level, white people can face systemic oppression. Just because they don't face it based off of their race, and I mean really big systemic, they can still face tiny systemic oppression. They can face it at a specific university or at a specific job. But the whole thing that I'm trying to get to is this. White people can face prejudice. And this conversation has turned into white people are kind of above prejudice, which is just not true. They're not above prejudice. We are not above prejudice. No regular human is above prejudice in America. I'm going to just be honest. No regular human, because if you don't face it based off of race, I promise you face it based off of money. And if you don't face it based off of money, I promise you face it based off of just what you look like if it's outside of race. I promise you face it based off of where you live. You're going to face prejudice and you're going to face some type of challenges in your life. So trying to frame this whole thing like, oh, white people can't face this, that's just not intellectually fair. I wouldn't let anyone do that to black people. I'm not going to let them do it to white people. I don't let anyone do it to anyone. It's just not intellectually fair argument. But let's continue.
That's y'all's little prejudice that they say about y'all, but no one's telling you, oh, they can't, do this. Oh, we're gonna go burn up their partying place just because they're white. Like, no one's doing that to y'all. No one has ever done that to y'all. No one has ever said we're gonna go and tear up their whole town because, oh, these white people have a town and they got banks and they're making money. We're gonna go burn that. Like, no one's done that to y'all. Y'all still got banks and stuff.
Language is powerful.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Language is very, very powerful. And when we start to put racism in the same terminology as discrimination, as discrimination, and we group it all together, it really gets dangerous.
We don't want to dilute the meaning of racism. Do you know what I mean? Like, we want to group those three words together, prejudice and discrimination and racism. Like, to try to group those words together to mean the same thing dilutes the racism that Black people have experienced for so many years. And that's definitely what we don't want, because when you look at how Black people experienced racism for so many years, that meant life. That meant life. You know what I mean? Like, for sure. But, like, what a lot of white people are claiming as racism, their life isn't really on the line. It's hurt feelings. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, they're writing in books about how white people did this, and that's just hurt feelings. Nobody's life is on the line.
Based on what I said initially, do you think I disagree with you guys on anything?
I don't remember what you said initially.
Okay.
I remember what you said. I do think that I don't disagree with what you said with respect to these two things being different, but what you said originally kind of made it sound like you were putting them in the same box.
Right. The way you answered the question, right, was, are you cool? I'm just tapping on, okay, because you don't seem cool. The question was, and you agreed with it, that people can be racist towards white people. Yeah. And then you answered by saying about discrimination.
I talked about direct versus like systemic and systematic racism.
She also noted at the end, I don't know if you guys remember this, she said on basically the totem pole of what's like issues we need to focus on, racism towards white people is at the very bottom. And she also, I feel like you made it clear when you were saying it's more so little snide comments. Like, it's things my mom experienced, snowflake from the Black side of my family, things like that, versus like what you're describing as systemic.
To me, what you described was prejudice. I just was like, oh, she just don't know that she's talking about prejudice.
That's totally fine.
Yeah.
That's totally fine.
It's been debunked in so many ways. They have to make it about skin color because there's no actual mechanics they can yell about that prove their point, and they can't acknowledge what their experience is most often prejudice based on their own behavior. So they'd have to take accountability for it's impossible. Man, this is too many women in one room listening. Take it seriously. It's an hour or a PTA, HR or PTA meeting, for fuck's sake. This narcissistic perspective to make others hurt like you've been hurt, and only when it feels equal to you do you stop and say, okay, we're even now. HR. yeah. Yeah, it's a very unique thing to the American Black community, to be especially butthurt about discrimination around your skin color. In most places, you know a foreigner by their skin color, their accent, and their just ability to not fit in with society. Reminds me of my mom. Everyone must suffer. She's suffering. Yeah. And the whole systemic argument is weird too, because I feel like most places in the world, it's kind of like a guarantee that if you're a foreigner there, there's gonna be some kind of, nepotism where if you're the foreigner, you're kind of not gonna get all the jobs you want. I feel like the Mexicans here kind of get it right, where they're just like, we'll take any work. If we're legal, we're happy to be here. We'll take any work, and we'll try to work hard. Yeah, but a lot of people haven't experienced that they co-opted the past, or their experience is more likely, oh, you're so right. Yeah. it's such maybe because it works. Maybe that's just the only reason. They're just like, hey, this thing. If I say racism, then it works. It's like a spell. Maybe that's why they've hung on to it for so long. I was thinking it was maybe because African American is such a like it feels like you guys belong here. Like America has black people. It's like one of the things that was cool about you guys is that you had a lot of black people. Now you don't have a lot. I think it's only like 10% of the population. But it felt like there was a lot. As an outsider, I felt like there was a lot. So feeling like an out group, even though this is technically like your home, was what I thought. Maybe that's why you guys are extra sensitive about, not feeling or looking like it's like an insecurity projecting on other people. Yeah, but lots of people have. Oh yeah, it works for Somalian scammers. It does work for Somalian scammers. It's been co-opted by Somalians for sure. It is like America's got cultural cool points because you guys had such a pronounced, like jazz and all that stuff. Like it's been around for a while, and it's just part of America's thing. But I think people only hang on to it nowadays because of what you said. They want to use it for victim, both shield and sword. They want to wield it as power, and then they want to use it as a shield whenever they're criticized. And I think that's really damaging. And it's sad, to be honest.
I just want to be clear.
But here's the thing, and I'm gonna let her speak. And I don't know if she's gonna rebuttal this. She probably is. But racism is a form of prejudice, and if you are facing prejudice based off of your race, that is by definition racism. And I think they're conflating two different things. They're conflating systemic oppression, and I mean nationwide systemic oppression, to racism, and they're not the same. And she brought up the example of burning down banks that are black owned, which did happen, but it didn't happen to you. It literally didn't happen in your lifetime.
This is a guy
So
that's
you
got
didn't
your
even
argument.
face
He's like, it
that.
didn't happen to you.
Let alone them facing that. You didn't even face that. And I'm not trying to pick a side. I'm just trying to be intellectually fair here. I'm trying to be intellectually fair. I think I am being pretty intellectually fair when I talk about this. But this whole conversation basically gaslights white people into saying, oh, you guys don't face any systemic issues, which is just not true. If you have a regular job in America, I promise you, you're going to face some issues on a systemic level. I promise you, because that's just how the country works. If you're trying to send your kids to school, the average tuition per year is what, $30,000 out of state? If you're a regular family and you have 3 kids, how are you going to afford that off of a regular salary? That's a systemic issue.
So, thank you. It didn't happen to you exactly. This is my thing, is that in England and Ireland, class is the big one. And I think it's a more direct, I think it's a better system of oppression. Like if you are going to classify how much leeway you should give somebody, I think class is a good metric. I think the race thing is silly, to be honest. I think class is a good one.
You think they ask your race before?
Maybe that's because my bias of growing up in
But
it.
you think the majority of schools ask your race before they decide if you're going to take out loans or not? No. But let's continue.
It's like, oh, she just don't know that she's talking about prejudice.
That's
and not
totally
racism.
fine.
Yeah.
That's totally fine. I just want to be clear. Ideologically, I'm with you. Like when it comes to systematic and systemic racism, obviously white people are not experiencing this the way that black people are, or the way that any person of color. Right? When I said racism, I mostly meant it in like, I guess like the old Oxford, which is just like discriminating to somebody in any way based on like their race, which can include snide comments. But yeah, I agree. It's not even close to in the scale. That's why I said on a rank of things that matter here, white racism doesn't matter.
What I'm saying is there's no such thing as white racism.
I feel like there is such thing as racism towards white people, and I'm just gonna use like an example, as in like if somebody passes away who is white, I can see like I've had colleagues around me like, oh, it doesn't matter, he was white, he was piece of da da da, like it doesn't matter because like the things he would say about black people. So even though he was a racist individual,
do I think that it's okay that he died because he was racist? No, now you're just being racist. So 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah, I guess we get to just agree to disagree on the term of what racism really is.
I'm just happy to use like whatever language. That's when I say racism, that's just all I meant. But if you want to call it prejudice, that's fine. Then I would say like, yeah, white people experience prejudice, but according to how you're defining racism, white people don't experience that. Yeah.
I just do have to add though, because you started making a good point I wanted to say, but I wasn't trying to get everyone pissed off. I love history. Historically, not now, I'm not saying in this day and age, but historically, different groups of white people were discriminated against. When the Italians started coming over, they were called slurs.
Yeah,
when the
talk about the
Irish came
Irish.
over, they were
Yeah.
called slurs.
Talk about my
They weren't
victimhood.
white then. Way back, and
Yeah,
well, that's
my
what I'm saying.
personal
The
victimhood.
definition of white was different, but they were white.
Do you
so
know
I'm
why
not,
the definition of white was constructed?
Go ahead and tell me.
No, I want you to tell me.
No, because you're okay. First of all, I feel like you can be a little nicer because you're kind of coming at everyone.
I'm being
like,
direct, honey.
You're just, but your energy is just a little bit rude when we're coming in
I'm
here
not
to have a
being rude.
discussion.
I'm being direct.
They start fighting. I'm just playing. Don't fight, but they are going at each other.
But your energy is just a little bit rude when we're coming in.
Her voice sounds like she has a dick in her mouth right now. Do you people still listen to her? She's still legal here? Oh, illegal here? Deport. Yes, my Irish slave, exactly.
Here to have a discussion.
I'm being direct.
You tell me why. I don't know why the definition of whiteness was changed, and you're being
So-
condescending.
Honey.
So go
I
ahead
don't
and
know
tell
what
me.
to do.
Tell me.
So when you're talking about Italians, other people that are considered white now being discriminated, you okay?
No, because
She's not. She's not.
I know she's not.
I don't like that, because I could tell even with the first comment before how your voice was already starting to get shaky. I know that you're already triggered. I know you don't feel great about everything in this conversation, but I don't want you to feel attacked.
I don't feel supported by these two ladies. You guys have
You
been
don't feel
nothing but
supported-
great,
You
genuinely.
don't feel supported by us because of what we said about the difference between having a white mother and a black
I
mother.
think you guys were differentiating yourselves from me being biracial because you guys have black mothers and I do
Oh,
not.
shit.
And you were making negative comments about the fact that my mom was white. I
Oh,
can tell.
shit.
That has an underlying connotation from it.
And here's the ironic thing about all this. Here's the ironic thing about all this. This young woman has a white
Mixed
mother.
baby
And
racism?
this conversation.
Could you imagine men talking to each other saying the energy is off? Yeah, you missed my comment? Wait, which one? It's more effective. Thank you. It's more effective because it's quantitative. It's objective, not subjective, but it's inherently systematic and way harder to overcome and change. Oh, about the class thing. Yeah, I agree. What is her name? Erudite. I fucking got it. Yeah, Erudite's on this panel. Is she still legal here? Deport. Destiny's foot whore comment. Yeah, wait. Where's the foot whore comment? Yo, yeah. She's still legal here. Deport her. Canadian fucking foot whore's good.
Position is white people also experience racism. And what this young woman is describing is the fact that she was experiencing a form of racism, although not to her, but to her white mother for how she was raised. That is white people experiencing racism. And I swear, I'm not trying to pick a side, but this is what's happening. So when you have these conversations and you're speaking from the perspective of I can do this or I experience this, but you don't, this is what happens. You isolate other communities, which is what's happening in this video. And I said this earlier. I didn't know they talked about her mother. I didn't know. But she's getting heated because she's like, I don't even feel safe around you guys because of the way you're talking about my family. In this instance, her family is a white mother.
Was white. Oh, I can tell. That has an underlying connotation from it.
We were saying based on what you shared about how you spoke to your family.
And based on how you shared that, you thought it was weird that your boyfriends of a different ethnicity's parents demanded respect, which
no, you
black parents
misunderstood what I
usually do.
said. You did misunderstand what I said because what
So then why don't you reiterate yourself?
I'm
instead of saying
trying
what you
to, and
thought
you're
was
interrupting
respectful?
me. I'm trying to, and you're interrupting
No,
me.
but you tried to 3 times. You said the same thing over again.
So, when I brought up the issue with my first boyfriend being Korean and the culture of respecting your elders, what I brought up was, yes, I came from a culture of where my family and I could have dialogue back and forth, and I didn't realize that was different until I dated someone from a different race. However, in that specific context, it was to the point where his family was disrespecting me because I was black, but because his culture tells you to respect your elders, he let his family walk all over me and be racist and be disrespectful. That's what I was talking about. I never said I
and that's not okay
disrespected
that
them.
his family did that to you. But what I'm saying is that it's very much the same in black communities, and it's unfair with black communities too. And I know many people who get walked all over from their black parents because they can't do anything. They get hit, they get beat. It's normalized.
I sometimes wish I would.
So I'm gonna end the.
Yeah, that's the end of it. My internet, fucky. Oh shit.
I want to speak directly to New Yorkers who have for too long been
Was it the
misled
Wi-Fi?
and misinformed about the true state of our city's finances. I will be blunt. New York City is facing a serious fiscal crisis. There is a massive fiscal deficit in our city's budget to the tune of at least $12 billion. We did not arrive at this
They
place by accident.
disrespected you because you don't deserve respect. Fuck.
This crisis has a name and a chief architect. In the words of the Jackson 5, it's as easy as ABC. This is the Adams budget crisis.
So that was Mayor of New York City Zohran Mamdani giving a ton of scorn to former Mayor Eric Adams for supposedly leaving him a surprise $12.6 billion budget deficit, which of course is making him doubly frustrated because Mamdani has promised throughout the whole course of the campaign an additional $12 billion in spending on all these new government programs that he wants to institute, and obviously this would blow a $24 billion hole in the budget of New York City. And that spells disaster for Mamdani because unlike the federal government, New York doesn't have its own version of the Federal Reserve that prints money in order to compensate for the
got Wall
ridiculous
Street,
spending
doesn't it?
that we see over there. So obviously,
Oh, he was gonna
this
get
is a
investment.
death blow to his agenda. However, Mamdani is being incredibly disingenuous throughout the whole course of this presser because in reality, there were warning signs from Mayor Eric Adams dating back all the way to 2023 about the issue of a budget deficit, about the very specific number of $12 billion in said budget deficit. However, Mamdani, while he was in the state assembly, went out of his way to call out Mayor Eric Adams for daring to speak out against one of the biggest drivers of this deficit, which of course was New York City's sanctuary laws, New York City's housing laws, the right to housing, and all of that combining in order to lead to exorbitant spending on illegal migrants that surged to the city of New York. So this is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to break down Mamdani's budget deficit, how to actually solve it, why he will never do that, his proposed solutions, and in addition to that, we are going to expose the fact that Mayor Eric Adams absolutely did warn of this. However, Mamdani, specifically while he was in the state assembly, ignored and chastised Mayor Eric Adams for delivering these warnings. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who helps me with my budget deficit over at actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money.
Give me the money.
Okay.
What the fuck? His speech quoting the Jackson 5. God damn it. This is the world we live in now. We have Trump as president and Mamdani as the next big Gavin Newsom.
2025, under the banner of what he called the best budget ever, former Mayor Eric Adams handed the next administration a poisoned chalice. He systematically under-budgeted services that New Yorkers rely on every single day: rental assistance, shelter, and special education, while quietly leaving behind enormous gaps for the future. And knowing his time in office was likely coming to an end, Mayor Adams chose political self-preservation over fiscal responsibility. This is not just bad governance. it is negligence.
So setting aside for a moment the ridiculous idea of a communist like Zohran Mamdani who wants to blow out the budget with $12 billion in additional spending on new government programs, not to mention the fact that he wants to increase government spending on a bunch of current government programs, obviously this $12 billion number is what is at issue here, and it's led to a lot of contention. But I will submit for you guys out there in the audience that while Mayor Eric Adams very likely, along with Brad Lander, who by the way endorsed Mamdani, this was the city comptroller, the guy who was actually doing the books while Mayor Eric Adams was in office, despite the fact that he was very politically opposed to him because it's an elected position, was hiding money with shady accounting tricks. This is something that is often done in local municipalities, cities, and states across this nation. It's done at the federal government level, and yes, it is deceptive. It should be called out, but the fact of the matter is, Mamdani has taken the endorsement of Lander, and he's endorsed Lander for a congressional run, even though he was a part of the people cooking the books for the city council, because make no mistake about it, the city council are the ones that control the spending, because had Mayor Eric Adams had his way, they would not have spent so much on migrant programs. They would have cut back on the right to shelter law, excluding migrants from it, but Mamdani types in the city council absolutely prevented this from happening. But this $12 billion number seems to be at issue right here, so what I want to do is play a clip that I've played on this channel multiple times, and I want you guys to listen real carefully if Mayor Eric Adams warned of something vaguely in the realm of a $12 billion looming budget deficit.
Support. And let me tell you something, New Yorkers. Never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to. I don't see an ending to this. I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York City. Destroy New York City. We're getting 10,000 migrants a month. One time we were just getting Venezuela. Now we're getting Ecuador. Now we're getting Russian-speaking coming through Mexico. Now we're getting Western Africa. Now we're getting people from all over the globe have made their minds up that they're going to come through the southern part of the border and come into New York City. And everyone is saying it's New York City's problem. Every community in this city is going to be impacted. We had a $12 billion deficit that we're going to have to cut. Every service in this city is going to be impacted.
So that was Mayor Eric Adams back in 2023 when he was looking at the books and how much it was costing the city of New York in order to provide all these different various migrant services, and explaining how this was going to bankrupt the city. It was going to blow a
Trump does it better. At least he's funny. Mamdani just condescending. I think Mamdani's smarmy. Is smarmy the right word? It feels like it's the right word, but that's how he comes off to me. It's just smarmy.
$12 billion budget hole in our city's budget, and in addition to that, it would destroy the city because they would have to cut back on all these different various government services. So right there, you can hear it for yourself. Eric Adams was warning the public of this, again, way back in 2023, and yet people were not listening. The city council, who controls the budget, who is very opposed to Mayor Eric Adams, who did not make the changes in the sanctuary city laws, they decided to keep approving this spending. Eric Adams had emergency power, so he definitely gave some corrupt contracts, make no mistake about it, to certain connected vendors. But yeah, the migrants were a huge driver in this spending. Now, Zohran Mamdani was in the state assembly, not in city government at the time, but he decided that he was going to speak up and speak out against Mayor Eric Adams, who was calling out the ridiculous services that New York City was providing to these migrants, and he did so like this.
This week, the Statue of Liberty opens its doors to tourists being able to see the view from the crown of Lady Liberty. And what they will see is Eric Adams' New York City betraying the promise of this city. A mayor who sees a migrant crisis and thinks that the answer is tent cities. Tent cities that are built by the same contractor that Donald Trump hired to build the wall. Tent cities that migrants are saying remind them exactly of the same sites that we lambast when we see them in Texas. So we are here to say it is unacceptable in Texas, it is unacceptable in New York, and it is unacceptable in any place.
Perfect
where there is
word?
a
Good,
conscience.
good, good.
To this mayor,
I was gonna Google
let
it,
us
but
be
I was just...
clear. There are real solutions to this crisis. Because if we went by what you wanted to do, this kind of rain could be flooding your answer to it. Yes! What we need instead is to eliminate the 90-day waiting period. To open up city FEPs to our undocumented brothers and sisters and family beyond the binary.
So yeah, that was Mayor Mamdani right there complaining that Mayor Eric Adams was not spending enough money on illegal migrants, saying that the tent cities, you know, those temporary shelters that were built for them weren't good enough, and what we actually had to do was displace our own homeless population in order to let in our undocumented brothers and sisters, aka illegal migrants that are defrauding the asylum system that, according to Mamdani, back when he wasn't mayor, took precedent over regular ordinary citizens, regular ordinary New Yorkers, because I don't know if you guys know this, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the guy who just arrived yesterday, the guy who doesn't speak your language, who doesn't give a damn about your culture, he's actually more American than you are, and in fact, he's a superior American to you because he's entitled to all these perks and benefits that you shouldn't get, and you should actually be put in the back of the line as a regular ordinary citizen. And again, that's where Mamdani was at, and he galvanized members of the city council that are more aligned with him than with Eric Adams to put more money into these migrant services. So the budget deficit is due in large part to that migrant spending, and Mamdani absolutely supported it, and Eric Adams, again, not a fan of the guy, absolutely warned us and said specifically that this could lead to a $12 billion budget deficit. Mamdani is out there doing a press conference about a surprise $12.6 billion budget deficit, which I actually think is pretty damn close from Mayor Eric Adams.
And now the responsibility falls upon us to protect working New Yorkers from paying the price. We expected for months that when we entered City Hall, we would likely inherit a grim fiscal situation. Many of the journalists here reported about an imbalance during the Adams years. Yet once we looked under the hood, the full picture was staggering.
Now, in addition to that, Zoran Mamdani
Oh, you got
decided that
something
he
for
was
me?
gonna call out Albany, the governor's mansion, the state government, of course.
What do you got for
Like
me?
in terms of like
Oh,
just
yes.
politics, I think Tim Walz had one of the most generational crash out fall offs of anybody that I've ever seen. You were about to be the vice president, but instead of that, you have been completely fucking destroyed by a 23-year-old virgin YouTuber.
You regret jumping out before such a consequential moment?
No, and part of it was true. Look, I recognize that I'm a lightning rod, and this is a tough. It's a tough space for I'm in because I know they hate me personally. Old white guys who are former governors tend to land on their feet, okay, type of thing. But
right,
in all fairness,
you know what? That's true. You have like this privilege of just being an old white man, and like you get to just retire, and then nothing happens to you. I think we might need a little bit of DEI.
it's on the timing. I
we
removed
need a little
myself. And then
DEI.
2 days later, Renee Good is murdered. But I think one of the things is I have no political consideration.
Should have told them not to go and impede federal investigations. You didn't say that, you fucking idiot. You didn't let the police help. She's dead because of you bald retard.
Never run for an elected office again.
Never again.
Wait, hold up. Wait, one more time.
Consideration will never run for an elected office again.
Never again.
Never again. I have no political consideration. Will never run for an elected office
Oh,
again.
fuck,
Never again.
man.
Never again. And I will.
Complete.
I applied to this job tonight, by the way. Don't even forget. He has a face like an old, abused pussy. Fuck.
Obliteration. A blowout. Yeah, it's
Damn.
absolutely, it's a complete blowout. How accountable should he be? Yes. Tim Walz on
How accountable
JD
should he
Vance?
be?
Wait, what the hell is this?
I would beat the shit out of him now.
Oh, damn! Get him an Xbox Live headset. He's ready for the lobby. I think he's messaging to everybody in politics not to go after him personally because he will no longer be a threat to their political goals. I'm out of the
agree.
game. I'm not going to play anymore. Please just leave me alone. You're going to roach out. You sentenced your citizens to die. You said, go out there and fight. ICE aren't law enforcement. And you're going out there getting everybody hurt, having people die for your bullshit.
There's other ways to serve, and I'll find them.
A YouTube video destroyed this guy's entire career. I think Tim Walz would be high on the hog if it wasn't for Nick
High
Shirley's
on the
YouTube video.
hog.
That YouTube video totally fucking annihilated him. It did.
Jesus, I would say no doubt lived as a person, but to the extent of what he did, I'm not sure.
If he comes walking into where I
Case for Christ.
Not Kathy Hochul, the current governor that's in the governor's mansion, and of course
An
not
old,
himself, who's
abused
in state government all the years prior to this under the Adams administration, where supposedly this budget deficit ended up coming from, for withholding money that the city pays in terms of state income taxes from the city, because according to Mamdani, the city pays over 50% of the income taxes and other taxes to the state, but they only get around 40% of the revenue. And of course, this is the fault of Governor Andrew Cuomo.
However, Eric Adams is not the only reason we are here. For over a decade, as he governed from Albany, former Governor Andrew Cuomo extracted our city's resources, using our revenue to address state-level holes while withholding from the city what it was owed. The result is a stunning fiscal imbalance. New Yorkers contribute 54.5% of state revenue and receive only 40.5% back. No part of this state gives more and gets less in return than New York City.
Now, look, I'm a New York City resident. I'm actually a net taxpayer in New York City, in New York State, and to the federal government. So believe me, if anybody has a right to complain about how the tax money is actually being spent, it is somebody like me. But make no mistake about it, the reason why the money goes to Albany and doesn't come back in the same amount to New York City is due to the fact that we have a progressive taxation system. And guess what? Residents of New York City are actually wealthier than residents of New York State. So according to Mamdani's ideology, which has been embraced at the state level, by the way, he was in state government. He should have complained about it all the years that he was in state government, but he absolutely didn't. This is how the taxation system is supposed to happen. You're supposed to take from people that have more money and give it in benefits to people who have less money. But that's actually not the whole story, because New York City actually does something that is incredibly sketchy that most other locations don't actually do, and I think it's incumbent upon me to explain it to you guys out there in the audience, because in most places, you actually pay taxes based on where you live. However, in New York City, which is a big economic driver for the entire state, anybody who works in New York City, whether they be a New Jersey resident or a resident of Long Island or slightly upstate New York, actually has to pay into the city income tax system, and they don't get a lot of the benefits from that because, again, a lot of the benefits go to residents of New York City. So while Mamdani is talking about how, oh, the city generates all this revenue, make no mistake about it, a lot of that city generation of revenue comes from the state and people who are not within the confines and thus not receiving all of the benefits of a resident of New York City that are paying into that. Again, if you're somebody from Long Island, you're paying city income tax because you're working in the city of New York. And by the way, if you're curious on whether or not the inverse is true, it's absolutely not, because if you live in New York City and then you actually work outside of the city, like in Long Island or in Westchester, then you're still paying city income taxes. So they essentially are extracting money from all these different residents of the state, counting that within the pool of their money that should never be touched, while simultaneously condemning the state income system for not doing the same exact thing. Again, if you're a New Jersey resident, you are paying part of your income if you work in New York City to the New York City income tax, which is unusual because typically that's not how taxes work, but in New York City, it does. So for Mamdani to talk about unfairness with the taxation in New York City and not bring that up is obviously patently absurd and ridiculous. But in addition to that, notice what a snake this guy is, because he calls out Governor Andrew Cuomo, who was governor for a long time, for this particular practice. But the thing is, this is still going on right now to this day under Governor Kathy Hochul. But because Governor Kathy Hochul is considered an ally of Mamdani, he's not going to talk about it. Again, much in the same way that he's not going to talk about the fact that as a state assembly person, he benefited from the very arrangement that he's calling corrupt. Now, of course, Zohran Mamdani has proposed the same exact taxes on the rich in order to close this particular budget gap that he proposed in order to pay for his exorbitant spending program programs during his election that, again, would be equivalent to doubling this budget gap. But in reality, the way that you actually get to fiscal responsibility is through cuts. And I know exactly where you should cut money from. It happens to be the public education budget, and I will explain to you guys out there in the audience how this budget ballooning has been absurd and ridiculous, and obviously indicative of government corruption. So I got AI to generate me the budget for the Department of Education in New York City, and of course the per student spending. And as you can see right here, since 2021, education spending has risen from 34.5 billion. Again, this is just for the city of New York. I know this might be larger than your entire state's budget depending on where you live in this country, and that is a per pupil spending rate of $27,000 a year. Now that has jumped $6 billion to $40 billion in fiscal year 2025. It is projected to go to $42.8 billion, but as you can see, the per student spending has actually risen close to $10,000 since 2020. And there's a very specific reason for that you could spot if you're a keen-eyed observer if you actually look at the 2020 versus 2021 budget for the Department of Education in the city of New York. Now, as you can see, the budgets are the same at $34.5 billion. However, the per student spending actually rose around $800 from $26,236 per pupil, which by the way is among the top in the entire nation, to $27,046. The reason why, even though the budget was exactly the same, spending per pupil rose is because there are fewer pupils in the city of New York. In this time period where education spending has gone up by $6 billion, we've actually lost about 8 to 10% of our school-age children in the city of New York. This is the under 18 population, and by the way, that even includes 20% of our population that is under the age of 5 years old. So New York City has seen since 2019 a 36% increase in public education spending on K through 12 schools, at the same time that there's been a 12% decline in enrollment at those very same public schools. And again, there's also the 20% decline in the population of New York City under the age of 5 that also should be factored in to future projections, but isn't. Now, the reason I'm highlighting that 20% decline in the under 5 population of New York City is that should be indicative going forward that you're going to have a much smaller student population in the city of New York in the future than you already have right now, which has already reduced dramatically. However, spending has gone up dramatically, and by the way, had you just froze spending at 2021 levels because of the decrease in the students that are actually at these public schools, you would get more spending per student like you see in 2020 to 2021, but at the same time, the entire budget deficit and then some would be wiped out. But the thing is, the reason education spending didn't even freeze, let alone go down, despite the fact that we have a massive decline in enrollment in New York City public schools, is because public school education is not about the students. It's about the people working in public school education. So even though you have less people and thus you should be spending less, the fact is they've hired more people to work in the schools, more teachers, and they've raised their salaries even more and given them more benefits. Again, this is because the Democratic Party, which runs the city of New York, is wholly occupied and captured by the teachers union. So yeah, while 7+
Who got out? The kids. Sounds like lots of people in New York are pulling their young kids out of, any deliveries coming today? Yes. Do you want to know what's coming today? I will tell you. Arriving today. Oh, it's just an extension cord. The hooks will be here tomorrow, and then one capybara thing will be here tomorrow. Extension cord today, hooks tomorrow, and one capybara thing tomorrow, which is perfect timing.
Billion in migrant spending is definitely a major issue that drove us into this financial crisis.
They don't get to leave, they vote for this shit. Yeah, sacrifice their children.
It's actually the stuff that Mamdani and Adams types and the city council agree on that drove it even further. And again, a perfect example of this, a perfect distillation of this is the New York City education budget. And by the way, if you guys are wondering, if you're curious, I know we don't typically evaluate education spending based on the results that it produced, but test scores are down. They're significantly worse. Even though the entire $12 billion budget deficit is explainable right here by the $12 billion in additional spending, despite a shrinking student population from fiscal year 2021 on. Guys, it's so obvious that this is the big driving force in the budget that if you just cut again the current year education spending of $42.8 billion, this is the 2026 projected amount, down to the 2021 amount, that would be $8 billion a year every year for the next 4 years. So that means we would have, what, $32 billion in additional revenue? And again, since the decline in the student population in New York City public schools is accelerating, it's not actually going back to normal. That means that you're still spending more money per pupil, but we can't do that because guess what? The teachers union owns this joint. Do you know how crazy it is that New York City's population is 8.3 million people, and yet they're spending about the same amount of money per year in the New York City budget as the state of Florida, which has over 20 million people? It's absurd. It's asinine. It's ridiculous. But again, this is what we're brought to due to the Democrats, due to the Mamdani types, and by the way, partially due to the Adams types, because they just think that if they throw money at their core constituents, they will be able to maintain power, and that's exactly who Mamdani is as well. So cry me a river about your budget deficit that you are going to blow out anyway. Cry me a river about Mayor Eric Adams, and by the way, the person you're not mentioning, who skipped town before this press conference, Brad Lander, the comptroller, not actually accounting for the spending properly in the 2026 budget. Because in reality, we all know what you're doing. We know you're going to blow out the budget. We know in the state assembly, you weren't concerned about what percentage of revenue goes back to the city of New York. Because again, you are fraud through and through. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. If you like this video, then show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social media, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Mamdani making an ass of himself. Till next time.
Till next time. Which Cappy thing? It's a surprise. It's for your desk, though. And it's useful. Because, you know me, if you tell me, hey, I want a bunch of things, I will find the most useful items, and I will get them.
The Russian-Ukrainian war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, has been bad for basically everyone, right? As you can see, the Russian casualties are apparently 1.2 million, but the Ukrainian casualties somewhere around 600,000. I suspect that's probably higher. I suspect that actually, because this is a German outlet writing it, they've got a natural desire to minimize what appear to be friendly casualties, because this makes it look like it was more of a success than I think it has actually been. This has created a demographic hole in the Ukrainian nation. Not only did they take loads of casualties, but there are somewhere between 5 and 7 million refugees that have been created by this war, and a quarter of them are thinking about settling abroad permanently. So that could well be, after this war, that Ukraine is basically down 2 million people, which is a lot. And this is going to create holes in the labour market. And you know who can't stand holes in the labour market? That's right, business. Business is like, well, hang on a second. I want my cheap labour. Now, one might suggest that actually what this would do is create a kind of baby boom in Ukraine, in the same way that it did in the West after World War II. When there is a more optimistic tone after the end of a war, the casualties that the war incurred are replaced. They become kind of the spur to people having babies, right? And instead, the powers that be, the global finance, has decided, yeah, you know, we can't wait that long. Ukraine just needs 8 million migrants to avoid this demographic catastrophe. So I'm sorry, I just can't help but think this isn't what they were fighting for, actually. This Vasily, I can't pronounce that. But President, the All-Ukrainian Association of Companies for International Employment, so someone with a direct interest in making sure that millions of migrants are flooded into Ukraine, told the country's state television that there was an urgent need for labour migration from countries such as Bangladesh, Nepal, India, North Africa and Central Asia. Cue the Breaking Bad meme of Walter White yelling "No" from the car. Just holy shit. Just don't do it. Like, I'm not pro-Russia or pro-Ukraine. To me, these are both foreign countries to which I have literally no connection. But I am sympathetic to the Ukrainians to the extent that, though they were invaded, however, I am forced to foot the bill. But it's been harrowing, right, for both sides. It's been genuinely harrowing. And, okay, it's one thing you get invaded by Russia. It's another thing fighting that invasion to a standstill. And I think it's worth remembering that the Ukrainians have fought heroically here. Like, genuinely heroically. Now, I resent having to pay for it, but I don't resent watching the Ukrainians actually doing the very best that they can with what they have. Like, this has been genuinely an inspirational thing, but the thing is, I don't want to, be like, yeah, rah-rah Ukraine, because it makes it seem like I'm on someone's team, right? And like I said, to me, these are just foreign countries. But you can't deny that what the Ukrainians have done is heroic, and they've made the sacrifices. And so it's like, right, okay, you're going to need 8.2 million workers, according to estimates, the International Organization for Migration, the International Labour Organization. Right, we have a demographic catastrophe. Either we encourage women to have more children, which would take 18 to 20 years, or must realistically seek labour migration from other countries. Can't you just have a smaller economy for a period of time? Does it have to be ethnic replacement because of a war that your business class demanded you fight to the death? Former Foreign Minister Kuleba believes that immigrants from Bangladesh, Nepal, India, the Philippines, Vietnam will arrive in Ukraine with pleasure. I mean, I'm just saying, we've been down this road, and what will happen is the demographics of your country will change, your country will get poorer, and remittances to these countries will increase. And you will find yourself with a far-right movement that becomes very, very powerful in the polls, and if the current trajectory that we're on is any indication, will eventually form a government in the country and be completely stifled by the powers that be, the international powers. And so this is a very predictable road. We have already gone down it. It has not ended well for us. Our future looks fucking bleak. And I tell you what, if the option was, well, have a smaller economy and somehow cope with the decline in birth rates or the demographic hole that you're facing, or do what we've done, I'd choose the first. I'd choose the former. Without hesitation, and then we'd just have to pay whatever cost we have to pay, because the choices we've made have not been wise choices. And I can't believe anyone in Ukraine is looking at the state of our countries and saying, yeah, okay, well, why don't we just take 8 million of them? And again, Ukraine's got 37 million people. Don't get me wrong, that's a lot of people, or had 37 million people, now it's like 34, 35 million. But adding 8 million migrants to that, more than enough to, way more than what was actually taken out, unless they're lying to us about the numbers, of course. It could be a lot more Ukrainians died, which is why, yeah, it's not 2 million, it's 8 million. Anyway, give us migrants. I can't believe you're looking at our experiment here and thinking this is probably a good idea and this will work. Like, this is mad, right? And then it's a weird advert, isn't it? It's a weird advert. When your own government is propagandizing the women of your country to have children with foreigners because you were sent off to die in a war. Like, Jesus, was dark, isn't it? It's just fucking dark. Like, remember, your governments do not care about you. They do not care. They will literally send you to die and then import a replacement husband for your wife. They've got no morals. They don't care at all about you. They literally, not one night's sleep goes disturbed by the things that they are doing here. Just FYI, not one. And it never will either, right? These people will never feel any compassion for you. And so just to be clear, Like, all I'm saying is just don't. Just don't. And I say this all the time. Whenever a Western European country, or any European country even, is just like, yeah, guys, maybe we'll take on migration and that'll improve the economy. That'll turn things around. I'm just like, man, there's a can of worms that you're opening here. And it's very difficult to put the toothpaste back in the tube, right? It's very difficult to undo all of this. And currently we are struggling with even the ability to conceive that we should. Like, the idea of remigration and sending a lot of people back is something that is a very popular idea around the central discourse of politics in this country, right? Everyone online is obsessed with it and have all of their kind of fancy fiction or fancy football sort of plans on how they would make it happen. But no one in the core is talking about that, because they know that the businesses would spurg the fuck out about sending just millions of people back. And then, and not just that, I mean, that's the businesses. Then you'd have like the libtards, the liberals, who are in the Quangos and in all of the institutions, who would also spurg the fuck out, because they would think, well, you're discriminating against people, because you would be, right? Even if that was necessary to do for the survival of the nation. They would rather the nation die than admit that there are groups of people and people belong to those groups. Without question, without you being able to just chop and change as you like, right? They would rather die. They would rather the nation die. And so they think, right, okay, we'll just do this. This will solve the problem. And it's like, yeah, but think about what you're doing. You're literally disgracing the memory of the men who fought to defend their own homeland by just giving it away to foreign men. And don't get me wrong, they weren't at war with these guys, obviously. But man, this is just weird. It's dark. It's just really, really dark. Anyway, Ukraine has already started taking foreigners in, obviously. But at the moment, it's in the hundreds. It's only literally like a few hundred. But demand for foreign workers is growing. Demand is growing. I mean, does India have a huge pool of manpower that they're willing to export? Yes, they do. As Ursula von der Leyen the other day put it, oh, we're going to bring in talent from India. I mean, India's not exactly in the best shape. Why are they happy to export their talent? If these people are so talented, you think India would be doing everything they could, offering them the heaven and the earth, huge amounts of money to stay in India. No, you're our talent. We need you for our country to be great. You can't just go to Ukraine, which somehow is more attractive to the talent of the country than India. You can't just go there. Unless, of course, it's not talent. Unless, of course, they're kind of offloading burdensome people and saying, good luck. And it's the same with like Nigeria or wherever, Somalia. Like, if we were getting talent from these places, one, you've got to explain to us how exactly in these countries talent came to be so evenly distributed. It just happens, all of them. We've got millions of them. Oh, yeah, they're all talent. Wow, incredible. You'd think that'd be a more narrow, marginal proportion of the population. But, okay, fine. Why is India happy to let them go? And one can only assume. And why is it that their country looks like that, but for some reason we're expecting them to make our country look like something out of science fiction? Like, why is it that we keep calling it talent? It's because you wouldn't accept it otherwise, would you? But honestly, like I said, just don't. These people have countries and they should be improving their countries. And when they use the term talent and say, well, look, we just need it, trust us, bro. And it's like, listen, you need it for what? You need it for your profit margins. That's what you need. And every pro-immigration leftist on this subject is a willing tool of international capital. Every leftist on this who's like, oh, you know, immigrants welcome, refugees welcome. What they are is working hand in glove with big business. Literally the puppets of big business, where they shove it up their arse and say, don't be a racist. And they're like, God, I don't want to be a racist. Import as much cheap labor as fucking possible, because I, a leftist, demand it. And it's like, right, okay, we are, like, there's no help coming from the left, right? They're too stupid and blind to understand that they're being puppeteered this way. And it's genius on the part of international capital, by the way. Genius. Big businesses had them in their pocket for such a long time now. Ever since they realized, wait, if we just fly a pride flag, these fucking retards are going to be on our side, not their side. Genius. Yeah, we've got this. Oh, brilliant. That's the Wall Street protests over with. What are they bloody called now? Back in 2011. But anyway, that's those protests over with. That's all of this broken up. They don't care about the 1%. They care about owning the chuds. They don't care about, like, the ideology of leftism like they profess. They care about owning the chuds. And so, anyway, we've arrived at a point where it's just the chuds who are just like, guys, I'm not sure selling out our nations to the international money power using foreign workers to ruin our lives, ruin our wages, depress our countries, and eventually demographically replace us. I'm not sure that's wise. And 50 years ago, your average left-winger would have been like, yeah, Jesus Christ, that's mental. Like Bernie Sanders, Jeremy Corbyn would have been like, yeah, no, that's mental. But now, they have them all sewn up. They've stitched all this up. You will never find a leftist who is brave enough to admit, Aaron Bastani, Jimmy the Giant, whoever, who is brave enough to admit that they are the willing tools of international capital. And they will continue to basically BS their way through their own audience. Just like, no, refugees welcome. Let's tax the rich, bro. It's like, okay, one way you can tax the rich is by reducing the readily available pool of manual labor that they have access to. So the people in our countries can essentially demand a much more substantive wage for the work that they're doing, because suddenly it is a seller's market for labor and not a buyer's market. But anyway, who cares? They don't care. They're not going to listen. There's no point trying to persuade them, right? With the left, basically, it's a congenital hate of the oikos. They hate you. They want you dead. And the businesses are like, yeah, great. We just want infinite amounts of raw human capital. We don't care where it's come from. We don't care what it thinks, what it's doing. And this is the future of Ukraine. And honestly, it's just awful. It's just awful. Like I said, I'm not like a Ukraine supporter. I'm not a Russia supporter. I'm someone to whom I'm very far away from. I'm looking from the outside and being like, right, okay, well, that was terrible, wasn't it? Anyway, if you'd like to support us, go over to shop.lucy's.com. I don't think there are any American Islanders left, and there's only a handful of ones in Europe and Britain, but if you can get them, do go and get them now, or grab our goth mugs or an Islander shirt or something like that to support us, because, I mean, we think we're doing good work. So, thanks for joining me, folks. I'll see you in the next video.
Get your free trial to the DollarWise budgeting app today. Join the tens of thousands of active users who are taking control of their money and changing their lives. With new features being added constantly, there's no reason not to try it. And if you like it, choose the annual version to save a ton of money and get my budget-friendly cookbook signed by me and mailed directly to you. DollarWise.app or link in the description below. Your only
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by FiveMind.com. Well, it's always the same lie now, isn't it, right? Peaceful protesters, they say.
The vast majority of protesters, like 99.9%, have been engaging in peaceful protests.
Again, they're out here repeating the same disgusting lie. But nothing about these anti-ICE riots have been peaceful. There's little pockets of peace, let's call it, but for the most part, it's been complete chaos and seditious behavior. And of course, we already have enough evidence to make that case, to make that claim, but might as well pile onto it because this week, we've probably seen some of the most egregious examples of left-wing radicalism. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. Let's expose the true nature of the left. left. Let's debunk this peaceful protest nonsense, shall we? You know, two things that are so clearly diametrically opposed are peaceful protesting and the city of Minneapolis. Let me show you guys what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so this is a pretty crazy case. Remember we were covering that story, I think maybe a week and a half ago, where Democrats broke into a federal vehicle and started stealing all the documentation and the rifle that was in that lockbox. And of course, many of that documentation had personal information of certain ICE agents. They ended up leaking that on live stream and posting it online. Well, it was obvious why that was such an egregious crime, because clearly one of these nutcases was going to act on it, and that's exactly what happened. The FBI now announces an arrest of a woman who reportedly used said personal information from the stolen federal vehicle to, quote, threaten to kill an officer, his wife, and child. Yeah, nothing says just my peaceful protesting and engaging in my First Amendment rights like threatening to kill an entire family. These people are insane, and the threats are non-stop. You know, sure, we've been seeing more general threats aimed at any ICE agent all over TikTok. We have video upon video of Democrats calling to shoot ICE agents, but it's not just that. In some cases, they've taken these threats and targeted specific people. You know, they aren't trying to dox these ICE agents for no reason. This is what's happening. I got another egregious example here. This is a voicemail that was sent to an ICE agent and his family by another crazed individual.
Yeah. Oh, The Forest? I've wanted to watch him play this. The Forest is a survival game. So I was just like, oh, fuck. It's going to be like the raft all over again.
A dead person on the title screen. Here we go. Normal, hard, stronger enemies. Hard survival, stronger enemies, rough survival. Yeah, we ain't trying to do that, right? I say just normal hard mode, right, chat? Or y'all just gonna go normal? Chat, you wanna do normal? I feel like normal is the play. Chat, normal, right? Normal? Normal's good, bet. Is there butt naked people in this?
Is there butt naked people in this?
We're on an
I
airplane.
need to know.
Oh my goodness, this sensitivity goes crazy. What are we eating? Looks like somebody took a dump in there. Survival manual. Is it gonna crash? See, this is why I don't get on airplanes, chat. This right here is a perfect example as to why I don't. Yeah. Chat, I told you, this is why I don't fly.
Yeah, he didn't play that one for a minute. The plane crashed off.
This is why I don't fly. Grab on to something, Timmy!
Wait, he played this before? He didn't play this before, did he?
Let me guess, we're the only survivor. What about our son? Is he alive? No! Timmy, don't take him! Who was that? Low energy, eat something or get some rest. Find something to eat. I'm good at that. Oh my! Ooh, grab that. What you talking about? Ooh, eat it. Where's our son, chat?
No, we played it. We played it? We played The Forest? Did we? We did, didn't we? Oh, I remember. Yeah, because we kept finding those camps. You're right. We did play it. Wow, I blanked that out. That was fun.
Turn this down like 17. I'm not gonna lie. There we go. There's no way it's still that fast. There's actually no way. We're going to have to go like 3%, something like that, chat. 6%.
Turtles on the beach.
Where's our
Crazy
son?
Cannibal People at night.
Where'd he
Yeah,
take
yeah.
my
I remember
son
now,
to?
but holy fuck, I blanked that out.
Turn the TikTok off. Wait, do I actually need to turn the TikTok stream off, chat? Okay, so do I need to grab like everything I see, chat, or what? Like all these sodas, do I need those? I'm taking that. I don't know. I'm taking everything I see, chat. I'm not gonna lie. Everything I see, I'm grabbing it, bro. Turn off mouse smoothing. That's way better. R.I.P. Ma'am, I'm so sorry. Wait, Chad, are we the only one to survive this crash? Oh, wait, I need y'all to be honest, though, Chad. Like,
play for very
do I
long?
need
Yeah,
to turn the
believe that.
TikTok stream off? Like, is there going to be naked people? Turn it off? All right, bet. I can't believe I never played this. All right, chat, lock in. Okay, I think I got everything I needed. I think I got literally every item in here. I'm not going to lie. So let's go ahead and leave. You must die. I'm playing. I'm not going to kill a squirrel, chat. I'm a vegan. Chat, I'm on my vegan tip. You know what I mean? I'm not, you know. I'm not going to kill none. How do I get in this? Wait, you can hit him? Ooh, chat. You think I can beat this game tonight? I'm looting everything I see because I got a feeling that after seeing all the stuff we get from this airplane, I got a feeling that getting supplies is going to be very difficult from here on. Is that true? There we go. So I'm assuming that the main objective of this game is to find Timmy, right? Wait, B to open survival book? What? I for inventory? So this is everything we have. Okay, I get this axe won't break, will it, chat? Will this axe break? Who just said cannibals? What do you mean cannibals? What do you mean cannibals? Alright, chat. I think I got everything in this area pretty much. Wait, no, maybe I didn't. Dude, can you believe we survived a plane crash, chat? Are we him for that? Buddy, hit the... Dude, we got a lot of stuff right now, bro. Okay, what should we do here? What's first step? Oh, to-do list. Find Timmy, set up camp, find missing plane passengers. Buddy, what? If they're missing, they're dead. What you talking about? So, chat, should we set up camp off rip? I don't know if I like this area, though. I kind of want to be somewhere where there's, like, water. Okay, maybe not that much water, but you know what I mean, chat? Like somewhere where there's some water action at? Do I need rocks? Should I be grabbing rocks? I don't know. Chat, I'm kind of scared. I'm not going to lie, bro. Y'all talking about some cannibals. Well, here's the thing, chat. When I see the cannibals, will I be able to, like, handle myself, you think? Like, be able to fight them off? Or are they just going to straight up destroy me? Chat, what is this? Why is people typing GG?
Why is people talking to GG? Yeah, these camps.
Why y'all typing GG? Is this a cannibal hut?
It's not a cannibal hut.
Oh my god. Oh no! Oh no! Somebody's over there! Ah! Who is that? Oh my... Who is that? Is he here by himself? Can I kill him? Oh my goodness, he's butt naked. Come on. Fly! 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 Die!
Had to blur this out. Had to cook logs or something. Yeah, that's what we did. We went around gathering stuff. Wasn't I trying to catch some critters or something? You were definitely trying to catch critters.
Chat, listen. I had to. Chat, listen. I had to. Look. I had to do that. You know what I mean? He was attacking me first. Chat, he was attacking me first, right?
Right.
That's self-defense. They can't... Chat, that's self-defense. They can't get me for that. That's self-defense right there. What is this? Circuit board? I don't know what to do with that. Covered in blood, wash it off to avoid infection. There was a lake over here. Let me go jump back in this lake. Or this pond, whatever. Chat, are we doing good so far? Is that a Komodo dragon? What?
What?
Can you open this? Thank you. Wait, Komodo dragons just straight up kill you, don't they? Like in real life? Kill them? Why? Chat, here's my thing when it comes to like games like this. If it's not killing me, I don't really want to kill it. You know what I mean? Yo, we need some water. Do we have some water? There we go, chat. We're doing good right now. The others are coming to kill you because you killed a member of their tribe? Chat, do they come in groups or is it just like one like that? Am I gonna see like a group of them?
Damn, I can't remember. Yeah, it was like setting traps or something. You were trying to catch squirrels.
Ooh, what is that, a tennis ball? Okay, here's the thing, Chad. I think we need to get out of here as soon as possible because yeah, you know. Oh my god, there's multiple. Chad, did you see that? Did you see that? I saw like 3 of them. I just saw like 3 of them running on all 4s. She's a runner, she's a tractor. She gonna run away when it gets hot. Chat, we're good, man, we're good. Kitty! Okay, chat, look. So y'all were saying,
Freak
hold
him
on,
out.
the to-do list.
Rabbits. Yeah, maybe it was rabbits.
Find Timmy, set up camp. So Chad, is the
Squirrel.
first thing we need to do
It
find
was
a
some.
place to
I
set up
remember it was
camp
some kind of
at?
small animal. At least that's how I remember it.
How am I going to remember where my camp is, though, Chad? I'll be on the move too much. Like, once I'm at a camping spot, I ain't going to come back. Wait, this looks kind of vibey right here. Chat, this looks kind of vibey right here. What do y'all think about this area? Is that a river? Oh, chat, this is where we're making camp at. But here's the thing, though. If we make camp near a river, they go near rivers too, don't they? Because they need water too, so they gonna be coming down here.
I will kill you.
I'm playing, chat. I would never. I'm a vegan. Like I said, I'm a vegan. Dude, chat, listen. What do y'all think? Should we make it on this side or that side? Do I see a hut? Do I see a hut over here? Chad, I'm scared. Y'all go, Chad, y'all gonna have to help your boy out, because I ain't never... Why y'all saying tsunami, Chad? Come on, man. There's alligators. What else can kill you in this game? Can you catch a disease? Oh, yes, apparently you can. Okay. Listen, I think I saw a hut over here. I'm just going to go make sure that that's not what I saw. You know what I mean? Are you going to bite me? Oh, chat, look, he's friendly. And y'all wanted me to kill it. I'm calling Pete on y'all. I did. Chat, I did. You think it's abandoned? You think I can use their camp? What is this right here? Oh my... Dude, is this abandoned? Can I use this? Is that a camera? Where's the Is that a Louis Vuitton? What were they filming here?
What were they filming?
Chat, what's that noise?
Can you bring your gameplay back up if you want, by the way? You still in
What's that
Courtkeeper?
noise?
Yeah, I think I'm about done, to be
I hear
honest.
bones.
I think I've done all the things. There's still the 3 Hydra bosses.
I don't think I want to stay here. But what are these?
The gear progression's pretty much done. So you would just do them to...
Is there a survivor here? Bad vibes,
that you
dude.
beat
Last
all
time
the-
I heard those bones,
all the bosses,
dude.
but they're like an optional end game.
Dude, they got fish traps and
End
stuff.
game.
We camp here. Chat, we camp here, right?
And I'm missing like 1 ring, I think. I have 1 puppet ring, but I wanted 2 puppet rings. So.
No, why not? Here's the thing, chat. That's what we were saying. We want to camp somewhere that's near water.
You play Laundry Sim
But,
next?
like,
I
not in a
might.
danger zone.
Yeah. It was
Here's the thing.
what was it? It was the laundry one. There was another game I wanted to try too. It was an older one I saw Queso playing. I'll find it.
In chat.
You get
If
special
this
stuff
camp,
from
this
that.
obviously isn't a.
The Hydra bosses. I don't think you get that much cool stuff from it. Not anything I would use, I don't think. Yeah, you get eye, tooth, and something else. That's what it was. The gas station one. The gas station one did look good. Yeah, I'll look through his stuff and see if I can find it. Did I play the zombie one? I don't think I played the zombie one. I think I watched you play it a lot. Yeah. Maybe I'll try the zombie one.
This obviously isn't a cannibal camp because these are like modern tents. If this camp is abandoned, there's probably a reason for that. So, let's just not, you know what I mean? Ooh, chat, wait a minute. Wait a minute, now we're cooking. Chat, wait a minute, now we're cooking. Oh my god. Bro, I thought that was a giant snake or something about to eat me. Right here, chat. Chat, what do we think? Right here, camp. This is perfect. Look at the view. Yeah? Bet. Now, how do we make a camp? I got a bunch of sticks. Chat, I don't know how to make a camp. I'm not gonna lie.
Fun to do between other games. Yeah, I like that you like the stressful games, and there are some games that are like that I can get into, but it's got to have like a progression system, you know. I need to feel like I'm progressing. And some games have that, like you know, your 5-star water parks and stuff like that. There's a certain level of progression that you can get, but it's not quite as intricate. What was the one? That was another. There was like one that we both liked. I forget what it was called. Steam. Schedule 1. Schedule 1 was a good one. It was banging for both of us. I like it's got clear progression, but at the same time, it's just like one of those ones where it's like stress you out. Yeah, Schedule 1 did it right. The zombie one less so, I think. Yeah. The zombie one would be cooler if it was like instead of the drone part, you got to go out and like get gear or something like that, and then come back and like let in survivors to increase your progress in the game. I think the drone things they could develop that into a better thing. Yeah. True. Here, I'll play this while I look through Case's old history.
The book. The book. To do, make a fire. Chat, lock in. Do we make a basic fire, a bonfire, or a fire pit? What's that noise? Do basic? Okay, basic. You need 7 leaves and 2 sticks. I'm assuming I have that. So, combine. 1. Did it work? It said 7. It said 7 leaves and 2 sticks.
If the new Minecraft is out, the Hayat or
Chad,
whatever,
it didn't work.
I would love to play that. I don't know if it's out yet though. What's it called? Hayat. Hayat game. Hayat Tale. Hightail. It's in early access.
What happened? Let's go! Chat, we have a fire. Do we need to light the fire during the day or no?
It might be. It might be available.
Chat, lock in, man. Lock in. Okay, new item added to the to-do list. Find Timmy. His
I
name's
just have to
actually
download.
Timmy.
It looks like
Wait, I was calling him Timmy in the opening cutscene
its
just
own
for the
launcher.
meme. His name's actually Timmy. Oh, yo, what? Okay, find and cook food, set up camp. So, chat, this is all I needed for a camp, right? We're good on a camp? Oh, it's getting dark. I don't like this. Shelter. What do we make? 82 logs!
82 logs.
Make a bed? Chat, you gotta hurry up. It's getting dark. Oh my. Small bed right here, chat. Small bed. We don't have what's needed. Yeah, chat, GG, we're dead. Make a leaf bed? Where was that at? Chat, you gotta hurry. It's getting dark. The shelter? Chat, we do this? Leaf tent. We need more. We need. Oh no, it is dark. How do we get leaves? Do leaves come from these? Chat, it's dark. Chat, it's dark. I'm about to panic. Do they come out at night? Help me.
Help.
Okay, don't panic, chat. Relax. Don't panic. Does the lighter go out? Does it have a certain amount of fuel? Chat, I ain't got no food, bro. Oh, no. Oh, snacky! Okay. It is very dark out here, chat. Listen, where do I get some leaves? Go to bed in the shelter. I don't have enough leaves to make the shelter. Look, I only got 11 of them things. How many do we need? 26. I can't see.
Oh, I forgot he played Subnautica.
Chat,
That's too funny. You would hate. He would be hilarious though.
This. 2 leaves. 4 leaves. Chat, does the lighter have a certain amount of fuel? Yes or no? I think we have it. Chat, I think we're good.
You did good, cutie.
Chat, I don't want to be out here at night, man. I don't want to be out here, dude. Chat, this is bad, man.
Yeah, that game's like your mortal enemy.
Give me some bushes, please. Gotta see some bushes. GG.
You didn't even get to like the really scary parts. I saved the watch later. I think I watched
Dude, if
the
I
only
see
way
one
I
of them
can
out
do
here,
it.
I'm actually gonna lose my mind.
Yeah, there's at the end. There's like a big.
Stop breathing hard. It's
Well,
fine.
it's just like big, scary, little serpent thing.
Okay. Chat, we need 2 more leaves. What was that noise? What's going on? Chat, literally all we need is 2 leaves. Do I dare cross over?
We played it for like an hour total. Megalodon. Oh, serpent. Yeah, it was like, or tentacly. What is it called? Nautica. What's it called? You should call out tomorrow. So.
Here's a bush, here's a bush, here's a bush, here's a bush, here's a bush. It didn't give me a leaf. Are you
Sea
kidding me?
Emperor
You
Leviathan.
didn't give me a leaf. You gotta be fisting me. What?
Yeah. This thing.
Go back? I can't, man. I gotta get these 2 leaf skis.
I don't need to see a pic.
No, oh my goodness, I'm going back.
Okay.
Relax, Bambi, relax. Take me home. Take me home.
Leviathan.
Dude, this is bad, bro. I can't, bro. I'm too stressed. I can't. Deal with it. Can we sleep? Do we sleep? Can we sleep? Do we sleep? Can we sleep? Does anybody want to explain to me why my shelter just broke after 1 usage? It was temporary? Chat, we gotta do something about this food situation. Listen, can you fish in this game? Here's a better question. Can I jump down into that creek and hit fish with the axe?
That is a better question.
Am I about to break my leg? What am I doing? So, chat, you're telling me I can get in here and hit a fish with my axe? You gotta make a spear? Chat, are spears where it's at? Okay, we should make a spear, right? That's what y'all want to do? Bunny, I'm sorry, man, but look, man. I'm hungry. I gotta survive. Chat, I don't want to, man. Chat, I don't want to kill him, man. Alright, listen, we gotta figure out how to make a spear right here, right now. You can make a raft? What is this game? 2 sticks in your inventory?
I hate. Yeah, you do.
Chad, I don't want to kill the rabbit, man. Can you throw it? Oh my goodness, you can throw it. Chad, I think I have to. Chat, listen, I even when I play Minecraft, I just go after the fish. I don't kill the animals. But listen, chat, look at that hunger meter. We about to have to do what we about to have to do, man. I'm not gonna lie, we about to have to... Yeah, we ain't making it a week. Yeah, we ain't gonna survive a week out here. Chat, do I kill the... I need food right now. Do they not leave me nothing? I don't understand. There's got to be fish in here, right? There's a deer? Where? I don't want to kill it though, Chad, but we got to survive. Is that a fish? Go to a pond? Chat, look, man, I'm a vegan and everything, but like at the end of the day, I'm gonna just have to kill something and eat it, bro. I'm gonna have to. I can't find anything. I'm gonna starve to death out here day 2. I just drank half of my stuff by accident. Yo, equip the axe again. Equip this real quick. Blueberries where? Blueberry. Chad, just rest in peace. Chat, rest in peace. Chad, it's over, man. We're gonna die day 2. I'm sorry, friend. Oh my!
Come on.
Please, Chad, I'm desperate at this point. I'm desperate. Even if I kill a squirrel, chat, listen. Even if I kill a squirrel. Dory, no! It's a miracle. I can't carry any more fish. I don't want to waste that. There's more fish here. Chat, remember where this pond is. Please remember where this pond is. Do we have to go back to our base to... Where's my base? Eat it right now? You want me to eat it raw?
Oh, raw?
It's raw!
Good.
It's raw! Let's just make a fire right here. Wait, let's just make a fire right here. Cook and eat. Cook and catch. Catch and cook. Chat, catch and cook? Yeah? You gotta be fisting me right now. No way. Oh my goodness, yes, light it. Do you have to like put the spear, combine the spear in this? I don't know how to cook it. Chat, I don't know how to cook it, man. Chat. Chat, I don't know how to cook it, bro. Quit. Cook. Ah! Yeah. Oh, Lord, I'm on fire! Oh, Lord! Oh, my God!
You're not supposed to go in the fireplace.
Chad, how do I cook it?
Not like that.
See. 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 Cook. See. How do I know when they're done? I'm about to starve to death. Oh my goodness, saved. Oh my God. Oh my goodness, we're so saved. Oh my goodness, chat. Chat, we're saved, bro. We're saved. Should I have ate all three of those, by the way? I don't know how to save it.
You don't know how to use your inventory?
Chat, I didn't know how to save it. The only option was to just pick it up and eat it. Ash May. What did she just type? You're so lucky and I cannot stand you.
Oh.
I'm so upset right now. Why? Because I survived? Did you want me to die? That's not luck, chat. That's literally human instinct. Chat, seriously, I was about to starve to death. I took off running like a primal humanoid, crafted a spear, jumped in a pond, killed 3 fish, and cooked them and ate them. That's not luck. That's just human determination to not die. I have another question though, chat. If I take these fish, what is them lips doing? Yo, hold up.
What are those lips
Is this safe to drink? I feel like I shouldn't drink this. Okay, I have a question, chat. If I kill these fish and just keep them in my inventory, will they stay fresh or will they rot? They're gonna rot. Yo, chat, listen. I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. I feel like we just build our base right here beside this pond. Like, honestly. I feel like that's what we need to do. Kitty! Yo! Kitty! 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 Okay, do we need to make a log cabin? Do I need to cut down some stuff? All right, let's cut down some stuff.
Sucking and fucking.
I can cut
True,
down
that's
whole
what those
trees with
lips
this,
do.
right? You ain't gotta scream like that.
You ain't gotta be like that.
Chat, this is true survival instinct right here. Chat, true survival instinct, dude. Tree, can you fall? Hold left click. I'm holding it. You gotta keep tapping it. Oh, you gotta spam it. Timber! World's strongest man. Oh my goodness. Let's bring him right here, chat. Let's build our base up in here. Y'all cool with that?
Wherever you feel comfortable, man. Where the lips are, then it's where the lips are.
Chat, we are surviving, dude. We're gonna find Timmy. We're gonna find him. Look how quick I chopped that down, chat. Him! Chat, listen, if you were out in the wilderness with me, would you feel safe?
Yeah, no. Opposite.
Like, look what I'm doing, chat. I'm doing what has to be done. No. Good news is, too, by the way, we ain't seen no cannibals in a hot minute.
True.
But I'm assuming we're gonna see more of them, right? You got scared of a lizard? Yeah, but here's the thing.
You got scared of a
We're
lizard?
alive. You know what I mean? Are you tired or something? Won't you hit it, bro? Yo, can we get a chainsaw? It's hot out here. Golly, cut the tree down. There we go. Timber! Chat, Chewy. Look, they're going to roll down there, too. Like we wrote it up. Okay, what did we need to, let's see what we needed for the cabin. Hold on. We're doing small cabin, I'm assuming, right? We need 13. I think we have that. Where's the door? Chat, right here, yeah? Chat, right here? Wait, let us cook, chat. Let us cook. Bro! Look at us, chat. Look at us. You won't fit in there? What you mean? Wait, you might be right, actually. Wait a minute. This thing is tiny. I like this, though, Chad. I like this. This isn't bad. How do you get in it? Oh, is this the door? Where's the door? Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13. We need 5 more. And, of course, we have 4. No shot. Kill the raccoon. Chat, should we kill the raccoon? I don't know, man. I feel bad, bro. We need 2 more, chat. 2 more. Chad, I'm assuming this is like the easiest part of the game, right?
Yeah, that's a good estimation.
You gonna fall or what? Don't roll down the hill, please, I'm begging you. Chat, we have a crib. Wait, what? What is this? Chat, we have a crib, dude. We save. Let's go. So is this always going to be like on my screen? Like if I run a long way away, will this always be here? Yes. Okay, Chad, here's the thing. I think we should I think we should get a couple more fish right here. Or like 1. Sorry. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. And I say we cook again. Y'all cool with that? Wait, we're actually, Chad, we're literally cooking. What did I just eat? Was there still a fish on the fire? There was a burned fish on the fire. Chat, I also have another question. How do you just get the item once it's done cooking and like put it in your backpack instead of like eating it? Why did it go out? Please cook my fish. I'm begging you, cook it. Cook the fish. I just saw a cannibal. Put that on something that cannibals are around here. It's done. Eat it. Chat, we're surviving. Let's go, man. All right, to-do list. To-do list, chat. Fine. So we should, so chat, is it time to move around now? Wait, no, we need a bed. I don't want to move around while it's nighttime. I want to wait till it's daytime again. So we can sleep in this thing without having to have a bed in here, right? Yo, we're cooking low-key. I say we wait till it gets nighttime, and we sleep and go out. Type 1 if that's a good idea. Chat, look. I gotta use the restroom real quick. If y'all see something, y'all start playing or something. If you see a cannibal, just like, don't let him kill me, okay? Lock in. Chat, are we good? Oh my goodness, it's dark. We sleep. Here's the thing. We sleep, eat, drink, go. Oh.
Uh-oh.
It's not dark enough yet. I washed my hands, chat, on everything I love I did. Chat, I got bad news. I can't get out the door. Chat. Chat, I got bad news. I can't get out the door. Oh, that wasn't the door. Okay, my bad. Do you think cannibals come through here? Do you think this is like one of their areas that they go to or no? This area seems like it's pretty secure. Hurry up and let me sleep, man. Come on. I can't see nothing. Chat, does the lighter go out eventually, yes or no? Because that thing is like, it doesn't. Because it's like starting to mess up on me. Drink, yeah, as soon as we wake up, we're going to eat and drink, and we're going to go run out. Do we need to carry anything with us when we leave? Chat, be honest. How are we doing right now? Am I doing good? Make a club? Make a flaming axe? Where would that be at? Where would that be? Oh, you have to do it from your backpack. Okay. I don't think we need something like that right now, do we? Bro, we still can't sleep yet, Chad. I'm starting to get scared, bro. It's dark, man. Please let me sleep. Oh my. Chat, remember, as soon as we wake up, we're going to drink, we're going to fish, and we're going to move. Chat, it's almost time. It's almost time. It's almost time. You need a weapon? Yeah, I got the axe. Is that not a good weapon? I have a weak spear. Wait, how about combine? No. Wait, can I make like a stone club? Cannibal? What do you mean? Hold on. Boom, boom. Okay, you can't do that. Chat, we need to make a club or something. Why did I just equip the stick? What are you doing? Is that good? That's a club. Let's go! Okay, it does that much damage. It is so much better than the axe. Oh my goodness, chat, it is so much better. Bro. Okay, chat, we can almost sleep now. Turn the lighter off. Does the light attract them? Cloth? Chat, what do you mean cloth? Should I do this? Oh my. How long does that last? How long does that last? That doesn't, like, make my club deteriorate, does it? We sleep. Let's go, man! Now, chat, here's what we do. We eat. Chat, we eat, drink, leave. Sound good?
Eat, drink, leave.
Do we need more leaves for the fire? I think we do, right? Quit that. Chat, we're frying. Come on, man. How would you rate my performance so far? Ban the guy that just said 2 out of 10. All right, chat, lock in. Should I make a new fire or just use the one that I had? Can I just upgrade it or what? Oh no, chat, the fire's gone. We'll just make another one. Basic fire. Boom. There we go. Light it. Let's go! Chat, this is going so well. This is going so well. Am I gaining aura points or no? We wait for them to get done cooking, and then we're going to go make our first expedition, chat. Lock in. Where do y'all think we need to go? Is there a map? No, there's not. Eat! Should I just eat the other one too? Does it like... Yeah, just eat it. Alright, chat. We head out now. Chat, we move. Try to find a cave. Oh, GG. Chat, so that house symbol is going to be on my screen the whole time, right? Because I don't want to lose that. All right, chat, here we go. Let's see what happens. Save. Wait, no, I saved right before we slept, didn't I? We're good, I saved. Chat, no, I saved. Should we go around the beach, you think? I'm dead. Let's stick to the outskirts and just see what we can find. Is something bad about to happen, chat? Be honest. Get away from me! Who are you?
She looks like a friend.
You ain't taking me!
Queso's ex-girlfriend. Now eat her.
Kill her. Bro, who just said hear me out?
Hear me
What
out.
do you
I can
mean?
fix her.
Wait, chat, we're good. Chat, we're good. We washed off. Oh, nah, who is this? Chat, who is this and why does he have like a skull taped to his back? Chop her up? Y'all want me to eat them? No, Chad, I ain't no cannibal. I'm not joining them. Burn them? Use their bones as tools? So, chat, you want me to chop
Use
them
their
up?
bones as tools.
You're serious?
As you do.
Chat, I gotta do what I gotta do.
Yeah, you do.
Chat, should I chop their leg too? I'm not gonna eat them, chat. Look, I'm just gonna use. Oh my. Listen.
Life.
So I light them on fire, right? This is crazy. Oh nah. Chat. Oh nah. What are we doing here?
You're cooking a human.
So do we just let it burn? Chat, we just let it burn, right? And then we can use their bones for tools? Dude, what are we doing, man? Chat, I'm just trying to survive. Torso? Chad, I'm not eating that, man. I'm gonna start laughing randomly because that's what happens. What's that called, Chad? What's that symptom called? When somebody eats somebody and they start laughing, what's it called? Kuru? Yeah, it's a real thing. Like when somebody eats somebody, they like go crazy and start laughing. It's called Kuru or something. Chat, what do I do now? Skull! So these are useful, right? Let's go. All right, chat, let's go. Chat, I'm scared. Make bone armor? Wait, what happens if you combine another body? Why are y'all saying there's a cave? Did I see a cave? Should I chop this dude up too, chat? I'll chop him up, man. I'll do it. Should I throw his whole body on the fire without chopping him up?
Wild conversation to have with your chat, by the way. Funny videotape.
This is crazy, man. The things you gotta do to survive, Chad. I mean, look. Chat, the things we're doing to survive out here, man. Chad, I'm scared. What if we get called out here at night? You've done everything except look for your son?
Oh,
hey, buddy,
shit.
listen here. Okay? To look for my son, I gotta survive. I can't look for my son if I'm dead. Chat, it's over.
You've done everything. Look for your son.
Chat, it's done. So you're saying we still don't have enough. We gotta wait. Chat, lock in, bro. Chat, lock it in, man. Okay? Add cloth? No way. No way! Let's go! No way, chat. Come on, man. We're surviving our first expedition. I don't care. Chat, we're not dying. Is there a cave around here? Chat, do we go around or do we go up? What do you think? Let's go up and we'll still hug the edge. Bro, I'm still scared. I don't know what time of night it is either. There's some thick vegetation. Somebody just typed in the chat and said go that way, and then in like the little quotations he said points. This dude's like actually in here role playing. Bro, what? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm just walking, chat. We're trying to find Timmy, man. Yo, catch your breath real quick. You breathing too hard. So y'all are telling me there's like, I can run into big groups of them, not just like one or two at a time? Is that a cave entrance? Wait, that looks like a cave entrance. Good, it ain't a cave entrance. That looked just like a cave entrance, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. It is? Chat, there's no open cave. Chat, this is not a cave. No, Chad, that's not a cave. There's a candle. I just saw one. Put that on something. We're good. Uh-oh. Chat, you see that TP? Chat, do you see that TP? And I'm not talking about the Call of Duty player. I'm talking about this TP. It's just one. Wait, nobody's here. Wait, this is free. Is that gas? We hit the jackpot. Yes! Wow, there was nothing in there.
You get the P.O. Box tomorrow. Yeah, we see how much it is.
Do I hear them?
We said we can do the forwarding online, right?
Do I hear them?
You don't have to go in. I guess you can do it right
now. Oh, nah. Chat, I'm horrified. I feel like we're getting too far from home. Should we go back? Or do y'all just want to go till we see a cave? Y'all want to do that? Dude, I'm scared, man. We're far away from the house. I'm going down here. Sorry, Bambi. No, I'm playing. There's a boat down there.
It won't let me do it online? Okay.
Is there something here?
Rude.
Man, when did this boat sink? 1806? All right, chat, we're going to keep moving. Like I said, I'm a little too far from home. I'm kind of scared right now, but... Go ahead, jump. Thank you. Now that we've played more, chat, rate my performance out of 10. I keep hearing noises like bones clapping together. And it's like, it's freaking me out because I don't know if that's them or who it is. Well, I see a lot of 8s. Chat, we're halfway on hunger. I'm not going to lie, at this point, we might have to wind up eating somebody. We might actually have to wind up eating somebody, no lie. Ooh, chat, this is bad. I don't like this. Why didn't y'all tell me y'all could chop these down with the hammer? I'd have been farming leaves this whole time. Did I just hear footsteps? Dude, I feel like I'm hearing footsteps, no lie. Chat, man. Let that stamina recharge. What is this up here? What is this? Chat, is this good? Do we go to that boat? Chat, I got a bad feeling right now. I'm not gonna lie, I got... Type 1 if we swim to this. We go.
It's like 70 for 3 months, and that's the minimum time required. I guess that's not horrible.
We go.
Yeah, 70 for 3 months.
Chat.
That's fine. Protect our identity. Fuck.
We found an item! Oh my goodness, let's go. Chat, let's go, man. This is a miracle, dude. Let's go! What a find. Chat, what a find. Oh my goodness, this is a Christmas miracle. Chat, this is the dude. This is what we wanted to do on this expedition. You can sleep. You can save and sleep in here. Chat, W Expedition, right? We eat and drink. Eat and drink. Chat, let's go. New home, low key. Chat, this is a good spot to save it at, right? This is good right here. This is a good leaving off spot right here. New series, low key. Chat, should we start playing this? We can low key make this to a series if y'all want to. This is fire. I'm not gonna lie. Chat, let's go, bro. Dude, that was actually fun. We have not died. We literally found a whole bunch of stuff just now. This is a good place to leave it off, chat. Chat, let's go, man. Great stream, chat. We're saved, right? We have saved. Chat, let's go, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Chat, be honest. Type 1 if I did good. You can be honest. You ain't gotta lie. I think we did pretty good. Bro, let's go, chat. Dude, that was actually fun, no lie. Yo, enough with the 5 gift. Appreciate you, chat. Great stream, bro. I love y'all, man, for real. Chat, we're so locked in. The amount of progress that we have made tonight's insane.
Not bad. Worth it. We only do the 3, then forward to ourselves. Yeah, exactly. From the P.O. box to us. Right? There's an in-between.
How much armor can we make? Dude, chat, this is so good, bro. Now we skin the gator and eat him. True survivalist mode. Bro became a steak. That's crazy. Hey, bro became a steak. I just heard somebody. Too easy. Too easy. Stay asleep. You stay asleep. You can make armor with the gator skin? Wait, for real? Let's burn him too. Okay. Armor with the gator skin, right? No, that's lizard skin. Where's the gator skin? Are gators a lizard? Stealth armor? That's booty cheek. Chat, that's booty cheek right there. That ain't no good, is it? Use it? For real? Where? That's good, right? That's good? I think we need more bone armor, too. Wouldn't you agree? How quickly does armor break, you think? Where the lizard skin? I did. I put it on. Can you burn? Oh, your armor goes away in one hit? Really? club back on here. Put the teeth back on here. Should we use every bit of this for this? No? Okay. Oh, wear the skin normally? Like that? Did I just do good? Chat, we're learning, bro. Chat, we're learning. These dudes got destroyed. I'm not gonna lie. They got absolutely destroyed. Temporary shelter, chat. What do you think? Of course I need more sticks, man. Give me some sticks. Chat, when you see a stick, type stick. Dude, I can't see nothing out here. We need 3 more and we're good. Wait, these dudes are here too. We got more than what we need right now. I need 3 more sticks. That's it. 3 more sticks and we're good, bro. There we go. 1 more. Found it. Come on. Chat, bro. We have been cooking, dude. Literally cooking. Save. Save. There we go. Sleep. We can't sleep. We wait till we sleep. Should I turn the light off, you think? You think it's going to attract them? Come here. You gotta die. You gotta die. You gotta die. You gotta die. I'm out of stamina. Help me. Oh my goodness, bro. Am I cold? Chat, where'd the base go? There it is. Okay, the fire is uncolding us right now. The fire is uncolding us right now. Hurry, let me sleep, please. Chat, I'm taking a risk. I gotta use the bathroom. Chat, if something happens, start playing. The fire done went out! Chat, rate my performance on the force today. Be honest. We put in some work, dude. We did. Woo! We're taking that, chat. That right there, that's a beautiful place to leave off, in my opinion. Chat, let's go. Chat, we killed a bunch of people. We upgraded. We learned. Let's go, man. That's what I'm talking about. Don't say 1 out of 10. I performed well today, buddy. I'm talking about 1 out of 10. Shut up.
Shut up. Wait, it auto skipped to part 2? Is that what happened?
Chat, where did we leave off? Were we on the, we were on a boat, right? We were on the brink of death, and we walked up to a boat, and we found food. Correct? I remember. TOS? Just because there's butt-naked people in this game don't mean it's TOS, buddy. Relax. Let's go. Continue. Here we are. Chat, everybody lock in and get in survival mode. We gotta start fighting for our life right now. You ready? Remember, we're looking for little Timmy. We're looking for our missing son. Okay, we're in here. The food and water situation is looking beautiful. I'm not gonna lie. Is the sun going down? What time is it during the day? Ooh, Chad, it's gonna be dark soon. Should we chill out here until it gets dark? I don't know, because I don't want to be running around when it's dark, man. Chat, what do you think, bro? Should we... Okay, here's what we can do. We can go explore this little area around us, and then come back here when it gets dark. What is that over there? What is this? Is this a dead shark? Where's them cannibals at? I figured there would be cannibals up in this area, but I don't see any. Can I cook and eat them?
Now he's all for cooking and eating them.
Chad, don't say, of course, we legitimately need food to survive. What do you mean? No, you can't cook them, Chad. What is that? Ooh, we got some... Let's go. We found some more supplies. A tennis ball. Thanks, pal. Wait, this is actually... Chad, this is actually a beautiful find right here. This is... Don't do pills. Case is the only cannibal on the island. Hey, buddy, last time we played this, we got chased around by multiple butt-naked people. So, no. I'm not even a cannibal to start with. What you mean? Ooh, it's dark. Ooh, chat, it's getting dark. I don't like this. It's getting a little dark. I don't like this. Let's go back. You think I can sleep yet? Nah, stop. Like that. There's no way anybody would approach me if I'm holding a club made out of a skull and it's flaming. You know what I mean?
That's what you think.
This is a grave? We are going back to this boat and we're going to go to sleep and pass the time until daytime arrives. That is 100% what we're doing. Cut up the shark. Buddy, we ain't even hungry! What you mean, cut it up? Chad, do I look hungry to you? I'm talking about in the game. We're not even hungry at all in the game. Okay, let's sleep. Let's get to daytime. Okay, we gotta wait a couple more minutes here. Chad, you think I'm gonna die? Wait, we haven't died in this game yet, have we? Wait, Chad, I don't think we've even died yet. Tell me who. You haven't yet? Chat, no death run, 100%. Look at the notes. Hold up. What's new? I ain't doing all that read. We about to go sleep. What you talking about? We about to go sleep. What you talking about? Here we go. Don't jinx it, chat. What's a group of cannibals gonna do to me? Nothing.
Nothing.
There we go. There we go. Now we make moves. It's early morning. What'd y'all say we was looking for, chat? A cave? We're looking for caves? Bro is casually sleeping while his son is missing. Bro, I can't... Buddy, I need you to understand something. If I'm dying of sleep deprivation, I can't find my missing son. I'm about to eat this shark, no lie. Chad, what do you think shark tastes like? I'm about to eat this shark. We're about to cook this shark and eat him, straight up. It tastes like rubber? Ugh. Dude, we swim slow as Christmas out here. Here we go. Let's cut this shark up real quick. Can I cut it up with the hammer? It looks like I can. Wait a minute. Hold up, chat. It appears that we can't. I don't think you can eat the shark at all. Did y'all lie to me? Can I cook them? Chat, I can cook that and eat it? Hold up. Basic fire, we need this. Cook it. Cook it now. I'm about to starve to death. Cook it. It's a trophy. You can't even eat it. Y'all are trying to get me killed. Oh, we got some snacks, though. We're good. Hold up. Wait, we're actually good. Chat, I'm good, man. We move. We move while we have daylight. Stop. Come here. Come here, don't play with me. Who are you? Come here. Why is he trying to lead me into his pack? You gonna have to fight me, bro. You straight up gonna have to fight me. I'm not eating them, Chad. Chat, I'm not eating them. I'm not always hungry. Do you understand?
Chat, I'm not always hungry.
This force is turning me into a savage. You need armor? I don't even remember where I was. It's alright. The next one I'll do it. Ooh, a berry. I want some of them berries. Chat, am I a good survivalist, you think? Where are we? Is it going to be bad when we find a cave for the first time, you think? Is there like a bunch of cannibals that live up in the caves? Because that ain't what I want. What is this? What is this? Survivors. I don't think there's survivors here. There's blood on the sleeping bag. Oh, there's marshmallows. Give me some of them. Okay. Chat, what are the odds I can swim out to that island right now? Break the laptop? What can I do with that? Chad, I'm kind of scared right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm kind of scared. I don't want to run up on a group of these cannibals, man. What is that up there? Yo, chat, what's that up there? Why are y'all saying GG? Yo, chat. Does anybody want to explain to me what this means? What? What is this? It's a lookout point? Yo, dude, I'm freaking out, chat. All right, we're good. Chat, this is actually What is that? I'm going over here. Every sign of intelligent life that I see. Oh, it's a turtle. I gotta eat you. I'm sorry. I can't eat him, chat. I can't eat him. Chat, I can't eat him. I can't do that. Ooh, rope. I'm assuming that's going to be useful. In any survival situation, rope is obviously going to be useful. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. That's a warning? A warning for what? See, that's the last thing we needed was a thunderstorm to roll through. That's the last thing we needed. I can't grab any more of those. I have max. Chat, I'm scared. Somebody never got their mirrors. Okay. I got a real bad feeling we're about to run into something that I wish we never would have seen. But I guess we'll find out here in a minute. Why is there two of these over here? What's going on? Is that their main base? Do I go over there? Is that a cannibal village? Oh, no, I can't. No, there's two of them. No. Get me out of here right now. Bro, get me out of here right now. They're good. They didn't even... They're good. They didn't... we're good. Please don't. Get down here. Chat, I'm scared.
Chat, I'm scared.
I shouldn't be here, huh? Chad, I shouldn't be here. I'm in their village. I should not be here in this village right now. I should not be here. Dude, this is horrible. Wait, what? Should we save? Let's save right here. Dude, there's nothing in these tents. There's nothing around here. There's no Chat. This is bad. There's a cave? Where? Where's the cave? This is a cave?
Oh, it's for like spelunking. Chat, hear me out.
See, I don't think that, I don't think this is a good idea. But you know what? We're so cooked. Oh my goodness, we're so cooked. What are we doing?
Okay, I have good news. Zach texted me and he said, yeah, I was approved for tomorrow night off, which is very cool. So I get tonight with you and tomorrow night with you, and then I just work Saturday and Sunday. That way, we can have all the Chinese food tomorrow night. Just nom 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 nom. Also, I should go do dogs before you get home and start on food. Unless you just want curry. But if you want shrimps, I can do shrimps. I can also make a different chicken dish. If you want a different chicken dish. Yay! Good. Curry, then white pizza. Ooh. Do you want to do pizza tonight? I can cook up the shrimps for the pizza. Oh, we have bacon too. I'll leave that up to you. If you want to have a chill night tonight and just do curry, that'll be nice and warm. We can hang out. And then tomorrow, if we want to do up the pizza, we can have pizza and Chinese. I leave a little after 5. Okay. Because we can put the curry in the fridge. I can wrap it up, put it in a bin. We can always eat that later. If you want to do pizza tonight. Pizza, pizza, pizza. I like it. I like it. I'll wrap up the curry. Because I can eat that, you know, Saturday night or Sunday night or whatever. It just needs to be microwaved. Yeah, tomorrow Chinese. I agree. Pizza tonight. Our delicious pizza. And then tomorrow we'll do Chinese. Okay. I love you. I'm going to go do dogs, start cooking bacon and shrimps, and then you get home ASAP to make dough, because we know it's got to rise, and then we'll chill out and wait while everything's doing its thing. I want to find a new game, and I want lots of touches tonight. Okay? Okay. Oh, true. Curry's the perfect thing really while I'm working, so you don't have to make food. I do this. I love you. You hurry home. Get on the dough. And I will give you kisses soon. I love you.